to the wall. Never had the odds against you stacked tall. Ever felt like you were about to fall? One wrong move and you lose it all. Have you ever needed help from a friend? Made I come back when you're close to the end? Come on, take my hand, cause it's time to ascend. We can win the day if we unite.
0-0 nation, getting it done for Brazil.
Can they out-secure Copy Chance?
Yeah, they can! The favorites have just been knocked out of the tournament.
Game, set, match!
The best team in the world, 2 years in a row. Luminosity, let's go!
Oh my goodness!
The number one team in Pokemon, we can crown our champion!
Hey, we can win the day if we unite.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are, the April finals for North America, and the last time you saw these four gentlemen, we were in Japan casting ACL, which was absolutely amazing, and while we are gone, we had an amazing month of games in North America that we'll talk about here in a second, because this month is even wilder. Hi everybody, Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Ye to the ha. I'm joined by the one and only Doob Snacks. Hello, Doob Snacks.
Hello, hello. It was amazing to be in Japan, but it is fun to be in our own stomping grounds here, well, literally at home, but also to talk about NA a little bit. And I think April being shooken up is an understatement, my friend. I think we got a lot to talk about here and a lot of fun games to watch.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely amazing. Let's throw it on over to Wonder Chef. How you doing, buddy?
I just got back from Japan not that long ago, and I'm a little bit sick, which is unfortunate, but it's okay because we're all the biggest Yakult Swallows fans in the world now, so
That's
at least
true.
in North America, at the very, very minimum. But no, I'm excited for this one. It's going to be a cool way to kind of close out the normal season, and we're missing some teams that we maybe have seen a lot, so I'm excited to see the teams that get to step up today.
Zoinks, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing awesome. I'm really excited about this top 8. We were all talking about it before. There might be some absent names that we were looking forward to seeing, but having a lot of new names in the mix too is always fantastic. Feels like kind of NA tradition at this point near the end of the season. We start getting some wild results, so I'm happy that we're sticking to form here in April.
Yeah, I mean, last month we had the Juicers absolutely dominate while Luminosity was over at ACL. Now this month, Orange Juicers, one of the best teams possibly in the world, one of the best teams in the region, absolutely, loses 2-0 on their way here. So we will not be seeing them today. We have Overlord in Japan texting everybody to try to get on a team in Japan next season. So they are not here this month. No Luminosity, no Juicers, but so many amazing teams competing here in April, and it's kind of the absolute best case scenario for us because every single game I think is going to be incredible. Doob Snacks, who do you have your eye on?
Well, I've said this team before, I've talked about this team before, and I'm going to talk about them again here because I think this may be, just the way the roadmap has laid itself out, their best opportunity to win themselves a cup finally. They've been in this top 8 a few times. This year has been difficult to get into the top 8, but here they are on the winner's side, and I want to talk about Ignorance. If you look at them last year, they're kind of one of the final stretch darlings. They had a lot of the fan crowd support behind them. Soup Chef, Screwball, Goopiter, Neon, and of course, Protein Shake. And not only are they a solid squad in NA, but they got gamer tags going as well. So tip of the cap to them. I love to see that they're in the winner's side here. They are squaring off against what would say maybe the best team remaining in NA. We'd say historically in Nemesis, and I do believe that's actually where we're starting our tournament off today.
Yeah, that's going to be a crazy good matchup here. Zoinks, you were telling me a little bit about Nemesis before the broadcast. We're seeing our bracket here if you want to talk about Nem and break down what we're looking at.
Yeah, no problem. So, excited about Nemesis. They are a team that has won one of our monthly tournaments, but all the way back at the beginning of the year. And ever since then, it has been avoiding them. They were able to take down Rush Hour, a tougher matchup in their open qualifier, against 2-1 of them, but sets up a pretty wild losers bracket match in Rush Hour versus Team YouTube as well. Nemesis is going to have to play against Ignorance. I think it's fair to say that any team will have a tough time playing against Ignorance. Not only are they a really skilled team, but they do play play. Very interesting meta choices. Nemesis, I think you could say the same thing about that squad, though. They've had a few roster changes throughout the last couple of years, but kind of that core around Asdable and Metallic have been playing together for this last year, and it's been a good look for them. So I'm excited to see what they can do in this metagame. We're seeing a lot of Gyarados crush, not only when we were over in the Champions League, but also in EU earlier this morning. And Gyarados doing well usually is good signs for a Metallic tournament. So I'm excited about it.
Yeah, for sure, right. Metallic is crazy good on Gyarados. I think I saw Metallic playing some Blaziken yesterday, which looked pretty incredible. So, and then, of course, Gyarados has a Rocky helmet now, which is a whole thing.
It's a whole
Chef,
thing.
It's a whole thing. Chef, I want you to talk to me about Brave Birders. Are they going to sweep this Rush Hour?
Oh, I mean, it's been almost, I think it's been just about actually 2 years now since I started saying Brave Bird is sweep. And, you know, despite the fact that it was originally a little bit of a joke, they've got to be one of the teams that has consistently made it to the offline events more than almost any other team in any region. It's actually, like, mind-blowing. They just always sneak their way in, and this is the kind of time that they're the best at. I think they've made it to the North American regional qualifiers twice now at very minimum. So I think that they're looking for their way to sneak through. But also, I do want to talk a little bit about UNITE Coaching, which is a team that has players that we've seen on, or we've seen on, like, I want to say like 4 or 5 different teams at this point, like kind of like JL plus, who else is on there? Like the Uguay combo. This time around, though, it has Lutano, which is a really, really cool addition. And I'm not sure how points exactly work for them, which is going to be something I'm going to be saying a lot, I think, during this tournament for pretty much every team. But it's a very scary set of players at minimum. So
I
those
don't
are the
think
two teams
they're
I
in
wanna
the
look at.
galaxy of the points, Chef. I think-
You kind of had your mindset on.
Yeah, I think it's particularly strong. It plays similar to disruption-wise is like a Pikachu, something like that. But I'm thinking the moves are not shown there, but Whirlpool Ice Beam has kind of been the go-to bread and butter. But then you look at its Unite move, which is just an absolute slaughterhouse setup move for the rest of your team. I really like Suicune in this support role. I think it's something that is worth a ban, or it's certainly worth playing if it squeezes through. So that's why when we had the opportunity to talk about Suicune, I was like, let's lean into this support build, because I think it's fairly unique, and I think it plays into what we've seen all year long, which is every new release can carry a light bulb potentially. So you have to run it in that spot just to see what it can do, and I think Suicune checks a lot of those boxes for some of these teams.
I gotta say, I absolutely love the carry build, the Volt Switch discharge on Suicune as well. I think it is pretty awesome to see that. One item that we didn't have on there that is another great option is Curse. Everything this Pokemon does with Curse Incense is really incredible. So if they've got any nice healing on the other side of the map there, you can really shut it down with a Curse item. I know we were also talking a little bit about the new items in general. You had that Drive Lens on there.
Yep.
Oh, Zoinks has something to show us. Zoinks.
I didn't finish the graphic, but we were working on it. Production asked us during rehearsals yesterday if we really wanted a new graphic for the Accelerator Drive Lens. I told them to chill out. I got it handled. Don't worry.
I thought you were saying that your behind you, your whiteboard is now called your graphic. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so this is my
I
graphic.
didn't finish the graphic back here.
I didn't, unfortunately. But we got about halfway through. Don't worry. Next time I'm on camera, I'll make sure that it's all filled up. But we got the new items: a Celebrator, a Drive Lens. You can see a Celebrator has a graphic of a strong. It's got a muscle, and then on Drive Lens, it is smart. So that's the difference.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that is a huge
we all
difference.
assess that from the board. Something for the folks at home that I'm going to bring up is this is our last online show that we are broadcasting, and you would have heard us in the pre-show lobby trying to. Zoinks is like, man, I forgot to draw my graphic. And Sprinkle's like, wait, are we starting really in 4 minutes and 32 seconds? Oh, I gotta go change, and then it was just a complete chaos scenario for the 4 minutes leading in. And I want you to know that much like our first show, we set the bar so incredibly low that despite this being how we started today, we're still finishing ahead of where we started. So there you go. Good
I
job,
think
team.
this is going to be an awesome show. I got to be honest, this is the first I'm learning that this is our last online show that we're doing this season. This is like, it's hitting me right now as you're saying it. So that's why when production, before we started, they said it's been a pleasure this season. I'm like, what? Are we getting fired?
Well, here we are now. There you go.
I do like that was the first thing you just assumed. You didn't ask. You weren't like, why did they say that? You're just like, yeah, we're gone. We're canned. It was happening eventually. I guess this is the week.
I did want to talk a little bit, to pivot back to Pokemon Unite. I did want to talk a little bit about the Excel Bracer. I think we had a graphic set up for a Pokemon to watch with the Excel Bracer, which I think we have Zeraora to talk about. I was watching Zeraora in EU this morning, and it's absolutely insane. I was watching a lot of it in qualifiers, too. It feels like the Zera-Comfey combo is unbelievably brutal right now. And then I watched the EU finals this morning and I see Nouns absolutely dominate, completely leaving it behind. So I really do think these new items are a huge game changer. But right now it feels like every team is leaning into their sort of comfort picks or even like their sort of style, and it works if the team is that good. And I wonder if that's a little bit of something that teams learn from watching ACL, because I feel like at ACL you saw so many teams lean into how they wanted to play, even if it wasn't viewed as the meta, and they did extremely well. I would like to hear maybe your guys' thoughts on what some of what you've seen. Boy, fire me.
Well, if I can jump in, we actually just got the stats flown into us for the qualifier tournament of the Cubs. Yeah, watch out, it's gonna be land hot. But we have some really interesting ones. Pick rate. NA continues to have Snorlax at the top of that list every single event, it feels like, for the last few. A very, very strong defender, of course, but the interesting one to me comes in the win rate stat, where we can kind of ignore the first two at the top of the list. Sylveon and Greedent doing very well in our tournament, however, very few plays. But Hoopa and Absol, both, Hoopa at 65 total picks, Absol at 98, both have above a 60% win rate right now, which is no surprise when you watch, especially Absol. We saw it absolutely crush in the EU Grand Finals. This Pokemon is unreal right now. Uses those new items incredibly well as well. And I think it is going to be by far our most prominent speedster. Talonflame going to be right there, but it feels like Talonflame picks up more bans in the draft stage than Absol tends to.
Well, Zoinks Wonder Chef, we actually have a game ready to go. Zoinks, I'm going to give you time to finish up your graphic right there. Doob's next. We're going to take this first one. We were just talking about it. Nemesis, Ignorance. These boys will be back soon, and we're going to be bringing you this game. Later, guys.
Let's get right into it, my friend.
Yeah.
So Zoinks mentioned a little bit, Ignorance always kind of throwing curveballs at you. They play their own very unique, we'll call it Ignorance style. On the other side, though, we have Nem finally making it back to this position, top 8 from the winner's side, looking to get themselves a clean win, and without kind of like their monthly nemesis and LG and OJ staying home, you have to think that they might be the favorites here on Easter Sunday.
I think without question, Nemesis is the team to beat right now. So many good teams here in North America, and I do really love kind of how deep our pool of players is here in NA, because any of these teams could be the team to win this whole thing. But you're right, Nemesis, I feel like they're the team to watch, the team to beat. It would be a bit of an upset for any team to take them down right now, considering how good and consistent they have been for multiple seasons of Unite. Ignorance, though, as you mentioned earlier, a really tough squad, always fun to watch. If I'm looking at Nemesis, I have my eye on Metallic for sure, as we talked about earlier in that top path. I feel like when Metallic is on, they're absolutely crushing it.
Yeah, and, you know, the Gyarados is not something to go unmentioned again. We talked about it a little bit, but Metallic's been on Gyarados pre these buffs, and once the buffs came through, it kind of seemed to see its stocks skyrocket, and somebody that is definitely a beneficiary of that is Metallic, because if they were making chicken salad out of chicken scratch pre-buffs, you gotta believe that they were excited when they got the Gyarados, the ramped up new toy. But another player on Nemesis we have to mention, who actually had an amazing tournament at EUIC, if you recall, was Aznable, was playing out of their absolute skull in that tournament, and was really keeping the team afloat in a lot of otherwise what you could call just shaky moments. So if Aznable's back on point as well, I think that tandem right there can really carry this squad across the finish line. But across the way, Ignorance, you have 5 players that have been playing together now for 4 years. You'd love to see the heartwarming tale of them finally take one of these down, see kind of this ladder demon squad that they started as, just a 5-stack kind of running through ranked. and carry this through to the competitive scene. We saw how impactful and how much excitement they can bring to a tournament, especially at the final stretch last year. I mean, when I said the crowd was coming unglued for that squad, they were definitely fan favorites throughout that whole event. I would love to see them get themselves a win just so they can kind of check that last box, because I kind of feel at this point it's one of the few things that they have missing as a competitive team.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, they're extremely solid. I think they absolutely could win this thing. And this is one of the most interesting months for all of these teams because really you have your top 2 NA teams not playing this weekend. Well, one of them played this weekend, but did they really when we're talking about the Orange Juicers? I mean, I was watching them. They had some, it looked like connectivity problems with one of their players, which is definitely unfortunate. But also, it sets up such an exciting month. No LG, no OJ. What team is going to take it down? Either of these two teams could be the one to do it. But looking at the entire bracket, as we talked about before, it's full of superstar players and teams who have all had, not only all have years of experience on this game, years of competitive experience, but have all sort of been in the position to win or have won in many different ways.
Yeah, I mean, You Need Coaching was who Zoinks mentioned a little bit on. You know, you have Lutano, JL, Joey, all on that squad, all players that we're very familiar with, and all very good ones. But right ahead of us, of course, Nemesis and Ignorance. Bit of a snap transition here as we don't want to delay any of the action.
No, that's right. If you think we're screwing around on broadcasts and not bringing you the games, that's not true. We're just doing our thing until they put something up on the screen, and we're ready to go here, Dupe Snacks. Nemesis is going to be the first pick, with Ignorance taking the second bans, and then that 2 pick in a row. A lot of Pokemon banned out that we would expect. These speedsters getting banned out in the speedster meta. First pick to Nem, and it looks like they're hovering a Snorlax right now, but we could easily see a switch on their side for a powerful Pokemon, and they do for that Talonflame.
Yeah, this opens up great opportunities, and we already see that support Suicune being queued up there, Assault Vest and the Incense there for that one. And look at the premium all of a sudden after ACL on Phalanx. Might get locked in here, no switch, because that's embarrassing, but welcome back, Caster Curse. Soup Chef does grab that support Suicune, though, that we talked about.
Yeah, Suicune just so incredibly powerful. We'll kind of see what items it wants to settle in on as the rest of the draft plays out. We see Relics up in that Talonflame first pick with the new item, that Excel Bracer. Talonflame attack weight Excel Bracer already has the highest attack stat in the entire game, so it's one of the best choices for this Pokemon, hands down.
On the other side here, lots of high-octane picks still remaining. Neon locks in Leafeon, another premium pick if you're thinking back to ACL in the March Cup. And Goopiter with the hover of Zacian does click that in, and we've got some bulky squads here.
Ooh, take a look at these final picks here from Nem. Metallic has got the, I mean, it feels like the Pokemon that Protein Shake should be on. Got the Buzzwole, and we have a Pokemon that we really don't see much at all in Armarouge.
Yeah, and of course, a resident favorite to you and I, the Scizor Scyther. We'll see where that actually ends up going and what it ends up being. But looking across the board here, you have to really like Relics, also known as Yeet Fan on Talonflame. And Rex on this Blissey, a Pokemon they've played forever. And those are just 2 tough picks to beat in terms of just raw power level.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what Armarouge brings to this fight here. I mean, based on its items, I feel like we're going to be seeing the ranged version of this, right? With the armor cannon, incredible stuns from this Pokemon, but it does feel like it really didn't have its day in the sun as a meta Pokemon. But this is kind of what we talked about right before broadcast, what I was mentioning a bit. It does feel like teams are settling into some of their favorite picks rather than maybe what is the absolute best as we get ready for our first brawl here on Thea Sky Ruins.
We are taking a sweep through. We're getting the look at the backside of the not even Easter themed, but just at least bunny themed lane here on the Thea Sky Ruins. Nemesis Ignorance kicking off our top 8 winners semifinals.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting here. Obviously, these are 2 huge teams to watch in our top 8 right now. And I think most other teams, look, they have a tough battle in front of them, but they are all wondering what is going to happen here. Nemesis, your purple team. Ignorance, your orange team. As we are getting this thing started with Protein Shake in that central area. As the Scyther, I am guessing we are going to be seeing a Scyther, which actually has been getting more and more play recently. I wonder if that new item has helped out quite a bit.
We're going to see Scrubbleknot and Goopiter. Tons of pressure on Metallic out of the gate. Tons of damage as well. Rex peeling back and I have to offer a little bit of cover, but I don't think Ignorance has too much to worry about. Looks like that Scyther is rotating downstairs as little Char Cadet gets an early KO and the K opener, in fact.
Interesting plays right there. So Metallic able to get out. We actually had the Blissey able to peel away from that, not only get the secure on the wild Pokemon, run all the way to the other side and scores. We have Talonflame making it to the top path. Rex looking for a KO right here. Scrubbleknot getting very, very low, and they do go down. Blissey with the secure.
I mean, that Whirlpool just got turned into an absolute boiling bubble bath as Relix was able to step in and help deliver on a crucial knockout there. Goopiter and Scrubbleknot pushing up early, but now kind of left in the dust. Protein Shake shows up and takes a ton of damage. Half HP down, pressure is on, but at least they get Metallic the other way. Rex in trouble, they get put down. Protein Shake steps up, but he gets KO'd back the other way by Yeet.
Wow, I mean, that's one of those trades where you have to wonder who got the better of it. The center area Pokemon on Ignorance goes down, but 2 go down on the side of Nemesis. I feel like it's a great push and a great counter punch right there, and I think both teams are kind of happy with how that played out. No one really lost too much there, as we see Bora, level 6 in this bottom path right now.
Yeah, that early KO really helped. I like Scrubbleknot going all the way into the central area, trying to bully a little bit on Relix, that supposed or soon to be Talonflame, what they're trying to get to, but the pressure of Scrubbleknot is just a bit too much, and that opens up for Ignorance to take everything in the middle as Squeakoon steps up, and now they're freezing down Rex, and Rex has no HP to work with.
Yeah, Rex kind of in no man's land right there, very far away from the team, getting some vision, but all they got was a vision of their own demise as they go down. Ignorance just ripping through all of that experience as fast as they can. That's one of the advantages of this Zacian Sacred Sword. On top of that, you have Scyther's dual wing beat. Scrubbleknot at the same time is still here in the central area of Nemesis.
Yeah, the smallest character on the level of on the side of Ignorance, and they're not too concerned about that knockout. But when you think about all the value that I got on other spots of the map, they are not too worried about that.
And here we have Goopiter in a little bit of trouble right now. Talonflame coming in trying to pick up the KO. Just trying to run. Run, Zacian, run. Trying to get out of there, buddy. No, the Brave Bird finally takes it down.
Yeah, but again, you got to think, you know, Goop did get knocked out, but the chase that they led everybody on Nemesis allowed for some clever spacing for Ignorance to follow up. Now they've got the pressure in the bottom path, and they're just going to give up this top Regieleki, not too concerned about it here.
Here we have Registeel just getting ripped apart by Ignorance. Really no one on Nemesis ready to go for it, but they have a secure ready in Brave Bird at any moment. Huge heavy slam into the Brave Bird, ripping through them with the aerial ace. We may have the Snorlax go down, but look at how much damage was done. Talonflame misses that Brave Bird, gonna have to peel back.
Brave Bird goes in, allows for the flame sweep straight into Protein Shake. Good knockout on the Scyther, which means what were Ignorance thinking? What were they thinking trying to put those points in? Yeet there to deliver.
I absolutely love that. KO was so surprising and exciting. It turned you into Santa Claus for a moment there. Oh, look at that one. It's Easter, buddy. Become a bunny.
I'm trying. I don't know what bunny sounds are. I'll practice them in between games.
Please, thank you so much. I mean, we need to have a professional broadcast here. It's our last one, Doobsnacks.
Yeah, it's the last one, as you just found out when I told you during the broadcast.
Yeah, one thing I would like to point out, giving this Leafeon none of the early experience has been a really interesting call for Ignorance. Obviously, Leafeon's pretty amazing, but it does feel like it loses quite a bit of value not getting sort of that early setup.
Clever Bliss Assistance on Metallic. Gonna give them the sustain they need. That's KO on Suicune. They're looking for more. They get another one. Protein Shake goes down. Now Neon getting chased. Popped up, put down, picked up, put down, and shut down completely. KO Streak a 2 for Metallic, and give them 2 over to Relics as well.
Amazing stuff right there. I mean, what a combo. Picking them up and slamming them back into the Armarouge Unite move. Absolutely gorgeous play there from Nemesis. And it does feel like Ignorance had some really good plays early on, but this Brave Bird is landing like very true onto the side of Ignorance, and they are setting up massive wins.
Yeah, rarely seeing Relics go into an engagement and not hitting 2 characters, at least on the side of Ignorance, and that's exactly what you want to see when you're looking for that huge pop of damage across multiple players. Here comes the Lapras Express. We're trying to throw the wave into Metallic. It's successful. They're popped up, but ultimately that was just a fancy way to get to the top path and deal with the Regieleki.
Yeah, they're going to be dealing with that Reggie. The nice thing about Zacian is it just rips through things very fast, so they should be able to handle this. Nemesis, on the other hand, is deciding to rotate down to the bottom path right here. Ignorance taking that opportunity to score in the top path. They might be able to pick up a KO on Bora Reach right here. They go in with a Unite move, but no, Armarouge is going to be able to peel away from that. All the while, Nemesis gets an easy secure on that Reggie steal.
Yeah, Neon expending that 2-step. However, Bora Reach able to step back, grab a berry, and actually fade into the Flux Zone where Neon couldn't chase any further. So you would have loved to see that Emerald 2-step convert. Unfortunately, it couldn't. And now they've got the pressure. 3-on-1 around Asnable. Heavy slams in. Metallic's there for the follow-up. There's the Suicune Unite. Catches 3. That could be a turning point here. Forcing Metallic to use their Unite move. Bliss Assist is just in time. Is that going to be enough to carry? They're looking for it. They're trying to freeze down Metallic. They're kind of successful. Scribblenaught gets put up, and the Bora Reach Cannon Fire comes through. KO streak of 2. And now Metallic's on the verge after the Whirlpool Ice Beam combo, but the freeze isn't quite enough for Soup to close it out.
Wow, I mean, you saw how that freeze really could have shut them down, but a very nice safeguard there from Blissey gave them a little extra time. All the while, it really does feel like this Armarouge pick is setting up massive plays. I mean, the stuns, the knockups right into Metallic's Buzzwole, just creating some huge moments for Nemesis. And it does feel like Ignorance is definitely on the back foot in all of these engagements. However, level-wise, this match is incredibly close, and we're less than 100 points between these two teams as we get ready for Ray in just about a minute here.
Yeah, both Tier 1 goal zones up for Ignorance as well, so they're going to be able to at least get cheekier scores around that 2-minute mark if they want to. There's a 2-step for a knockout, and they're going straight forward. 45 seconds till Ray. We're going to see what they can do on this goal zone. They're going straight for the pressure, putting that thing down. Jupiter stepping up, taking the Armarouge pot shot so everybody can get their points in, and all of a sudden, the lead has shrunk a little bit more.
Yeah, 210, 139. This match is still very, very close. Unite moves for just about everybody. Leafeon used its Unite move at 3 minutes, but it's one of those Pokemon that absolutely can do this and really doesn't pay for it at all. Ignorance is taking this Regieleki, but they're essentially being given it by the side of Nemesis as they're going to take this bottom objective. We're trading right here. Regirock to the side of Nem. Probably not exactly what they were looking to see, but no one is going to complain about some extra defense and special defense as we head towards Rayquaza in 5 seconds. Our first Ray here in the April finals, Doob Snakes.
Look at this aggressive positioning here as we're going to watch how they jockey around this central and see how they engage.
Yeah, we have Scyther peeling up towards the top path, just looking for a score right here. They are going to put in the points. That puts them up. 245, 210. Metallic moves in.
Poaches Scribblenaught, puts down right into the back line. They're taking tons of damage here. They got to try to get out. Nice Suicune Unite for coverage. Bliss Assist on Metallic. They're going for the save. Meanwhile, Heavy Slam in the middle by the Snorlax here. And Leafeon, Neon goes down. Brave Bird engaged long range. Jupiter is low, but the fight rages on the right side. Lapras is going to get buckled here as they're low on HP. We're going to keep putting the pressure on. Soup Chef's on the backside. Can they get a good freeze? They do. 3 characters, but that's not enough to get a knockout as they're knocked out. And now we just have Zacian hanging out, holding out, going home, and Rayquaza rip begins.
Yeah, this is unfortunate for the side of Ignorance. Zacian really did have to base there, but there's nothing they can do now. They were able to rip that for free. Nemesis with a beautiful fight. Jupiter actually did make it out with some real fancy footwork, making sure that Talonflame could not get them there. The double over to Talon as they move forward looking to score. 310 to 245. Triple KO. You're welcome. Talonflame really putting on a show here. Another 100 points here for Nemesis. We call that a 50 plus 50 burger around here, Doob Snacks.
That is what we've always called it, the 50-50 burger, as you just said. I mean, what a showdown from Nemesis. I want to point out, you kind of saw the strength of the support Suicune that we were talking about, but on the other side with the Blissey, with the safeguards, and credit to Rex, those Bliss assistants, every time Soup Chef caught multiple targets, the Bliss assistants came in to save Metallic and let that player take over the game. So very well done by both sides of the support. Nemesis just getting the little bit better of the exchange there.
Yeah, Nem looked really incredible here in this game against a really fantastic team that had their moments. I do feel like this combination of, well, first off, Blissey is just, I mean, Blissey is insane on any team.
Correct.
But this combination of Armor Rouge and Buzzwole was so tough for Ignorance to deal with. They were just, you know, knocked up, stunned, picked up, slammed down so much of the map. It was really hard for them to fight in some of these big moments. And then you have this Talonflame that can fly in from halfway across the map, landing with those Brave Birds. 14 KOs in our first match of the day.
Yeah, completely unsurprising. It seemed like every time Relics went in, it was going to result in just an absolute domino effect of Ignorance players getting knocked down. I will like to point out, Metallic did have 6 knockouts, but they felt like 6 of the most impactful knockouts that could have been delivered, really in crucial moments in team fights that allowed Relics to step in and kind of sweep as that Talonflame. As we take a look here, the levels weren't too bad, the points were close, but the team fighting was definitely all Nemesis all game long.
Yeah, it really felt like Nemesis had control of that, right? As we take a look at our scoreboard right here, Nem was in control of score, and then they kind of allowed Ignorance to take this score on their tier 1 goal zone in the top path. They knew that might put them behind, but they were ready to fight. Looking at the damage numbers right here, I talked about this earlier. Neon on that Leafeon, I wonder if it was a mistake to not give Leafeon that early experience. It feels like you really are taking away one of Leafeon's absolute best traits, and it's that it's able to move through that central area, immediately hit 4 and do insane damage. I didn't get to see Leafeon's pathing exactly through that game, but they were really behind in this first game.
They really, really were. The experience spread between Ignorance was bizarre in the first stages of the game. I agree with you on that. The damage numbers were embarrassing. You don't choose some of these characters to leave with 25k damage. You certainly don't choose a support Suicune and have it lead the lobby for your team. So a lot of things that Ignorance need to shape up here. Last thing I'll point out, I think the Armor Rouge got so much value in this game. It's because it was playing at a longer range than anything that Ignorance could do. And yes, Suicune does play at range. However, it's establishing setups, right? It's not trying to deal damage, which means it's not really putting a lot of pressure on anyone. So we need to try and balance this front-to-back action that Ignorance is going to have to employ here in Game 2.
Yeah, I mean, they really didn't have much range at all, right? I mean, you have the basic attacks from Lapras with a little bit of range, and then you're right, you have Suicune, but Suicune really does play at sort of this medium range, and as soon as Armor Rouge hits 11, and their Armor Cannon can, I mean, it really does get a crazy range increase. It was tough for them to do anything about it, especially if they have a decent Pokemon like Buzzwole and Snorlax on the side of Nem, able to displace anything that wants to jump in and shut down Armor Rouge. It felt like a perfect setup for them. As we head into our next draft right here, Nem must be feeling pretty good. Very similar bans to game number 1, but now we see Blissey taken off the table.
Yeah, Blissey and Suicune both taken off the table, right? And to the credit of both these teams, those were probably the 2 Pokemon that gave them the biggest trouble, right? Blissey facilitated everything on the side of Nem in terms of Metallic, and Suicune, Soup Chef, was really the best thing in the lobby for Ignorance as well.
We have Talonflame being locked in for Nemesis. We have Inteleon being locked in. Obviously, I mean, you've seen, Nemesis play a Pokemon like Inteleon in some crazy good ways. As we look over to Ignorance, they do first pick this Absol. It also has an energy amplifier on, so we'll see if that's what they decide to stick with. A lot of times when you see that energy amplifier, you know that this Pokemon is in position to, at any moment, just try to secure Rayquaza very fast.
Yeah, no, that's a great call. There's so many good tools on the side of Nem here. Asmonville grabbing Slowbro, unsurprisingly, a great counter to Absol. And Nemesis really, I mean, Rex has their pick of the litter here for what they want. All phenomenal supports still remaining. They go with Hoopa, something that Zoinks mentioned. Huge pick rate, huge win rate.
Yeah, Hoopa's a really interesting Pokemon in that you expect to see it more, but of course, I feel like the supporter pool in this game is just so crazy good. Like, every supporter is unbelievably strong. As we look towards our final picks here on Ignorance, and we do have the Wigglytuff being brought out here. I love to see it. I'm on board.
This is just classic Ignorance here. Some classic strong picks, but also some curveballs to throw at the other team to really ask some solid questions. And how will Nem respond? Well, they say Metallic's Buzzwole was pretty darn good last game. Let's run that back.
Yeah, I mean, one nice thing about something like Wigglytuff is anything that hits it has to deal with that very frustrating cute charm passive. All the while, it runs towards your team, putting them to sleep, setting up big plays for something like an Absol or a Zacian. And then we have Neon on this Sylveon. That's probably the most interesting choice on the side of Ignorance, I would say. Well, I mean, Wiggly's definitely up there too. But you don't see a lot of Sylveon. I'm not sure what version of Sylveon we are going to see. Given that they don't have a lot of special attackers on the side of Ignorance, we definitely could see this as that sort of harasser, mystical fire Sylveon that's going to keep jumping at your opponents, weaving in and out of combat. But Hyper Voice has, you know, a team-wide curse effect that you could apply with that curse instance. So I'm excited to see what they run here.
Yeah, I think, when I'm thinking of specifically Wigglytuff into Sylveon pick, Hyper Voice into a quality sleep is great. I was watching the items on the side of Nemesis. I did not see any full heals come out to try and cleanse some of the sleep, if that's the direction that Wigglytuff is going, as opposed to like rollout. And that can be a problem. That's why they banned Blissey. Now you don't have that kind of get-out-of-jail-free card in one of the best Pokemon in the game.
And here we go, heading into game number 2 of our winners semi-finals. Ignorance, your purple team, down 1 game to Nemesis, your orange team. Nem looking like the team to beat here in North America in April.
And that first game was no exception. They played incredibly strong. The game was kept close just by, score and level metrics, but the team fights were really well coordinated on the side of Nemesis. Good controlling pressure here by Nem. Ignorance responding well. Neither of these teams in trouble early in this bottom path.
No, nice little water gun right there from Bora. Now peeling back right here as we take a look at the top path. Wiggly getting a little aggressive up there, and we can see level-wise that went slightly better for the side of Ignorance, but it looks like they both traded just about the same, getting all of the wild Pokemon they possibly could on both sides. Bora looking for their level 5, obviously. We have Metallic looking for their level 5 in the top path. All of these Pokemon have huge power spikes at 5, which is why they're hanging out with a Pokemon with EXP share. Here comes Talonflame, and Absol makes it up here as well.
Oh, Brotein with the counter engage, putting Relics in a bad spot, and that's a quality knockout by Brotein. And it is a rollout Wigglytuff, because why not, Spraggles? That's what we're doing here. Ignorance, curveballing the curveball, going even further off script.
I mean, you gotta love it. I mean, absolutely. Rollout Wiggly, and now they are just harassing the central area of Nemesis. We have Wigglytuff over on the side there, just making their life miserable. Every time Wiggly bounces into a wall, by the way, with rollout, they reapply this massive shield that they have, which just allows them to survive in some crazy ways in these fights. And they are going to be spending their entire match trying to annoy the side of Nemesis, while also using that really powerful Unite move to provide a shield to their entire team.
Yeah, and don't forget, that also is a cleanse on that Unite move too for any of those moments where that's going to be relevant as well. Got to keep an eye on that. Soup Chef stepping up. Nice little counter surf by Azumarill to kind of cut that engagement off.
Yeah, we do see the Sylveon is the Mystical Fire Sylveon. I was wondering which one we were going to see right there. Nice secure for the side of Nemesis. We now have Bora as the Inteleon. They are evolved. I'm guessing we're going to be seeing a snipe shot out of the side of Nem, which is what a lot of teams would be running here in competitive.
picked up. Scribblenauts put down. Do they have a rollout to use? They do. They're fighting with a protractor out here, trying to get out of dodge. As Jupiter is there, they dodge another shot, but Relics closes the door on the Wigglytuff. Counter punch by Protein Shake. Another knockout on the Talonflame, which is the one they want. Eject through the wall, straight into the back line. Metallic sorts out Protein Shake in a big way, and that's a phenomenal knockout for Nemesis.
Yeah, that was beautiful for the side of Nem. I mean, you called it right there with that eject button, moving in, getting very aggressive, looking for that Absol KO. They go for it, and they take it. Metallic in a little trouble right now as Ignorance is pushing forward, looking for a KO, but it's Jupiter that goes down.
Yeah, nice little Phantom Force through the trick there to pull them back through. Metallic getting out of there before they can get engaged on themselves. And a nice counter shot. This Inteleon from long range is looking very solid.
Ooh, look at the play there, moving back through the Phantom Force. Metallic peeling back after being able to move in and hit with the smackdown. This is now being ripped apart by Ignorance, looking for this Regieleki. Snipe shot hits the Wiggly. There's the Absolute Unite move, and they take Regieleki off the board.
Just a phenomenal secure tool, too, is that Absol Unite move. Able to take it in the midst of all the chaos here. Regieleki getting worked on. I did just see Metallic pop their Unite move, but Soup Chef is still standing, not Umbreon, the clear target that they're looking for there. Telekinesis Azimable trying to set up Jupiter for a knockout, but Soup Chef stepping back in. Now they're moving as 4 as Nemesis towards the goal zone of Ignorance, as the rest of Ignorance is really faded back.
Yeah, Ignorance fading back right here, and look at this play from Nem. They're going to be able to score in this top path. A very weak cap right here. They probably should have let the 30 go in with Hoopa, but no, they're deciding to continue this push. Hoopa's going to score into the tier 2 right now, and they're not able to make it happen as multiple members of Ignorance move up to stop it.
Yeah, I think that was really to try and throw the Smoke and Mirror show down so Relics could try and score in the T1 bot, but Neon susses that out and is able to cut off that scoring opportunity.
Yeah, Rex here, level 11 on that Talonflame, which is going to be pretty incredible as soon as they can land one of these big Brave Birds. But they have to find the right moment. With 4 members of Ignorance down here, this is going to be tough. And you land in against this Wiggly, against this Umbreon, this Talon will not make it out.
I don't know. Scribblenauts and Soup Chef looking to be setting up some sort of engagement here. Rollout just misses the Inteleon. That would have been huge. Umbreon Unite is out on pad. Flame Sweep is there. Poaches a target, and now they're fighting in the backline. But they find the Inteleon. Bora Reach goes down. Metallic steps up, and here comes Rex to give the support. But is it going to be enough? The Zacian is starting to carve him up with that Tooth Sword, and they are going for it more. Rings Unbound. They're looking for fists, but there are 5 players on you, son, and that's just not enough. Azimable lays down the Surf. That big portal's still there. Inteleon Unite is out, and they're fighting from the shadows here as they're trying to lay down everybody with these golden gun shots, and they find one. Neon is trying to score on the backside, but it's Bora Reach coming alive. James Pond indeed as the pressure continues back the other way.
And here we go. The snipe shots just barely miss right there. It wasn't a golden gun in that last shot. It was maybe a clob or something like that. Reggie Rock getting ripped apart right here. And it looks like maybe they were screen checking or something. That's how they missed that final shot there, Dupe Snacks.
Yeah, you can't be screen checking here. You got to put the cardboard up between everybody's half of the screen to make sure there's no cheating out here.
Yeah, we all remember how upset we could get playing GoldenEye when some people were clearly screen checking and knew where you were coming from. Big snipe shots right here. Regieleki just getting pulled apart in the top path. Ignorance absolutely on fire in these past couple engagements. Metallic in so much trouble right here, and they use the Absolute Unite right away to take that KO. Relics jumping in, but this is the second time we've seen it. I'm glad we saw it again because I wanted to call it out. Talonflame lands, instant Wigglytuff Unite, making sure they can't be pulled away by a Flame Sweep. Beautiful stuff from Ignorance.
Very well done, and before that exchange, they were down by almost 200 points, and they used those 2 big team fight wins that they had to bring this scoreboard back to parity. Ignorance is looking much better this game. Protein Shake, level 14, baby!
Yeah, this is just an incredible couple of fights here for Ignorance. They're so back in this engagement, and you actually see the tech behind this Wiggly pick in in those last 2 fights from the Talonflame. It lands in with the Brave Bird, instant Wigglytuff Unite move, canceling out the ability for Flame Sweep to abduct anyone on the side of Ignorance. Really great plays, and with the Umbreon on their side as well, of course, they don't have to worry about anyone stealing those shields away. Really great stuff.
Yeah, very well done. Also, Ignorance down, 56 points, but they also have that tier 1 to score in. That's an easy goal zone under the 2-minute mark to get some points in here. And Nemesis has to turtle up around it and be mindful of that. Nemesis kind of posturing for this basement Reggie, and it doesn't look like Ignorance cares. Soup Chef getting a little bit of deep waters here. Rollout engagement. We might start this thing early.
Yeah, it could start a little earlier than Ray. We've got 10 seconds left, but this is an opportunity to fight. At this point, those KO timers would be massive, so any team could decide to take this right here. Talonflame, level 13, which means it has Brave Bird Plus. If it lands on multiple members of Ignorance, the damage reduction is pretty considerable. They're using Brave Bird in tandem with that Phantom Force from Hoopa, so they're able to dive in, see if they can find anyone, and peel out if the situation is not good. We now have a member of Ignorance, I believe it's Neon on the Sylveon, heading up to the top path here, but here comes Talon. Once again, the Flame Sweep finds nothing.
Yeah, now Metallic has to engage, going straight after Soup Chef here, followed up with Rex, and they're putting the pressure on. They're going to leverage Metallic here. They're going to use them to put the pressure on. Coming back through, Surf back the other way. We just need Bora Reach to step in and start laying in these pot shots. Nice little rollout to put them in the blender. The pressure continues. Put up Snipe Shot again with Relics, gets the knockout. And now it's Nemesis rolling through. They're trying to find a new target. Snipe Shot hits Goopiter, and now Rex is working with Metallic again to put the pressure in the back line.
Here we go, Soup Chef looking to make something happen right here. Really just looking to stall right now so they can get their team back online. We have Absol ready. Level 14. At any moment, this Unite move could really pop off. And it looks like Ignorance is possibly starting this right here. We do have them moving in. Here comes the Absol looking for this dupe snacks.
James Pond unites out. Protein shaking to the back line. Rayquaza is getting low. We're going straight forward. Rayquaza is on the edge. Who's going to secure? I'm taking a look. I think it's Nem. I think Nem just took this thing out as Ignorance is getting beat down. Metallic says, James Pond, sit on the bench. We're going slappers only for the close of this one. Nemesis, easy. Hundo Burgers, easy. W, easy. T-O, 2-0, and easily moving on in this bracket.
I pray that on their comms, they're like, James Pond means nothing. We're going slappers only, boys, as they take that fight right there. I gotta say, that must be a heartbreaker for Ignorance. It feels like they had a good setup. They did not get to use their Absolute Unite in that final engagement at all. That is so rough for Ignorance. A level 14 Absol essentially not used in the final fight. Tough for Ignorance.
Yeah, and you saw where they went for the win. When I say the win, I meant the Ray. Goopiter jumps into the middle. They start ripping right through it. It was disjointed from both teams, to be honest. It was just chaos. But when you look at what's going on, and the fact that Brotein had engaged on Bora Reach, the Inteleon on the backside, which gave free reign for Relics to step in and fight and use its Brave Bird on top of the Rayquaza, which is just a phenomenal secure tool, it makes it pretty difficult in that instance. And you got to think Brotein Shake is looking down and like, man, I really should have used that Unite somewhere.
Yeah, it's tough, right? I mean, you saw exactly what they were going for in that fight. I think it was pretty impressive. They decided, look, I don't know if we can move in and win this the normal way, but one thing we do have is this level 14 Absol with a Unite move. We can start ripping through Rayquaza, but at the same time, you saw Nemesis. They recognized this play. They knew exactly what they needed to do. Shut down Absol before they even got to use it.
It was just another great Nemesis team fight there. With the catches as well, right? They were making it difficult for Ignorance to really use that cohesive team attack that they had successfully used previously in this game. Keeping them disjointed, using Rex and Relics to bush check, right? The Phantom forcing out after the Brave Bird. And then immediately, Rex knew that their priority target after that was Metallic, keeping Metallic going in and out of these engagements. And they were able to pick off, Screwball not there. And now all of a sudden putting the brakes on Ignorance. And it really led to what was maybe a suboptimal call on going for Ray.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. I mean, I think they had a good plan. They had a good call. It was just shut down by Nemesis. We're taking a look at some of the big moments here in this matchup between these two squads. Great fight here from Nemesis, but Ignorance really does turn this match around at about the halfway point here, picking up huge KOs. This is when Absol decides to really start, eating the other side of the map, getting big and fed and strong. Huge fight for them right here as they continue this push. push. We have Bora having to run away from this engagement right there. Picks up the KO on Soup. Neon in a little bit of trouble. Now Ignorance does peel back from this fight. There's the Unite move just to take the KO on Metallic right away.
Yeah, and then you saw the cleanse through the flame sweep to allow tons of points to go in. Everybody get out safely. But this is what I'm talking about at the end here, right? Rex alongside Metallic. Nice surf coverage here. Yes, the rollout tried to put players in the blender, but everybody was able to avoid it. Now we have the Metallic engage with Relics, and we're lining up this at the very end here. We'll see how it shakes out.
I mean, we just saw it there in the slow-mo. Bora, absolutely. We talked about the golden gun earlier. How perfect was that? Snipe shot into the auto after the knock-up there on the Absol. You know Ignorance was looking to make that play, and they just put so much damage down onto it. Really, really great stuff from them. Again, they're probably the team to watch here in April, and you can see why, Doob Snacks.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Nemesis has got to be feeling good. A convincing 2-0 win in the face of Ignorance, who's playing pretty darn good themselves and doing it with unconventional picks, right? Sometimes it's harder to adjust to those types of things, especially when a team is doing unconventional picks and playing incredibly strong. So Nemesis off to a great start. Now, if I'm in the losers bracket, I'm pretty concerned about what Ignorance is bringing to the table because they were going toe-to-toe with Nemesis, especially in that second game, and they don't have to clean up too much to be a powerhouse squad here for the rest of the day.
Yeah, no question. We could definitely see them again as this tournament moves on. We are going to take a short break. We will be right back with more of the April finals here in North America. Don't go anywhere or we will be fired.
But already are.
Hey everyone, it's Zoinks. We're here at the Asia Champions League Finals. We're going to be asking random people here in the venue some trivia questions. Perfect. Do you mind asking some trivia questions?
Oh my God, for you, anything, Zoinks.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And just your name for the camera?
Spraggles. No, I'll be Zoinks today.
Okay, great. Zoinks, first question. What is the most popular sport in Japan?
I'm going to guess Pokemon Unite or baseball.
Okay, well, one of those is correct. Second question. What is the national bird of Japan?
It's either Ho-Oh or an Oriole.
Okay, neither of those correct. It's the green pheasant is going to be the national bird. Okay, what about Japan's national fruit?
It's either a pinnat berry or is it... It's not like leche or something. What is it?
It is the persimmon. And final question, what was the first Pokemon ever created?
Oh, it was Jigglypuff?
Fortunately, it was Rhydon. Thanks so much for playing, Zoinks. Great to meet you. Perfect, yet another one. Awesome, your name for the camera.
Doobsnacks.
Okay, Doomsnack's going to be answering some trivia questions. First question is going to be, what is the lightest Pokemon? There are 5 options, each weighing 0.2 pounds.
I'm going to say Jigglypuff.
Okay, I guess a Jigglypuff. Unfortunately, not correct. Ghastly, Haunter, Flabebe, Cosmog, and Kartana all weighing in at 0.2 pounds. All right, next questions. How many islands does Japan consist of?
94.
Ooh, unfortunately a little low. 6,852. Okay. Final question. What is the national bird of Japan?
I have no idea. Is it a crane?
It's not. It is the green pheasant, and we got to know, where does that rank on the tier list?
Green pheasant? 4. Because we're in Japan.
4 out of 10 because we're in Japan. Thank you so much, Doomsnacks. There he is. Okay, we got another person. Your name for the camera.
Hi, I'm Evan.
Okay, perfect, Evan. We got a few awesome trivia questions for you. First question, what is the best-selling Pokemon game, specifically in the Japanese market?
Pokemon Red?
Ooh, Pokemon Red in second place. Pokemon Red and Green, Scarlet and Violet, as of 2016, going over top of it. Speaking of 2016, according to a 2016 poll, what was voted specifically Japan's favorite Pokemon?
Ash Greninja.
Ooh, I mean, I think I'll give it to you. It is Greninja, so I suppose we have to take it.
Actually, Ash Greninja, but
We have a trivia correction here live. That's huge. Okay, Tokyo was not always called Tokyo. What did it used to be called?
pre-Tokyo.
I like that guess a lot. It is apparently Edo. All right, well, I think that's the end of our questions. Thank you so much, Wonder Chef. Thanks for playing.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are, the April Cup in North America, and we have a really exciting matchup coming up for you right now. We have UNITE Coaching and Team YT, and I really wanted to see these two teams face off, so I'm very excited that we get to do it for you right now. Spraggles, your content cowboy, all that here with you with the one and only Doob Snacks. Hey buddy, how you doing?
Doing great. Loved that last match we just got to watch. It was a very exciting one, unique picks and all that. But UNITE Coaching and Team YT is going to be a heck of a time as well. Team YT, a team that you are quite fond of, quite familiar with. You talked about at the beginning of the show. So let's run through Team YT as we pull up UNITE Coaching's roster as well, because I'd love to talk about all those players that we know so much about.
Yeah, there's so many good members on these squads. I think UNITE Coaching is really interesting because they are sort of a mashup of players who have done very well in this game.
Correct.
Some top stars that you've seen before. And then Team YT has had a relatively consistent, while being somewhat inconsistent roster for a while. Akilo, Fui, and Sam, sort of the core of YT that have been there for quite some time. And then as we take a look over to the side of UNITE Coaching, we talked about this earlier. They've got Vin, JL, Lutano, Uguay, so many big players on the side of UNITE Coaching as well. So this matchup is just really cool. It's cool to see UNITE Coaching. It's exciting to see Lutano sort of out of retirement, sort of, to see what he can do in this season. So I'm just excited to see this matchup, and UNITE Coaching is a really cool team. So I kind of root for both of these squads right now.
It's tough to, like, obviously a team's gonna lose, but as spectators, it's tough to feel like you lose because both of these teams are pretty fun to watch. Machisler playing again, of course, a phenomenal player to watch, gonna be playing on UNITE Coaching. And you look over at Team YT, always fighting to fill out that fourth, maybe sometimes fifth spot. Never surprised to see like Pika Diff stepping in for a tournament, right? Like the perennial sixth man off the bench for YT, always looking to get some action in there. So it's going to be a solid matchup. Now, UNITE Coaching did get 2-0'd by Revelation to get set down here, so we need to find out how they bounce back because YT's on a win streak.
Yeah, that's right. YT coming off a 2-0 victory. And you always wonder how this is going to affect these squads, right? You know, you have UNITE Coaching. I don't know where their headspace is after going 2-0 against Revelation. We don't know exactly how close the games were. If it feels like, all right, we could tweak this, tweak that. Or if it feels like, boy, we just got absolutely dominated right here. And now they kind of are moving into the losers bracket on sort of a downswing, right? Team YT, hot off 2 wins in a row, probably feeling pretty good right now. And that momentum you see carry a lot of teams through. Teams constantly move through a loser's bracket up to a grand finals, even facing off against a team that sent them down, and they can somehow win. And I do think that momentum has a lot to do with that. If you were watching the EU broadcast earlier, we saw Nouns Esports in classic Nouns Esports fashion move down to the loser's bracket all the way up to the grand finals and then sweep in a bracket reset. So there is something about that momentum, the play time, just like kind of clicking with your squad, and YT has that advantage right now in this matchup.
They do. Mindset is obviously incredibly important, but that can swing the other way as well. When you look at UNITE Coaching, if they're not putting in any expectations on themselves, and you know, Lutano's back just to have a fun weekend. It's just a group of guys that just got together to just try to run it down one more time. Maybe they are feeling no pressure, which makes it pretty easy to shake off some of those losses, you know. As we jump into draft here between these two teams, we'll see where the priority goes, and it looks like Fui was queuing up Zero Aura, jumping over to the newest edition of Alolan Raichu, but Blissey seems to be the choice.
Yeah, it looks like Blissey is going to get banned first, and we've got our team names swapped on screen there. Our purple team is Team YT, and our orange team is UNITE Coaching, as 2 supports banned out from the side of Team YT. It's going to be the Blissey and the Comfey. Over to the side of UNITE Coaching, we have the Suicune, and the final pick here may be the Zero Aura. It is.
Yeah, tons of great speedsters available. Hoopa still in the mix here. Great picks for both of these teams, and I think we're going to be seeing some good selections to start off. And unsurprised I am to see the Absol.
Yeah, Absol is just such a force, right? In this speedster meta, you have a few big choices. Absol is one of them. UNITE Coaching now could snap up one of the other speedsters. They could possibly grab the Talonflame, the Leafeon, the Meowscarada, but instead, they decide to lock in a, support defender all-star there in the Umbreon and the Zacian.
That gives the duck up back the other way, and So Sad Sam is a ranged artist and grabbing the Inteleon, which we just watched have a phenomenal game. However, JL on the Hoopa, a tale as old as time in and of itself, in tandem with the potentially brave birding Talonflame, and you can see why these bans feel less and less impactful because there's so many great Pokemon to pick from now in this game.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of what you're doing with some of these bans, Dupe Snacks, is you're targeting away specific things you don't want to deal with from the side of a team, right? So they recognize they're going to get a power pick, but maybe they don't get a certain power pick or a certain strategy that they just simply do not want to see. As we have our final pick being hovered, and it looks like it is going to be the Espeon on the side of UNITE Coaching. Fui bringing out the Machamp right here. He's actually known to play Machamp, so it is pretty interesting to see Machamp out in this game. I'm wondering if we will see the submission Machamp able to move through, any of those stuns or knockups or anything with submission, making it unstoppable for a moment, setting up huge plays. I mean, if you can grab someone with Machamp, it is very clear where they're going to land, and that sets up perfect snipe shots for Sam.
I am so excited for this match. I mean, a Gutter Snorlax pick, a phenomenal tank. We've seen it, over the last couple months really be a presence and a force. Both movesets feel decent. And Lutano going back, to this Espeon, a pick that has kind of been in a revolving door here in the game lately.
Yeah, it does feel like Espeon just moves in and out of priority for some of these squads right here. We are in our losers quarterfinals. These matches are a best of 3. Team YT and UNITE Coaching going at it. Of course, the team that wins moves on to the losers semi-final. The team that loses will be heading home here. This game is extremely important. This month is extremely important. Without OJ and Luminosity, mom and dad home, the kids will play, and we are going to see which one becomes the most powerful kid.
Yeah, well, sitting back on the winner's final is Nemesis, there to try to look over these children as Team YT and UNITE Coaching are working on their losers run.
That's right. We do have the babysitters still. We have Nemesis here. They are ready to go. As we take a look here in this central area, we have the Talonflame, Vin on the Talonflame, Fui in this top path right now, just being ripped apart by Zacian. So close to picking up a KO, but barely pushed away by that Psyduck.
Psyduck's so good, dude. It is such a strong Pokemon. It is unbelievable. Wild. Here comes Vin, not really afraid of just revealing themselves, of being in the mix here. Quick rotation, not even level 5, hasn't hit Fletchender yet.
Yeah, and here we go. We see Talonflame pulling back here. They did make that early rotation, and they gave some of the experience over here to the side of UNITE Coaching. Now we have Lutano with that blue buff, already level 4.5.
Not quite evolved is the Umbreon, but they're on the doorstep here. But the way they stepped back, Regret's able to step into the tall grass. I don't think UNITE Coaching knows that this Absol has showed up. So they're trying to take a look at the map. They're trying to see where they are, but if they overextend, this could be a knockout. There's the opportunity. They're going straight after Joey there, Oogway, who's pulled Bully back to the berry, and we've got a Portal Hoopa JL not playing with the new tricks.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, Portal Hoopa is incredible right here, but I think when you see Talonflame, you would expect something like this. They are in a lot of trouble right now. They're pushing forward. Oogway looking for the KO. They are able to take it. Sam picks up one as they move forward right here. That is almost an Inteleon online. Highest level in the match, matched with the Zacian and Absol.
Machisler putting some pressure on Absol here as Regrets just trying to see what they can do to contend. I mean, Machisel is level 7, walking straight towards a Kilo as they're hiding in the bush. Surf back through. They're going over the wall here. Now it's a 3v1, and Machisler ejects over the wall, jumps over another little hop. It's like a hopscotch jumping away, and now they're going to portal back home and make it out.
Man, I love watching some of these top players because you recognize Regrets was noticing that Zasha was in the bush, and they knew that the second they would run in there, a Sacred Sword would hit them. So they're waiting to hopefully see if Machisel would throw that Sacred Sword. Of course, Machisel knows that exact same thing, waiting to see if Regrets would decide to jump in and make something happen right there. It feels like if you don't know what's going on, you think, why is the Absol not doing something? But these two players are playing 4D chess in this little engagement.
Yeah, and then on top of that, just the mechanical skill and the team cover to get that Zacian out of trouble was fun to watch as well. Rotating down through the hyperspace highway are two players from UNITE Coaching. They got a 4v4 here. Psyduck comes through, goes to the reposition on Oogway. Going straight back in is the Machisler. Sacred Sword is down. Can't quite deal enough damage to get a KO. A Kilo is low, but it's Machisler that bites the dust first. Going straight into the backline is the attempt by Joey here. Oogway, they get a KO because Lutano's there to pick up the scraps. The Machoke goes down into the backline. The Talonflame's putting pressure on. So sad Sam is low, and they finally go down, and UNITE Coaching is on fire after an amazing Flame Bird performance by Vin.
Yeah, really great stuff there. Lutano picking up the triple KO. Vin Diesel crashing down, looking to score right here. 139-68. Easy reg ice for the side of UNITE Coaching. And now they're up in a big way in this match. They are up score-wise. They're up level-wise. They got the most recent objective. We don't have them a champ on board yet, so we don't have a UNITE move there. And here comes UNITE Coaching using that portal, crashing in with the Brave Bird, picking up a double. And now this could be their Reggie Alecki for free.
All the credit to Joey on that, getting straight into the back line. Big reposition with the foul play, sets up that KO streak of 3 for Vin, and now Ian Wisp heavy slam in, but the Reggie Alecki hits, and this is the opportunity for a big over dunk here as long as UNITE Coaching does their math. Lutano looking for a way in here. They're the ones carrying 31, and they want to get that big 27 over.
Yeah, and what they can do right here is just wait, try to get some of this experience. They're leaving this goal zone at 1. Lutano can score at the last possible second right here. They also don't even need to break this and give experience over to the other side. And they do. They completely leave the goal zone up for now. Now we have Machisel moving in, trying to make something happen here. Fui looking for a KO with the UNITE move, and he picks one up.
Now going back through the other side, though, JL goes rings unbound. They go over the wall, but they're going to get dispatched of quickly here as nobody from UNITE Coaching really showed up for this fight. Joey trying to hold it down in the face of 3. There's a good Brave Bird engage by Vin Diesel, and they do find a key Absol target and him a champ to boot. Another Brave Bird goes in. They try to engage on Ian, who is low. We've got the foul play trying to reposition, but can't quite get through that big block from the Snorlax.
Yeah, that Snorlax block can really set up some amazing plays for your team, but it also can, of course, position your opponents in a really unfortunate way where they don't get to pick up a huge KO. Talon level 12 right now, but they are knocking on the doorstep of 13, if I was looking at them correctly. And yes, they do. They are now 13, which gives them Brave Bird Plus. And the damage reduction you get when you hit targets with that is so considerable that it can have Talon survive multiple UNITE moves sometimes. So Team YT in trouble right now. They are very much behind.
Oogway does go down after the pursuit there from Regrets, as now right into the middle. Easy secure somehow. I say easy secure. Machisel steps in and secures in the face of Team YT, but as a KO streak of 2 at least back the other way to try and hemorrhage off some of that experience back into their hands.
Yeah, it really felt like YT had that, right? And then Machisel just moves in, able to take it away from them. This is a level almost 14 Talonflame at 4 minutes, which means we could be seeing a level 15 here for Rayquaza. Again, as I mentioned earlier on broadcast, if you've been here, highest attack stat in the entire game at level 15. This thing is just going to be an absolute monster at Ray if it hits a Brave Bird.
Rings Unbound pulls Vin Diesel back through. Brave Bird to the back line looking for the Inteleon. Meanwhile, we are fighting into the front line as well. 2 down instantly, and it's the Machamp and the Absol as well. Vin Diesel does their job, takes care of the back line Inteleon. Akilo's getting beat up by the legendary dog with a sword in its mouth, and Ian Wisp is the next one on the chopping block. The rest of UNITE Coaching is just running towards to take these birds here out from under YT and starve them of even more experience.
Yeah, amazing stuff from UNITE Coaching, and they're just dominating some of these fights. Reggie Alecki walks in top. The Talonflame crashes through to score a huge amount of points here. 68-87 right now. Talon heading home a minute before Rayquaza, and it's 14 and a half.
You know, I'm thinking of UNITE Coaching not playing, you know, the Trick Phantom Force Hoopa. And sometimes with a new team that maybe hasn't had an opportunity to play too much, it's easier to coordinate the portals than it necessarily is that other more stylistically fun engagement tool with the Trick Phantom Force. So maybe that's what they're thinking of there. Plus, JL's played it forever, and they're a great Hoopa player. Just some food for thought as we go into the final 2 minutes here.
No, I think you're exactly right. And we do see the level 15 on that Talonflame now. I think you're exactly right, because if you don't have that flow with this new sort of combo, you might not be able to make it work as well. But if you've been playing this game for a while, you've played with Portal Hoopa a million times.
Correct. Secured Regirock here by Team YT. Is this going to be our fight? We're at 2 minutes. Machisel is in a lot of trouble. Use their Unite move. Coverage by Oogway is there, but they're low on HP. They're gone. All of a sudden, they have no front line anymore. And into the back line is Lutano. They're gone. And now Team YT, who is on the brink, is finding their way back into this game. Ian Wisp tries to go for the heavy slam to cut off JL, who Phantom forces back through. And it's Vin Diesel into the back line. The portal is down. Can they catch it? The block? No, can't prevent the reset.
Wow, there was a block and a psychic trying to prevent that. Absol doesn't get to make it out. The Absol goes down. Here comes the Unite move from Talon. Looking to pick up a
blocked out of the
KO.
portal. They're blocked out of the portal. The Bravebird tries to get back through, re-engage. They get the knockout at the very least. Vin Diesel stands, and now it's JL and the rest of the team working through Wayquaza, and UNITE Coaching absolutely flipped this thing back the other way and said we were in charge and we're taking it back yet again.
Beautiful stuff there from UNITE Coaching. That Talonflame, again, the level lead that this thing had, the amount of damage that Talon puts in there is just something that YT could not deal with in this fight. They almost caught it. They had a Psychic and a block trying to pull Talonflame out of this Hoopa portal, but they weren't able to make it happen, Doob Snacks. And because of that, UNITE Coaching could reset their Talonflame, and essentially after that, it was all over for YT.
What a game by UNITE Coaching. It really felt like they were in control the entire time. Some pops of brilliance here from So Sad Sam with the snipe shots to get some decent coverage. But man, I did not see a lot of value out of that Machamp. I did not see a lot of value out of the Absol that we're used to seeing, out of the Psyduck that we're used to seeing. You know, out of the first couple minutes of the game, it really seemed like all of those amazing Pokemon were just falling a bit shy of expectations.
Yeah, it really didn't feel like, unfortunately for Fui, he was able to get much done with Machamp right there. There were some big moments from a lot of members of YT, and we did have a really nice Unite move from Fui on the Machamp. Outside of that, though, it felt like UNITE Coaching, as you mentioned before, really did have a lot of control over that game number one. Really great stuff.
Great stuff, well done. Things that I did like what YT was doing, I actually really enjoyed their draft. I don't think it was too far off the mark to contend with what UNITE Coaching was bringing to the table as well. Bit of an execution differential there, but that's easily bridged by this team. You look at the quality of players that are on it, and this bounce back is not a violent one. They can do it fairly easily, I believe.
I wonder if, you know, a Pokemon that Fui is also really known for, something like Buzzwole, I wonder if Buzzwole would have been a stronger choice just so they could have more options to displace Talonflame once it crashed in. One of the tough things about Talonflame running Brave Bird is once it lands, if it doesn't have something like the Phantom Force Retreat, it's stuck there, right? It's got to fight. It could either fight or flame sweep out, maybe eject button, aerial ace to move one direction through an enemy and then retreat. But if you are able to pick it up and, you know, slam it down, you could set up some big plays. I also was wondering if we were going to be seeing submission from Machamp. We did not. We saw kind of the dynamic punch close combat version of Machamp. Definitely a comfort pick for Fui. And it wasn't absent from this game and had its moments, but it didn't feel like it was as impactful as maybe some other choices.
You know, silently, I would say very quietly, is Lutano's 73k damage that they were able to bring to the table here. And I believe this is maybe where they got most of that damage, because they ended up rocking in a KO streak of 3 here as the Vin Diesel backdoor Talonflame to put in a bunch of damage and really let Lutano clean up.
Yeah, one thing to notice with a Pokemon like Espeon, when you're running stored power Espeon, you are constantly outputting sure hit damage on your opponent. So it does feel like at times this thing kind of silently creeps up there with the most damage in the match, right? It's just so incredibly consistent. There was that Machamp Unite move that went really well for the side of Team YT. I think that was the last one we saw with a big sort of pop from the side of YT, Machamp-wise.
Yeah, decent Espeon Unite there, which gave some cover for Machizzle to get on top of that basement Reg. We were like, man, how did they maneuver their way into there and actually secured it fairly well. Now, we're fighting at this 3 minute and 30 second mark, but believe it or not, this was kind of the precursor to our Ray fight.
Yeah, and here we have Talon just barely making it out. Happened multiple times. When you have such a huge level lead, that can happen there. We have Zacian. It ends up just getting kind of ripped apart, having to run away from this engagement. Lutano also goes down. The fight started looking really good for YT, but that Absol just got caught in such a big way. Here comes the Flame Sweep, massive amounts of damage. Fui down. We then have So Sad Sam going down, and that's all she wrote.
Yeah, when actually there was a prior reset, portal reset that Vin Diesel was able to take before they came back through and to the exchange we just saw. If Vin Diesel goes down and gets knocked out there, I think the game is completely different.
And here we go. We're heading right into the draft here of game number 2. We're going to see how YT decides to react to this. Same kind of bands here. Blissey, Comfey, Suicune on the other side, and Zeraora. I mean, UNITE Coaching doesn't really want to change anything about their draft, obviously. They had a great game 1 as we head over to YT for their first pick.
Let's see how YT wants to react here. I mean, they have a bunch of great options. Right back into the Absol tank is Regrets. And UNITE Coaching, are they going to switch anything up? I mean, they can grab the Underground again, Zacian again. We might see this thing play out tit for tat just like we did in game 1.
Yeah, that would be tough for YT, right? Because it feels like they definitely had things that were not working out for them. However, we now have Fui grabbing the Talonflame away from the side of UNITE Coaching. I love this pick here. They still get the Psyduck, and they have 2 of the best speedsters in the game, as we're now looking to see how UNITE Coaching decides to respond.
Not having the Talonflame is a question mark that obviously UNITE Coaching needs to attend to, but there aren't without speedster options, and lo and behold, Vin Diesel grabs a Pokemon like Leafeon that they have tons of experience on.
And here we go, final picks over to YT. We've got the Mewtwo Y being locked in, as well as the Snorlax. Yeah, Lutano, I could see them still playing this Espeon. It was great, and into a Talonflame and Absol, those sure hits are bound to land. They do decide to pick it up. Now the question is, how is Vin going to perform on Leafeon compared to the Talonflame that we saw in game 1 that was absolutely dominant? It does feel like Talon has a little more impact, especially as the match moves on to the later parts of the match. Of course, Leafeon has that early pressure that no Pokemon can compete with.
I'm a bit concerned, Spraggles. I look at Lutano on this Espeon again, and I'm taking a look at Regrets and Fui. And, you know, if either of those Pokemon engage, they need to knock Lutano out first. Believe it or not, that's the priority order for me. Because one Psychic Solaire, one Espeon Unite can catch both of those Pokemon, and that is enough time for Machisler and Vin Diesel to get some knockouts on those squishy targets.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how this is going to look here in game number 2. I like YT's draft a lot more than I liked it in game 1. I think Machamp just didn't have it in game number 1 right there, and you took away one of the strongest components of UNITE Coaching setup last game. This feels like a very good pivot for YT, and UNITE Coaching might be in some trouble as we head to game 2. However, their game 1 was so solid. They played so well that it does feel like even if they don't maybe get their best picks, they were in control of the first game. They could be in control in the second game as well.
Yeah, you know, again, when you're going into the backline on Espeon, you know, you think of that Unite move. That's what I think. That can shut them down. But also, you're taking priority off Vin Diesel on that Leafeon, which makes it difficult to really prevent the counter punch that a Leafeon can provide here.
And here we go. We are heading into game number 2. Team YT, your purple team, down 1 game to your orange team. UNITE Coaching. If UNITE Coaching wins 1 more, they are going to continue on to our losers semi-final. If YT wins this, we're heading to a game number 3. And YT needs it right now, Doob Snacks, because if they don't win, they're heading home in the losers bracket.
We almost saw Fui get knocked out by the Machisler there in the top path. Hiding out is Vin Diesel, looking for a prime target here. They're going to peel back and just take the contestable wild Pokemon. Actually, Machisel takes it for themselves here, as Team YT a bit bullied in this top path.
Yeah, I mean, that's the power of that early Leafeon, right? They're able to make it to the path very, very fast and do some real damage to their opponents. Oof. We see Lutano right here played that so well, turned around at the last second to make sure that the pursuit did not reset. Great stuff from Lutano. Now we have multiple members of UNITE Coaching ready to fight in the bottom path.
Yeah, here comes Vin Diesel. Tons of damage put down. Ian Wisp ejects out. Portal is down, but that is not in time. Down goes the Leafeon, and that gives enough momentum for Regrets to get a bunch of KOs. JL trying to make it back, grabs a berry using the magic trick that they are able to pull, and now we have a Mega Mewtwo Y. Again, they had to cut off who else but the Hoopa. JL getting a KO streak of 2.
Look at this right here. Lutano just chasing this down. Again, sort of that silent factor throughout that fight. The stored power kept hitting for the side of UNITE Coaching, and that put Regrets in a position to be KO'd right here. Machisel getting a little greedy, going down for it.
Yeah, on the other side, again, just trying to grab experience off the side of the map, saying what I give back can hopefully be less than what I take. Level 7 Zacian is certainly nothing to scoff at here, and are now just as big as Regrets, who just came off of 2 quality KOs in the bottom path.
Vin Diesel right now, level 7. They are almost ready to go with their Unite move in the top path. And we could see Talon absolutely starved so far in this match. Only level 5.
Yeah, that's going to be a difficulty here. They're going to try and get Machisler, but Vin Diesel's there for the cover. Easily knocks out Regrets. Aquila is low. Surf pops back a couple through to get spacing, but the pursuit continues. Vin Diesel looking for some support out of JL and Machisler. Looks like they're going to get it as they put them down. Here comes Mewtwo, though. Going to get a KO in support with the Fletchender still. And Hoopa going to get it back the other way. Lutano coming alive, finally dealing with the Mewtwo. And somehow, after all that, UNITE Coaching still has multiple players ready to score in the T1.
Yeah, UNITE Coaching once again in control of this match. It feels like the early Leafeon has been a big deal for them, almost level 9 on their Zacian. But I do have to give it up once again to Lutano on this Espeon, who has just set up so many big moments for the squad. It's a very powerful attacker that you don't see a ton of in the meta, but every time you do, you remember that it's a very solid choice.
Yeah, I think we have a fly talent as well. Yep, they take to the skies, they crash land on Oogway, but in the backline is Vin Diesel finding Regrets again. That is a 1v1 bully action here. I think we saw the Emerald 2-step. The Razor leaves her down. Ian Wisp trying to cover Lutano here, but the stored powers find their way to a Kilo. They're getting another knockout, and UNITE Coaching is making it look real easy in the first 4 minutes of this one.
Here we go. Reggie Seal just getting ripped apart here by UNITE Coaching. They take that while Reggie Alecki also taken in the top path. Zacian just able to hang out there for free. Multiple members of YT not able to do enough into the side of UNITE Coaching. Talon lands, does not pick up a KO right away. The absolute Unite move doesn't make something happen. Mewtwo having to back towards this goal zone. That's a double for Vin Diesel.
They finally go down. Joey steps up. The portal was just a bit too late, and they couldn't catch the reset. So at least a quality knockout for YT to try to chill things out a little bit. Phantom Force through to knock around the birds. JL going to try to take their own portal. No, they can't. Lutano can't make it through either. They're gone. And finally, the counter score is happening, Team YT. But here comes the Machisler.
Yeah, Machisler coming on in right there, eating a ton of damage, however, from the side of Team YT, and having to peel back. No one from YT goes down, but that is a level 11 Zacian right here, level 11 Leafeon. On the other side, they do have the Absol, but Talonflame is way far behind, just taking this opportunity to get as much experience as they possibly can. We've seen a lot of Brave Birds today here, Dupe Snacks. This is the first Fly Flame Charge that we've seen. However, I have to say, into the side of UNITE Coaching, Fly is really powerful. It gets you away from being able to be targeted by the Espeon's sure hits, and at the same time, you can avoid some really powerful Unite moves and damage from UNITE Coaching. So we'll see if Wee's able to make something happen with it here in Game 2.
Nice pull by the side duck on Machisler. They are able to dodge out and just dart through with their eject button. Finally, Vin Diesel goes down. Flame Sweep doesn't hit the broadside of a barn, doesn't hit a wall, doesn't hit anything. As they hit a fly and are able to knock out Lutano. Oogway is sitting on the middle. They're trying to prevent this push. A Kilo is low, a Kilo is down. And now the pressure's on this Mega Mewtwo Y as the heavy slam by Ian Wisp gives good coverage. And they're going straight into the power nap. The rings are unbound, the fists are flying, the stuns are there, and they are able to pick up a knockout. And JL wants this knockout on Mewtwo desperately, and they get it with the hyperspace hold.
This is the second time that JL has been chasing and picking up KOs with a hyperspace hole. You absolutely love to see Hoopa this aggressive here from UNITE Coaching. The bottom path here, Regrets being able to push the Hoopa away. We do have Vin Diesel at level 12 right now, possibly looking to move in and fight, but they decide to peel back and get as much experience as they can in the center of the map as they move towards the top path here, and we'll run into a side out.
Yeah, they've got the overpressurization on a Kilo who has to sit there by themselves. Regrets kinda hasn't made their way up here, and they do close out the goal zone, and they're looking for a push. Nice backdoor by Regrets on Oogway using their Unite move. They do get the knockout on Vin Diesel, and that's a great one to pick up.
Yeah, that is a massive pickup for them because this means that UNITE Coaching now cannot push where they had that opportunity before. They're going to be running down to the bottom path, looking to see if there's anything they can take away from YT. Hopefully this goal zone with a ton of points. Fui waiting to move in for this fight, looking for the Espeon, but not able to make it happen. Flame Sweep, however,
nice.
And they do pick up the KO. However, they do trade.
Yeah, I mean, that was a flame sweep into a wall, but between the bird and the wall was a Lutano pinned down and KO'd. KO streak of 2 from a Chiseler here as they're trying to buy some of that action back. They are popped up, and that is a ton of damage and a great engage by Regrets after the Mewtwo Y got it going. Oogway is low, Oogway is gone. Razor Leaf pulled back to Vin Diesel, and it looks like that's at least enough to stop YT for now.
Yeah, I mean, that was really great stuff from YT. That's the kind of combinations that I see YT throw in some of their games where I think, man, they are just so incredibly powerful when they are working together. You have the beautiful knock-up from the side strike right into the psychic pull. You basically, Machisel knew they could not get out of there. They were desperately trying to run away from YT while YT picks up the KOs. Rayquaza on the horizon. This game a lot closer than game number 1, Doomsnacks.
Yeah, absolutely. Aquilo Bush checking here. Going to see if they can suss out where anyone from UNITE Coaching is. We've got 10 seconds to array, and YT is squaring up for it. They are ready to go.
Yeah, and here we go. Rayquaza about to hit the map. That's level 14, Zacian. 13 on the Leafeon. On the other side, they got 14 on the Absol, 13 on the Talonflame. Sam just starting to chip Rayquaza right here as multiple members of UNITE Coaching are looking for YT in that tall grass.
That was a prevented
big
reset heavy slam yawn, dude. That was insane. That's huge catch. Now we have to go rings unbound. Rayquaza's under half, and they're trying to stun back forward. Two-step on top of Vin Diesel, or Vin Diesel does the two-step. Rayquaza's now low. Everybody needs to flip their attention to the middle. Big Zacian is too early, but I think they took it anyways after getting the KO. No, it's JL again, stepping in with the rings unbound Hoopa and getting it done for UNITE Coaching.
Wow, JL just with an absolute monster of a play right there. It really felt like UNITE Coaching did not have an opportunity to win this game, especially after they charged up that Zacian Unite move too early. However, they still have Hoopa on the side of UNITE Coaching. Without question, for me, the MVP of game number 2. So many big plays from JL.
Yeah, not only saving the team, but being an offensive powerhouse as well, right? Picking up multiple KO streaks of 2, closing down critical KOs on big targets on the side of YT, and then, cherry on top of the sundae here by getting a Rayquaza for the squad.
You know, it's an interesting situation for YT because they ended up using their Absolute Unite move not to look for a secure, but to look to pick up a KO on the side of UNITE Coaching. But once they didn't have some of those secure tools, UNITE Coaching has a real opportunity to take this Rayquaza. I love the patience from YT to not hit Ray in that moment because they know Zacian won't KO it, but they still had a lot of options, still had a lot of ways to get that final hit.
Now, absolutely. YT feels like they must be just looking at themselves. Man, we were so close to that one, especially after the amazing play by Ian Wisp on the heavy slam yawn to prevent Joey from resetting, catching them with 1/3 HP, and it kind of forced all of UNITE Coaching to scramble and react to that, right? They thought for sure Joey was getting out, and they'd be able to take this fight straight up. Good counter adjustment by UNITE Coaching in what was a very hectic moment.
Yeah, that really was. It was very chaotic for UNITE Coaching, but even with Team YT trying to take that fight right there, UNITE Coaching had some options. This game was much closer for YT than game number 1, but they just could not pull it together around this Rayquaza fight. We see some big numbers, 8 KOs for Vin Diesel, 11 for Regrets on the side of Team YT, but UNITE Coaching with a really beautiful Ray fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, of course, JL's 5 and 11 line out of the Hoopa. Looks like Hyperspace Hole, don't sleep on it. Still pretty solid, as it turns out. Moving your players across the map and healing them back at base. As we see how close this game was until that Rayquaza was secured.
Yeah, it really was incredibly close, right? 10 points separate these teams until Ray, so you do need to win this fight in pretty dramatic fashion. Multiple members of YT are KO'd in that final moment, and then I noticed Talonflame was not near for a secure. It must have been pushed out. I didn't get to see exactly what happened with Fui's Talonflame at Rayquaza, but that was a great fight from UNITE Coaching, and they were ready for the secure regardless of Zacian not being able to get it.
Yeah, it felt like Machisler used their Unite move a bit early, but potentially that's what caught Fui. Maybe Fui went in early, and then the call was, well, let's at least take out Fui now. How, I don't necessarily would agree with that. Maybe that's just how things shook out. But that might have been how he got Fui caught into the mix. Hopefully we get to see that here in the tail end of these highlights.
Well, yeah, and I can't remember either. I am excited to see the Rayquaza fight a bit here because I feel like I saw Fui kind of near the bottom right L bush. I could be wrong about that, but without question, it came down to who could get that last hit on Ray. It felt like it was heading to YT after that early Unite move from Zacian, but clearly JL had other plans.
Yeah, I mean, JL and Joey here just saw them pick up a KO streak of 2, and I think this is when we saw JL go on the chase, for the Mewtwo Y. Ian Wisp going for the sleep, and that's when Lutano got pinned against the wall by Fui, and we saw some signs of life by YT as we're going into this final 2 minutes. We'll see how this thing goes here.
So they're chipping at Ray right here, and Regrets and Sam kind of peel away. There's that catch you talked about, Dupe Snacks. Massive heavy slam yawn. Umbreon not able to go home. Here comes Machisel moving in. YT is hitting Ray. It's at half right now. Fui is up in the air, lands on Ray. Flame sweeps out of it.
Away.
Yeah, and now Ray is getting very, very low. Fui does not have the ability to get in the air once again. And honestly, YT is in a terrible position to get any of it. I mean, there was really no one ready to go. That was a very early fly from Fui. And after the fly flame sweep, it had no opportunity to look for one of those big, secure moments. And unfortunately, I guess maybe YT thought they couldn't win that fight, or maybe they thought, look, we're ready to go here. We could just take Ray after we sort of have them discombobulated with the Umbreon knockup. However, you need coaching, played it phenomenally, Dube Snacks. You and I are going to be put on ice here for a moment as Zoinks and Chef are going to come in and bring you all some games. Don't go anywhere because April is just heating up here in the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. We'll be right back.
We'll be
Did I
right
say that
back.
right? We'll be right back.
everyone, and welcome back to the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series for the April Cup in North America. My name is Zoinks, joined with Wonder Chef. We finally get the chance to get in on the action here today, Chef. We had some amazing games so far. We're about to have some bangers coming up. How have you been, and how have you felt about these two matches we've had on broadcast so far?
It's been really fun. I think we expected that it was going to be a fun day, and it's been delivering so far. I expect that it will continue to deliver. Without our some of our top teams here, which obviously they're going to be certainly qualifying for regional finals. These are the teams that have been right on the outskirts of making top 8 a lot of the time. Certainly all these teams have made top 8 before, and they've made as far as like up to 3rd place, I think 2nd place, kind of, for some of them. So plenty of really, really great teams, and it's just cool to be able to see them all battle into each other without having to run into LG, into Orange Juicers. It's just a kind of fun day that could preview who's going to be at Worlds.
Yeah, potentially North America having 3 slots, right? Who knows where we'll end up, but so far we have said goodbye to 3 teams in our bracket. T3 and Rush Hour being eliminated in the first round of the losers bracket, and we just saw Team YT dispatched by Unity Coaching. We're about to add another one to that list in this matchup between Ignorance and Empire, and I think Empire might be one of those teams that if they've had a top 8 performance, it hasn't been for a minute, this squad of 5 definitely going to try to, make their names a little more well-known, even though they are some fan favorite NA names if you're watching grassroots events and things like that.
Right, as we're getting into the draft and we get to see some of these first bans, I'll just mention it's players that have been playing on different teams. Sorry, I said that backwards. So we've seen a few of them on like YT, we've seen some of them on Flamin' Hot Trios. It's just a bunch of great players that are really kind of put in one last effort, and a really great first draft for them. I mean, that's the only support line I feel like you ever really need in this current meta.
Yeah, Psyduck Suicune feeling fantastic. And it looks like currently the Suicune is built in more of a damage-oriented way, so more of a mage build on the Suicune. But that obviously can change as the draft goes on. One thing I wanted to talk about a little bit, Wonder Chef, is we have this brand new stat that we're trying to utilize a little bit more, that our stats team has come up with, is what we're calling encounter rate. Encounter rate, a very fun little Pokemon reference. I think you came up with that name.
I did,
but it's essentially how often a Pokemon is seen in the draft screen, whether that's pick and or banned. There are 2 Pokemon at the top of that leaderboard by a large margin, is Zeraora and Suicune, 98% and 96% respectively. And here again, proven, Zeraora banned, Suicune first pick.
Anybody who's been watching any tournaments over the past month has seen the Zeraora dominance. It is certainly the cat meta right now. The other cat, we're seeing an okay amount. I'm actually surprised we haven't seen more Meowscarada, but Suicune, of course, kind of making its first appearance here in this tournament, and a very strong first appearance. I'm surprised that it's getting through as much as it is, but I think some of these teams have some pretty good answers for it. Metagross, another Pokemon that we're seeing. Oh, and the Gardevoir. So we got the Garchomp Gardevoir combo over on the side for Empire. That's just a lot of damage on this team.
Yeah, eventually, right? It's a ton of damage, but you're worried about that early game a little bit. But you are absolutely right. If these Pokemon get up to that final end game stats, they're both wearing these new battle items, or these new held items rather, these stacking off of knockouts or assists. If K-Suff and Lewis could put those together, that'll be huge. And then on the other side, we got some interesting stuff. You mentioned the Metagross, and we got Scribblenaught on the Mewtwo X EXP share. This is a very fun tank-style build, but essentially that means Ignorance is going with double tank, if you really want to think about it, with no healers. That is kind of the way of the metagame these days. You just want more bulk and more effective HP rather than recovery HP.
Well, if it's Brave Bird, with how Brave Bird's been feeling recently, that team is kind of quad tank, if I'm being 100% honest. They got the Metagross, they've got the defenders. So yeah, that's cool. It's one of those things you just kind of become blind to at a point where you're like, I see Mewtwo, it's Mewtwo Y. But I wasn't even looking. I wasn't even paying attention, I was like, oh, wait a minute, hold on a minute. Really cool comps, though, on both sides. I think we're expecting Ignorance to always bring fun comps, but it's interesting to see a different fun comp that we haven't seen from them yet today when they've already been playing.
Well, it's interesting, too. They've obviously had to wait a minute. We hold this match a little bit, so we got every match from this point on broadcast. So they got the chance to kind of rally back after a game loss and discover what new strategies they want to bring to the table. Protein prioritizing this Talonflame. That's no surprise, but maybe seeing Neon operate on this Glaceon instead in this game will be very, very interesting. Obviously, Evolution's having a decent early game. Mewtwo X could get that same credit. They're going to try to punish Empire's strategy to hold out to the the late game.
I mean, it's a strong early game, but still not quite as strong as an early game as the Suicune, perhaps. Just the first few levels are going to be a little bit tough. And great invasion, you love to see it. I'm just such a big fan of invading Snorlax. I feel like it has become more and more popular recently, but it is just a tough Pokemon to deal with. It can run away, it's got a little bit of extra mobility, its final hit ability, its Secure is so good. And honestly, there's just things going on all over the place. Nice little dodge there from Russ.
Yeah, we're playing really aggressive. Russ on this Phantom is going to proc that Focus Band and have a chance to run away. I say is a moment, but Focus Band can only get you so much distance as Talonflame gets that chase. Protein Shake going to earn themselves a KO into the poor Phantom, but it's going to be Empire with one Pokemon holding down this bottom goal zone in a 1v2. But Neon and Soup Chef don't really have the HP right now to contend. You got to be so careful when playing against this Suicune. It's a cursed Suicune as well, so the healing from Snorlax's passives, like the rest and everything, is going to take a little bit longer as well.
Despite all the, well, never mind. I was about to say, despite all the aggression, we haven't seen too many KOs in Path, and then immediately we get a nice double from Luis right there. So that's a Pokemon that you really want to get a lot of KOs, and then I'm not sure if the Garchomp was going to be getting any of that EXP, but you'd have to assume so, considering they're all up to that top path. So great stuff for Empire if they are trying to get to that late game scaling. And the fact that they're doing so strong with such a late game team early on for the first 2 minutes, it's a great sign for them. I mean, they do have some nice security, and it's showing a lot in the fact that they are not getting run over. So at this pace, I think Ignorance might need to be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, they really want to try to get some of these punishes. Psy Shock gonna land and take out so much of the Pokemon, but it is a huge play by Jupiter, but immediately traded out. That is Luis with 3 KOs so far to their name, which means 6 stacks at minimum of that Drive Lens. So Gardevoir, one of the strongest scaling special attack Pokemon that we have in the roster, is just getting stronger and stronger with that Drive Lens right now.
That's actually so scary. And I mean, popping off early with the Drive Lens, everything about that is scary. I haven't had a chance to see a Gardevoir, I think, really pop off like that early on with these new items. I think the new items super cool, by the way. I know we've talked about them a lot, but I feel like this is probably going to be a good game of an example of like how really powerful they can be if you're trying to snowball with a strong attacker like a Gardevoir. And already level 8, highest level in the game. Well, actually tied. I didn't realize Talonflame was quite so high level. It's just been farming.
Yeah, it's been doing well. I'm excited to see what this Gardevoir can do almost at level 9. So with this clear of the central area, they'll likely be very close to having a Unite move for one of these first fights, but it looks like Duskrunner's trying to get things started a little bit with an aggressive Surface Scribblenaught going to kind of push them off. No problem. Mewtwo-X with a lot of bulk and Talonflame there to follow up. Ignorance starting this fight off pretty solid.
Ooh, yeah, Gardevoir actually moving, I mean, getting a KO, but not going to be here for this fight, so we're going to see Russ attempt to steal. Oh, a great attempt with the Wood Hammer. Not quite fast enough to be able to get that last hit, so Ignorance pushing their way back into this after being down quite a few KOs, trying to take down this Tier 1 big Flame Sweep is actually going to connect. Russ not in any place that they're able to be saved. Maybe not the exact target they wanted to get. This is still going to be very, very hard to push down this goal zone with these two defending it, but still, altogether, Ignorance, I think, got to be pretty happy about that fight.
Yeah, I think so. They finally get to KO the seemingly immortal tree. Feels pretty good about that. However, I think Russ is just going to respond with a scoreboard point. 111 points for them and 5 only for Ignorance because of a fantastic defense on the bottom side of the map. Only Psyduck rotating up to that middle of the map means that Ignorance is going to collapse and they'll be down 1 support. Scribblenaught and Sous Chef going to lead the charge, but it's Russ again finding a way to shut down this Talonflame for a moment.
What a tanky front line. Oh my goodness, very nice. But a really tanky front line on Empire's side. They're doing a really good job of making it really hard to get to this Gardevoir, who's just, of course, chunking the entire other team. I say as they immediately miss every single shot. But regardless, I mean, look at this. They're already pushing forward with the Garchomp. The Garchomp's going to be charging in. I mean, they're going to have to run away, and they're just splitting them up completely as they've got so much damage. Weird kind of counter-engage from Metagross into the backline of Empire. Not going to be taken down very quickly. It's actually going to do a great job of diving against this Gardevoir. Both the Garchomp, though, now getting very, very low, finally getting taken down, and they're doing a good job on the side of Ignorance of holding off this push.
Empire still has the Fairy Singularity, though. I think that is one of the scariest Unite moves to think about, but the only Suicune and Gardevoir left to take this fight. As tanky as Suicune might be, I don't know if you have the pushing power into a Glaceon and Talonflame. So a rather wild fight, but a bit of a wash when it actually comes to objective or scoring pressure. Both teams going to have to retreat, and Empire did secure this Regieleki kind of uncontested in the first moments of this game, and Case Up, really thankful for that. It gets them up to level 10, but now they're in a scary spot, but great coverage by Russ on this Trevenant.
Oh my god, what ridiculous self-sustain on that Garchomp. Went down to like 1 HP, went all the way back up to half in the middle of the fight. Scribbling like so incredibly low. I don't know if you really want to fight there. You get caught by one hammer. Oh, trying to pull them back in, doesn't get it. Russ actually gets picked off instead. I love the attempt, but yeah, at this point you got to know that you've got to back up. You've got the damage to burn this thing down, but your secure is not the greatest in the world, and we're going to be fighting on bottom as well as Soup Chef pretty far forward is trying to pull a big KO back in. If they can manage to get it in the flame sweep all the way through, that is gigantic.
Yeah, massive flame sweep from Protein Shake. We've seen a lot of teams trying to take these two meta power picks and utilize them to the best of their ability with the Snorlax and the Talonflame. Maybe it's not as easy as an isolation like something like a Mean Look, but still a good coordination between your tank player and your central area player can line up some really good block into Brave Bird combos and to essentially allow the Talonflame to either get away scot-free or enable for a really big damage jump. And you saw the latter there. Nice play between these Ignorance members.
That was so much damage from Luis, by the way. Can I just point that out? That was like, I mean, that was an instant KO on Soup Chef.
We're at 10 stacks for sure.
Oh,
guaranteed.
More than that. I mean, they've gotten at least 5 KOs that I've seen so far, which is
and that's minimum,
pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah, oh, there we go. The Unite coming out. I don't know if that actually was managing to catch anybody. And Protein Shake doing a really good job of being one of Ignorance's, I think, kind of big hopes. It does feel like they've been losing a lot of the fights, but they're staying strong in points. And when they do manage to dive that back line, that's huge. Great charge. That Horn Leech able to catch 4, I think that was. But I don't know if it's going to matter in the end. I mean, it does manage to push the back just slightly. Interesting positioning from Duskrunner. A little bit far forward right there.
I think Duskrunner was kind of having a bit of bird fight on that tier 1 with Sonic versus Talonflame, but as soon as other members got joining in, it got a little unfair. So unfortunately, the side going to go down while having a headache too, by the way, criminal activity. But Goopin are going to take around half their HP. Reminder, Ignorance not playing with any of these traditional healing supports means that if you take a bunch of that damage, you will immediately have to retreat to the poke damage from Gardevoir and Suicune. It can be devastating, very sticky in a way, meaning that Ignorance has to fight a really calculated battle a lot of the time. You push in, you push out, but never too far, and never after getting all this poke. That's going to be Empire securing the Regi Ice.
Sorry, they're just so far forward. This is really a big attempt to kind of jump on one person. Ruts! Oh no! Running into the wrong tall grass! They are going to be able to survive by an inch barely. But that was a great setup to be able to set that up from Ignorance, and they did manage to still get Russ pretty low. Still pretty low. Going to be able to Horn Leech over Soup Chef, try to get the counter engage. Everybody jumping in on everything. And the first one to go down will be Russ. No tree. That means no big engagement. They're just diving into that back line, and if you can get away from this, you're good. But Luis did have to really play scared there, and they're not in a great position on the side of Empires. They're losing all their damage.
Yeah, another Fairy Singularity I just don't think gets the target they want to. Right now, Neon and Jupiter can just rip down this Rayquaza. Russ has returned, but a Brave Bird and Glaceon burst damage is just going to be a little bit too much to deal with. Ignorance lines it up well. That is why you run an Icy Wind Glaceon. Like, the secure and longer range burst damage from that Pokemon is so strong in environments like this, and Metagross and Glaceon put together a really good damage effort. Take down that Rayquaza. Empire have around a minute to rally back, but they need to stop every score from this point on and even double up their scores to the side. A challenging task.
Challenging is a good word for it. Maybe a little bit too challenging. Maybe the new challenge, just think about your next draft. But honestly, things were going so well for Empire. It's just Ignorance fought their way back. And one thing that was a little bit less obvious, I think, is that they were doing an amazing job of farming everything that they possibly could. They were able to get so much wild EXP to stay up on par with the other team. That was, I mean, you're a late game team running away with things. Normally, I just think that's kind of a wash. But partway through the game, Ignorance was ahead in levels, even though they were behind in KOs. And that's a very impressive thing to be able to do.
I totally agree. Yeah, I think if there's shining lights from this Empire roster, I think that Russ just had such an amazing Trevenant game. I think we're going to be looking forward to seeing more of that in this best-of-3 set, but Ignorance finding a way to rally back. I think you were right. They were out-farming Empire from what it seemed like, catching up in the levels. I also think they eventually found a way to kind of get to Lewis in the backline. I think throughout the majority of that match, maybe the first 5 or 6 minutes, they found it really difficult to actually shut down the Gardevoir. I mean, they were almost level 9 by 7 minutes, so for a Gardevoir, pretty impressive. But I think eventually they finally found a way to get to that backline, avoid Russ's really far forward defensive tank pressure, and find a way to knock out that Pokemon. But 10 KOs for the Gardevoir, 12 KOs for Protein Shake's Talonflame.
Yeah, I mean, talking about farming, Protein Shake was not in a lot of the early fights, and it really made it kind of feel a little bit more one-sided for Empire, but that's because they were just farming, and by the time they had to really try to take down the biggest threat of that Gardevoir, they were there every single time, did a really amazing job of it, and then, of course, we were able to out-carry in the end, so this is a great example of how a top team can play from behind and then make the entire comeback. Playing safe, knowing how to play from that disadvantage is such a huge skill, and Ignorance doing an amazing job. Wow, look at 111,000.
Whew. Okay, we might want to consider a Talonflame ban for Empire in this next game. Darkrai ban, Absol ban. I mean, Darkrai banning into Ignorance is a pretty smart decision. We have seen Scribblenaught play a lot of support Darkrai in the past. However, the support Mewtwo X looked all right in this game. It was very fun. It was not my favorite way to play Mewtwo X support with these the Future Sight instead of the Psy Strike, but either way, it was still a really fun match to watch. Take another look at it right now. Some early moments from Ignorance felt like they were always getting shut down. This is where Luis was really taking off on this Gardevoir.
Yeah, they just weren't able to continue with that forever. And one thing might be they might have overcommitted on damage. I mean, they had so much damage on the side of Empire, but a lot of their damage came at a cost of maybe being able to protect their own Pokemon a little bit less, or maybe just the fact that they didn't have like as much of a plan B. They just needed to just do so much damage, and they got so split up in so many of these fights. For example, like the Garchomp, while I think it's really cool, and they were able to get it online very quickly, and I mean, Queso played well, it just felt like when you're so focused on diving the backline, it didn't have the targets that it wanted to burn down. Just the whole team got split up, and it was a little bit awkward, where I feel like Garchomp, when it can catch a bunch of people all together, it just melts them, and it just didn't end up kind of playing out that way. But still, regardless, I think it was well played from everybody on Empire. It was just Ignorance kind of outplaying in a way. Like they did such a good job of making the comeback.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, it's just moments like this where, despite having a Psyduck and a Suicune in your face, Talonflame still able to find a way through. These were the moments in the final fight. We pan away here in just a second, but watching Garchomp try to chase down Neon, it was a really important 1v1 in my opinion. That Glaceon versus the Garchomp, and in the end, K-Stuff goes down, so that really makes it so that this Rayquaza a very real option for Ignorance, and they strike at the perfect moment. So much burst damage, and when you only have a Trevenant and a Psyduck to try to out-contend the last hit in that situation, you are so favored. You gotta take that chance every single time it's given to you, and Ignorance, a very experienced team in this way, have made top 8 in multiple tournaments throughout our season, so at this point of the game, they really know what their best win conditions are, and cool to see them showcase that in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, another thing about the Glaceon, which, by the way, was maybe one of the more interesting picks overall. I know we've been seeing a good amount of evolutions coming out, like the Glaceon coming out, the Espeon coming out a little bit, but yeah, the build that it actually played was so good at kiting, especially good at kiting, and it did end up, like you said, it was able to win those 1v1s, which was great to see. I expect that our draft is going to be pretty different this time from at least the side of Empire. Honestly, probably both, let's be honest, with these teams.
Yeah. When you say it's gonna cut it, I agree. Like Garchomp, kind of their only far forward pressure that they had at any given moment, which you need to break the Glaceon passive before you get a good diver. And I think that's likely why we saw Russ and even Duskrunner playing really, really far forward, trying to enable K-Stuff a little more. But fortunately, like we were talking about, the execution just a little bit short. Ban's going to be pretty similar for these teams. Blissey, Zera, Absol, Darkrai. Now let's see what Empire wants to rotate into. They're going to take away the Snorlax. So, immediate first pick by Russ. And, of course, Infame will have that Suicune again.
I do have to say, more and more over time, I feel like I like support Suicune a lot more than I like actual attacker damage Suicune. I mean, that can change, obviously, but I just feel like it adds so much for such a small cost, basically.
Yeah.
It still does similar-ish damage. I feel like it doesn't usually pop off as far as damage otherwise. We are going to see, by the way, the Mewtwo X once again, and the Umbreon, which was missing out a little bit last time, but obviously Umbreon, always good. It's been on a good streak for maybe the longest of almost any Pokemon.
Yeah. Interesting. So Empire are going to adopt this double tank strategy. I guess you could kind of classify Psyduck in that same role if you really wanted to, but essentially the supporting core for both these rosters are going to be focusing by far the most on crowd control and displacement. Suchef does have an attack weight, so there is a chance that we see the Wish build from the Umbreon, but either way, going to be just a whole lot of bulk for both these squads, and Ignorance is going to take the Garchomp away from K-Suff, and Neon going to have the Glaceon, so that is a lot of ripping pressure. It allows Talonflame to have some better targets eventually because it's a lot of tanks on the other side, but if that poke damage can come in from the Glaceon early, Talonflame will have a better option when it goes in for some executes.
All right, going back to the Gardevoir, which did look really, really good, so I don't feel like it's a huge surprise. It's also going to be really strong with Snorlax, I feel. That tends to be a pretty scary combination. I really like, though, the Garchomp on the other side this time. I feel like Garchomp is going to have a lot of really good targets that aren't going to get super far away. The only thing is, of course, somebody has to dive Luis, and Protein Shake is going to be taking that role, right? So I feel like altogether, the comp from Ignorance just makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's solid. As a person who plays a lot of Garchomp, I will admit, I would be worried about playing into Suicune, Slowbro, Snorlax. Like, that is...
Yeah.
That is so much crowd control. It can be really difficult. The nice thing about Garchomp is that your Unite move, you do get unstoppable. Same with Dragon Rush if you're clever with the timings. So, you have some unstoppable keywords, and I think that actually colors the Mewtwo X pick a little bit more, right? Of course, Mewtwo X, one of the best, and Mewtwo Y having the same kind of passive with the Side Strike. The ability to just give yourself unstoppable at a moment's notice, really, really strong. It do so many of these crowd control options on the other side, whereas they might not be as traditional of picks or maybe don't have as much burst damage, will have some really good opportunities throughout the game to just ignore one of the big plays from Empire.
Right, I do think that the reason why I like it, I do agree with you. I mean, normally, I feel like if you're Garchomp in that situation, it's terrifying, but I almost feel like they're going to have to split their crowd control a lot of different directions, right? And
Yes,
the ranges
that is
as well
true.
that Ignorance is playing are going to make it really hard, I think, just turn in and just focus on that Garchomp, unless the Garchomp is like the first one in and a really obvious target. So it is definitely going to be about how they play their team fights, but if they play similar to how they played last time, I think it's going to be able to get away with some crimes.
Well, we have seen Garchomp accomplish some crimes. How about the first and foremost K opener? They're going to already put some pressure onto the poor Machop and the Slowbro from Duskrunner, but they will not relent. They will hang out on their goal zone and get their HP back just fine. Scribblenut try to steal every bit of XP.
That's a scary path, honestly, up top with the Mewtwo and the Gibble. That can be very, very damaging very quick. Same thing on bottom here. I mean, ideally, Snorlax plus Suicune sounds very terrifying, but with 3 bottom at the moment, I don't think they're quite as scared. Although even still, I mean, look at this. They're kind of having to run away. They're not even evolved yet.
Yeah. Neon does get to level 4, which is huge, but Umbreon is, I mean, despite being an evolution, having an early level pattern, does have a rougher early game. You really want to get to your second move to be a contender as this defender, whereas other Pokemon in that class get a little bit of an earlier power spike at that level 4. So Empire going to play to that out and have a huge push. Neon running as Russ, yet again, with a very classic aggressive push.
Right, you can really say the same thing about both those EVs. Oh, nice. Gonna be able to get the KO on the Machop, which is all gonna be in revenge, I guess. Duskrunner, not really who you wanted to get the experience there, but altogether, at least you're getting something. At least you're slowing them down, which is exactly what you want. And then some aggression as well, with Scribblenut invading on the Mewtwo. A very interesting invade. The Secure's not super great, but the damage can be very fast as far as just ripping down those, or whatever is sitting there, all the wild Pokemon in that center area.
They do rotate up with the Mega Evolution. So you can see right now it is finally fading. So they did have a pretty big damage buff as they were walking up, but Duskrunner and having Scald Slowbro is going to really reduce that physical attack damage by a giant margin every time they try to push in. So Duskrunner going to be landing those Scalds as frequently as they can. I think we've already seen it pretty effective in this top path, just against the Gabite at the moment.
Right, yeah, it's doing a pretty solid amount of damage as well. I had to like kind of look to see if it had the EXP share, but at least now we're going to be splitting up. Ooh, this is actually a pretty interesting way that we're splitting up. 3 from Ignorance going top, leaving 2 bottom, and then 4 from Empire going bottom. So they're clearly prioritizing the basement Reggie, and they're doing a pretty good job of it now, getting extremely low. Oh, has a little bit of poke, but still against. They did finally hit level 6, but it's still only 2 evolutions. One's going to go down. That's probably going to be 2 going down. Maybe not. Maybe able to escape over to the berry. Not quite. And that goal zone certainly going down right before the Reggie spawns. They got to be happy with that. We could see the Regieleki burned down. There doesn't seem like there's all that much up top, and it does seem like they're going to start it, but this Regice uncontested.
Yeah, Ignorance going to give up the Regice, but trading for the Regieleki, and I believe that we just saw Protein Shake take away the blue buff as well. Yeah, so you can see it floating above them. Did have an invade, succeeds in doing that at the very minimum. Regieleki will be pushing in. This could be a viable push for Ignorance. The only tough part is that Goopiter does not have the level 9. Garchomp with no unstoppable Unite move would be a little bit of a challenging task to push through that Suicune. So they will rotate, try to just push onto this tier 1, but Empire wise to these tricks.
Ooh, gonna be defending and diving immediately into that backline. Luis getting pushed all the way with the flame, so he manages to catch Suicune as well, who's now the second target for that dive. Gooper manages to kind of assist in that dive. I'm not sure if you're gonna be able to get this far away, Routine, but I do really like the attempt, and they've got more targets they can finally get to. Slowpoke is gonna be very, very tanky, though. They do manage to hit it with the Dragon Rush, and that's gonna be the Unite getting kind of caught in the middle of the fight. They finally managed to get it. They get the evolution. So all things good for Ignorance in this fight, but they weren't able to fully take down that tier 1, and that is a huge Unite!
How broken is K-Suff's Machamp? Unreal! I mean, they had to do a solo defender duty on the top side to knock out that Regieleki, but when they join the battlefield, a heroic re-entry, K-Suff takes out 2. I mean, it could have been a lot worse for Empire, but Ignorance does score quite a few points on that bottom goal zone. I think largely in part, we switched up the defender core a lot, and last time a lot of the good defense from Empire was at the hands or giant hammers of a Trevenant play from Russ, right? It was really, really hard for Ignorance to get scores early, but now without that Pokemon available, it has been a bit of an easier task for them.
The giant hammer hands of Russ. But yeah, honestly, they had such a strong defensive comp, and that's the Yawn, which didn't get a chance to talk about. But, oh yeah, you're like, oh, never mind. Let me back out of here. Russ, using the Unite is going to be able to stay alive. Gooper taking a little bit of damage, but wow, they're still committing to this big Yawn, gigantic Yawn, and Suicune coming with the assist. That's going to be a great KO on that, the Garchomp. And they're going to back up. They're going to have to completely back up off of that. All off of Russ making a really good call and using that Unite to just save their own lives basically forever.
Shout out to our picture-in-picture that had this to us for a moment where it's just a 1v1 between Slowbro and Talonflame for a hot minute around this Registeel. But oh, that telekinesis landing means that you start getting put in that crowd control blender. Suicune gonna land that Whirlpool Freeze, and then Gardevoir finishing off the KO. Nice play for Empire. They give up that Registeel though, and Ignorance gonna be very happy with the big attack buff. Garchomp and Glaceon, 2 Pokemon in particular that can do some crazy numbers with that attack buff.
Oh yeah, do not let any objective be near a Garchomp with that buff. Ooh, true. And their objective they're going for is going to be this bottom goal zone once again. Using the Garchomp Unite, they're going to be able to take down at least 1. Duskrunner getting extremely low, gets melted down to the KO. Another big tanky Pokemon coming in, but not fast enough to defend. Now that tier 1 is gone, Russ trying to get out of there, but you can only get so far. And, I said objectives. You have objective health on a lot of these defenders, and you can see just how fast they melt, even just to those auto attacks.
Yeah, okay, really, really cool stuff from Garchomp. Does a nice job of actually taking away a couple of the defenders with the Dragon Rush, and Neon knows that they'll have just enough time to score, I think around 40 points with that Glaceon. So obviously a challenging thing to do when there are defenders about, but Garchomp can make quick work of those with their disruption of their own. So nice play by Ignorance, very smart attack on that tier 1, and now they have a sizable lead. I know double scoring in the final stretch can change everything, but when you're playing around a lead and you have a tier 1 to retreat to and defend easier, it is a huge advantage in the final stretch.
We've seen Ignorance's positioning in the final 2 minutes be really strong as well, and this is going to give them such a big advantage as far as things go there. Russ getting caught out. Still early enough, it's not going to really matter all that much, but still just great coordination from Ignorance, giving themselves that little extra bonus. We could see an attempt to burn down this basement, Reggie. There's certainly going to be enough time, and it does seem like Empire is at least going to position down here, which is a little bit of a scary thing. Soup Chef will walk in and see how many enemies there are, able to back up, does get frozen and heavy slammed and yawned, everything all in a row, but just walks away, just simply walks away, and that should delay long enough that Basin Reggie's not going to anyone.
Yeah, no longer a viable option. Ignorance not falling for the bait, right? Empire wants them to come in there. They have Gardevoir Unite move, Suicune Unite move. Like, if there's a full dive by Ignorance, it is going to get felled rather quickly. But instead, Empire now have to fight for every inch. Ignorance having complete control over that Rayquaza pit. If Empire wants to enter at any point in the map, they're going to have to fight for it. As you see here, Soup Chef rotating up, defending that top side. And that will give complete information. They know where at least three, or maybe 4 members are at the moment.
Again, holding very far forward positioning. Soup Chef really being the vision here, the vision gainer, which is pretty scary considering how much crowd control there is. Again, gonna get hit by like 6 crowd controls all in a row, but they're not gonna be able to do that much damage altogether to Soup Chef. Oh no, this might be the time. You stayed a little bit too long. You're not coming out, not gonna be able to steal any shields, but everybody jumping onto that giant group. The Unite from the Snorlax is gonna be able to pull them back up, and Garchomp's gonna be the first one to go down.
Wow, okay, so the Snorlax Unite move gets to be used kind of without contention. Russ knows the Umbreon Unite move's already gone, so they drop that. That gives them a ton of extra HP. Mewtwo X on the chase step of Suicune, making it back to that goal zone is insanely important. Protein Shake does get that attack, but K-Stuff gonna ward it off. That mean look, you can't get pulled too far when trapped inside of it, but it will be a Talonflame knocking out Russ's Snorlax, and it's gonna be K-Stuff and Infame trying to hold down this fight, but they're gonna need to rally back, and Ignorance still holds that lead.
Oh, Infame walked through the tall grass right as they backed, like the instant that it actually happened. Infame is going to attempt to start burning this down. They've got the extra damage. They've got a ton of damage on the side of Empire, and they've got to just completely rip this. This is scary. Jupiter jumping into the back line. Certainly going to try to deal with the damage as much as possible. Only 16 seconds left, and they need to take this down and score. It's starting to look more and more hopeless. 10 seconds left. Rayquaza might go down, but at this point, only Infame up at the top. If they can get the steal, they manage to score, but no chance, and time is gonna be up there.
Wow, yeah, what a heartbreaker finish. Empire out of time, out of options, takes the one they have, and Ignorance steals even that. Ruthless finish from Ignorance as Neon gets 2 Rayquaza last hit secures on the Glaceon in this matchup. And even with that back cap as well from Soup Chef, I think that would have put the Suicune score underneath the amount they needed as well. Ignorance hold on to just a dominant win over Empire. We're going to continue on in our tournament. Empire going to be exiting at that 5th, 6th position.
I think it was a great call that they made, sending Infame up there and just saying, well, if we get a full Hundo Burger, if we manage to just randomly win that flip, get the Hundo Burger, and nobody else scores, we are ahead. And they would have been correct with that. But unfortunately, like you said, unfortunately for Empire, very smart of Ignorance, they knew exactly what to do, and even if they had lost the Rayquaza, they might have been able to still win just purely off of the back caps there. I'm not sure if there would have been a little bit extra damage or what, but regardless, smart stuff, and this was a great set. It's just Ignorance was clutch from moment 1 to moment, I don't know, whatever the final moment of the game is, I guess, both games.
Yeah, I think 130 is the definitive number. So moment 130. Pretty massive across the board. Honestly, I think I'm really excited to take a look at the highlights for that final fight, because I think Ignorance proved your point perfectly, Wonder Chef. Is like, there's a lot of crowd control on Empire, but if we can split them up enough will be in an okay position. I think Ignorance actually did that perfectly in that final team fight. We saw the Suicune have to retreat all the way to tier 2. There were battles happening like on the top side of the Rayquaza pit, on the bottom side. Like, I think Ignorance just really forcing some of these 2v1s, 1v1s, and that really put Empire in a tough position to work around. And Ignorance, all they really needed was time, and they earned it with that.
If there's one thing that I've taken away from basically all the sets that we've seen today, but specifically the previous two, is that you need to have an answer, whether it's in the draft or whether it's something that you pick against Talonflame. Talonflame is just ridiculous right now. It does not let you play the game that you want to play, and especially if you're trying to play something like the Gardevoir, which they did a great job of playing the Gardevoir, but you can see this time around, Luis didn't manage to get that early pop-off and really got shut down hard, which is unfortunate. And look at this, the wide shot of the final fight. You get your wish.
Yeah, I was really excited to see this. I liked that Mewtwo X Unite move, by the way. It was right on top of the Umbreon Unite. They were hoping to get some KOs just with the double burst damage of those two, but they fall a little bit short. Leosion goes down, and these were these final seconds around the Rayquaza. Duskrunner does catch Jupiter, but unfortunately they just don't have enough, and Neon just going to walk right up and be that ever-present Glaceon threat.
Yeah, they just had to deal with so many threats from so many different angles. I mean, we saw Garchomp going around the top right. We saw Glaceon coming down the kind of the southwest. Like, there was just so many different things. Obviously, you got to deal with Protein Shake on the bird from every direction all at once. And I think that was just the plan. That was the plan from the get-go, and Ignorance played it extremely well. They just felt like they were always in the right places during fights.
Yeah, they looked fantastic, and I think we're going to continue to be watching that team later on in the tournament. I think we're jumping back over the winner's side for a matchup here in just a moment, but we are going to be jumping to a very short break. When we come back, more April Cup here at the UNITE Championship Series.
We are here at ACL, and we are finding out what everyone's favorite Pokemon is. This is That's a Pack Chocolate Edition. Let's go. What's your favorite Pokemon? Oh, we have one. Goomy, that's Goomy. That's a pack. There you go. Absolutely. Hi. What's your favorite Pokemon? Aurora. Boom. That's a pack. Good job. Congratulations. Moving on. Oh. Hi, excuse me. What's your favorite Pokemon? Gengar. Boom. That's a pack. Good job. Congratulations. All right. We're keeping it going. Hey, how's it going? What's your favorite Pokemon? Do you know? Amazing. Thank you very much. That's a pack. Congratulations. All right. Excuse me. What's your favorite Pokemon?
Sarnaido.
Okay. That's a pack. Thank you. Hey, how's it going? What's your favorite Pokemon?
My favorite Pokemon?
Yeah.
Charizard.
Charizard. Boom. Huge. That's a
Okay,
pack.
thank you.
Enjoy. Yeah, of course. Oh my gosh. I love this. What's your favorite Pokemon?
Pokemon.
Pikachu. Huge. Enjoy. That's a pack. Yeah, good job. I like this. Sorry, what is it?
Garlic Man.
Garlic Man? That's very cool. I like that. Do you want another pack? You do? That's a pack. Heck yeah, let's go. How's it going? What's your favorite Pokemon? Weavile. We've got a Weavile fan here. There you go. Congratulations. Favorite Pokemon? Ditto. We got a Ditto fan. Amazing. Congratulations. That's a pack. Have fun, gentlemen. We did it. We gave away some chocolate. We learned a lot. We met Garlic Man. It went exactly as I expected. That's a pack.
Welcome back. It's the North America April Cup here, our final of the monthly cups, and we are getting down to our final. What do we have? 5 teams left? I have to double check that. No, we're down to 4. We're down to 4. Yeah, I can pretend that I can count, but of course I'm Wonder Chef. This is Zoinks. I can't count. Zoinks, you can count better than I can.
Well, if I can, it's barely. Don't worry. It is not a skill
enough.
I pride myself on. No, you know what? You can spell and I can count. I think that we got all skills covered then.
All right, yeah, that's fair. It's just like a left brain, right brain thing.
Exactly.
And with our powers combined, we can almost think. But what I think is that this is going to be a really awesome winners finals. This has been a great day so far. Every single game has had some really wild stuff and some great play, and everybody's really showing off that they are here to play, I think, for the end of the season. But of course, we're going to be here with Revelation and Nemesis, one of the oldest teams of all time in North America, and a team that, while we know the players, is a lot newer as a combined team.
That is true. Yeah, Revelation, a team that has been making moves over the last few monthly tournaments, but have not been around all season long. And like you said, Nemesis been around for a hot minute. Our bands are going to be Zacian, Absol, Psyduck, and Suicune. Going to be rolling out, leaving out some power picks for sure. Talonflame still going to be available. Of course, Zero Aura still available, and that one's going to be picked up by Relics first and foremost.
That's one of the picks that we've been seeing. Well, I should say it's one of the Pokemon that we've been seeing banned out a lot. And with the one of the highest encounter rates, it hasn't really been able to get through all that often, but it is getting through right now. And it's hard to let none of the powerhouse Pokemon get through. I mean, on the other side, we're going to have another extremely strong speedster that we've seen carrying all the games that we've basically been casting so far. But just strong Pokemon across the board now.
Interesting. Asnable leaning into the Slowbro, a pick that has been, I guess, over the last 2 matches, rising in popularity, and then, whoa! A defender I feel like we have barely seen is going to get locked in by Yard, is actually going to be going with the Crustle. Oblivion currently hovering that Mewtwo Y, a pick we've seen time to time in our bracket today, but I think the first 2 picks they've had have been a little more common, but definitely shaking things up here in the latter half of the draft for Revelation.
I'm actually surprised we've seen so much Mewtwo X, if I'm being 100% honest. But
yeah,
Mewtwo Y, we did have seen it earlier today. And hey, there's a chance we see the Wigglytuff. Okay, well, it's not going to happen. But at some point, you and I need to talk about why we're seeing so much rollout Wigglytuff in the UCS this month. I don't have the answer for that. I hope we get to see it more, but maybe not right now, as Ceruledge is going to be picked up. And maybe the first one that we've seen today, I think.
On broadcast, yeah, we've seen more Armarouge than we have Ceruledge, so a strange time in our competitive game for sure. Celestial is going to go on to the Lucario, a player nicknamed Sea Dog for a reason. In the past, definitely has played a whole lot of Lucario games and is going to be rocking it with the attack weight, weakness policy, and that new Excel Bracer. A whole lot of new items on the battlefield, actually, between all these players. Linear on this Talonflame, going to be one of the scariest threats, though, because yet again, we have a Talonflame. And Wonder Chef, do we think that Nemesis has an answer for it?
Honestly,
Slowbro, kind of?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, if you really want to slow beam it in the final fight, but honestly, not the best answers, I think. There's going to be some juicy targets. That Inteleon is going to have to be running for its life the next 10 minutes and hoping that it never sees an enemy Pokemon at all. Just snipes him from out of range. The dive is going to be great as well with the Lucario. I mean, we'll see exactly what the build of Lucario is as far as moveset, but it just feels like the back line is going to be very scared altogether with the comp that we are going to be seeing Revelation bring.
True. One thing that Slowbro does have in terms of answering is Telekinesis is a pretty solid ability into Talonflame. Telekinesis can be a hard ability to land, right, into a lot of different speedsters and stuff. The thing with Talonflame these days is it puts a big glowing circle on the ground exactly where it's gonna be. So it gives the Slowbro a little bit more of a chance to consistently land these telekinesises. So I think that's likely what we'll see as showing up from the Slowbro. So maybe having a bit of a response there, but here we go. You mentioned the Lucario moveset. I'm curious on it too, mostly because Celestial is known to play one of the weirder movesets in the Power Up Punch Bone Rush combination, which is very fun. Obviously, Bone Rush will still get you the reset on that move, just like it does on Extreme Speed. So we see a little bit of that, but we might just see some good old E-Speed gaming.
Yeah, I'm really not exactly sure why Lucario's been picked. Lots of aggression right now from Revelation down on this bottom path, and I mean, it's a scary path to have to deal with. Lots of poke damage. You're going to have to really sit on that pad and just try to heal back as much as you possibly can, which is exactly what they're doing. But a double KO from Metallic up top with the help of Rex. That's a great way to start things off.
Yeah, and I know Chad is probably so sick and tired of me saying the word Excel Bracer, but again, that's a stack. In fact, that's 4 stacks for the Zera Aura. So, pretty huge start for them. Going to be scaling up more and more. And they also got the weakness policy. So, they're kind of going with best of both worlds in terms of attack damage in the early and potentially even the late game if this keeps going this way.
Yeah, it's going to be something we're going to have to talk about a lot in the future, because just like we talk about, the stacks with the stacking items, anything that has stacks, we got to talk about it a lot. And when you have a Pokemon that naturally is so good at snowballing, it's just going to look better and better. And hey, it's going to continue on here, I believe, as well. Pretty much everybody has one of the new items on the side of Nemesis that does damage. So the more that they run away with things, the more they're going to continue to run away with things. This is looking great. Not even a Bliss yet. Chansey still just being gate-kept to that level 3, not going to stand a chance against that terrifying path.
Yeah, some clean stuff so far from Metallic and Rex in the top side. That Hoopa, of course, in tandem, Linear going with a bit of an invade, and they are currently holding the red buff. You gotta wonder how they got that. Criminal Talonflame behavior. Oh, and an aerial ace across the wall. Baltoy is there. It's a perfect escape route, but Metallic gonna clean up that KO. Relics shaking a sword-shaped fist at the Zera Aura, wishing that it could have that stack, but it's alright. Zera Aura gonna be scaling up very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, this is already looking so scary. Oh, whoa, that was a scary snipe shot that went a little bit wide, but doesn't matter. You're not going to be able to escape either. That was another strange snipe shot. Just maybe,
hey, he hit one. It's fun.
Okay, yeah, we don't need to talk about that, but oh my goodness, out of nowhere, look at all of that damage. Linear just going to literally dive back in and stop that push from happening. That's one thing, is you stack up, and the more people stack up, it doesn't matter which moveset you're using, Talonflame loves that.
Oh yeah, if it can hit multiple targets, it is having a dream come true. Jeez, that Snipe Shot just taking out Swabloos in a single hit. Side Strike is going to give the Mewtwo-Y a little bit of space, but there we go. Borre's starting to find a way to land a couple of these. The max range Snipe Shot going to take out Mewtwo-Y. You can make yourself unstoppable, but you can't make yourself immortal. Great shot.
Okay, lots of great snipe shots now. I immediately missed it as I say that. But yeah,
so much.
Okay, yeah. Can we please just move the camera away from Bora Reach? It's definitely going to be my fault if Nemesis ends up losing. But anyway, Regirock getting solo down on bottom. No attempt to even steal it away. And they do manage to take Regieleki in the meantime, as you can see in the cool little picture-in-picture. We're going to retreat, probably try to defend, as this is going to be a pretty aggressive push. And especially with an Inteleon up top, you can basically just kind of see if you can pick anybody off, which is exactly what's happening up top right now. And hey, if it works, it works. Maybe that Regieleki goes in. They're all getting really low. Oblivion at one shot. Not going to be the first one to go down. Snipe Shot does not connect, doesn't matter. It's going to be Relics coming in, getting that pick up. Regieleki's still at about half HP, and I'm not sure if they're going to continue with this. It is a pretty tanky defensive line, but Unite's coming out from basically everybody right there, trying to catch anything, not going to make it happen.
Yeah, Mewtwo-Y walks out of spawn and presses Unite move, just trying to give their team a little bit of support all the way back from their home goal zone. But it will be Nemesis, I think, honestly, getting out of danger kind of scot-free. And I say that as Talonflame. There is no part of the map that is safe from a Brave Bird Talon Revelation with a chase down all the way to the other side. Lucario trying to set up that boosted auto attack combo into the close combat. Won't succeed, and Talonflame going to go down yet again. Boreach providing some great support from the backlines.
Oh yeah, Boreach is kind of the lead carry at this point. After Metallic had such a strong early game, it's been a real big combo of those two. And yeah, I mean, it's not like it's going to be one or the other at this point. It's certainly going to be both. But the biggest thing still is that they've got to deal with this Talonflame. Linear on the Talonflame has been the one that's essentially been able to defend every goal zone, win every fight that they've kind of won, and they're behind a lot on points, but the levels are looking pretty fine altogether from Revelation, specifically because because they just haven't been able to deal with that Talonflame quite as well as they wanted to. Jumping into the tall grass, the Unite coming out, Celestial extremely low, but maybe we'll get away as once again Lunaire coming in for the revenge KO.
Ooh, big save right there. Now, the thing is, Hoopa is at level 8, so Rex almost at the level 9. They just hit it as I'm talking about it, so the Unite move will be available. That's going to allow Nemesis at this point of the game to kind of spread out. They don't need to all hone in around this one objective. Rex can kind of bring them at a moment's notice up this top side. So they're going to put in some poke damage on the Regieleki, but it's on the bot side of the map and things really start happening as Talonflame goes down. That Plasma Gale Unite move from Metallic, actually good for 2.
Ooh, definitely going to be trying for 3 here. Reggie Ice as well going to be going, I think, to Metallica, getting that final hit. Does get KO'd in return, though, and where Relic's trying to get as much as they possibly can, and nice, the slow beam. Oh, I was going to say should secure that, almost didn't. That was actually pretty close, but altogether, Nemesis doing a great job down on bottom with the pressure as well of this Regieleki up top, which I didn't even see happen.
Yeah, it's going to go down. I was talking about how Hoopa could bring up everybody, but it's, I guess Bora Reach and Rex were like, actually, we can just kind of do this ourselves. It's fine.
Yeah.
So they just auto-attack it down, and eventually Regieleki gets KO'd. But look at this. Revelation on the fast track towards that bottom side of the map. Azimel's going to be taking so much damage, not to mention the retreat being cut off by a nice rock tomb by Yard. Great capitalization, though, with the Sarah Ledge Unite move, but that Bliss Assistance cleansing a lot of those marks, giving them a little bit more space, but Metallic joining the fray is always a scary thing. Sarah Aura gets 2. Rex buys even more time. Absolutely nasty Hyperspace Furies. It stuns multiple targets and allows everybody else to take him down. Bright silver lining, though, for Revelation is Oblivion does get a KO onto Metallic. A level 13 Zera Aura is going to be a lot of experience going over to that Mewtwo Y.
Right, Metallic is doing so much work, but has been KO'd several times.
Yeah.
And that is really keeping, I think, Revelation in this game with not what you want, I think, as Nemesis. But here we go, a big attempt to dive in. Once again, Talonflame putting in so much work, and Relic's doing taking a lot of KOs, I think, from, I don't want to say overextending, but you're kind of always overextending as Talonflame. Oh my goodness, what a shot! And honestly, it would have hit somebody like a little bit less squishy if they weren't scoring. So that is actually very lucky.
I was just going to say, I think if the Blissey wasn't in the scoring animation, it wouldn't have hit the Talonflame. That is so unlucky. Oh, and then the latent hitbox hits the Mewtwo Y after they come into the scoring animation. Okay, so wacky, wild snipe shot situation on the top side of the map, but either way, it looks like Revelation, or sorry, Nemesis, the first ones to rotate towards that Regirock. Delta will be contested at all. Revelation going to play for map positioning, and that is why you see Asdale playing so far forward alone right now. They're trying to get as much vision as they possibly could.
Well, they did get great vision. They know exactly where everybody is. Metallic going in really far. Okay, I like that. Going for the poke. That's really, really easy to get caught out by this team, and especially when you're kind of the main damage dealer. The thing is, Bora Reach in the back line, this poke is going to be gigantic. It's going to be very, very difficult for Revelation to get away unscathed when all these snipe shots are just flying out of nowhere. Up top, it does seem like, yeah, 2 people are going to meet, Celestial and Metallic. Celestial getting very, very low, and there's healing, but again, the poke from like so many people on Nemesis is really starting to add up. I like this Metallic going in, doing some damage, popping back out, although that did do quite a bit of damage in return from the Mewtwo.
Yeah, and I like this little play with the Trick Hoopa. You can actually recall all the way back to base and then come back through that Phantom Force. So get a little bit of healing either way, but then walk it back to a terrible welcome party. Talonflame to take that camp, but somehow Metallic walks away with a Lucario knockout as well. All in for Revelation on the top side of the map as Relics is doing everything they can to escape as they are the lone survivor for Nemesis, and that makes it a full team wipe. Oblivion with a KO streak of 3 on this Mewtwo Y. I mean, one thing about putting that portal down, you know exactly where the enemy team is going to pop back up. Revelation secure a full team fight win.
That was the slowest secure of all time. I was actually getting scared. Nobody was there. They like got it down to 1, and then they waited for like 4 seconds, and then they're like auto attack with Crotzel. But yeah, certainly that's gonna close out a victory for Revelation. But wow, they were behind by so much, and then they just wiped Nemesis off the map. Just completely annihilated them. And like you said, that you know exactly when people are coming back. They didn't expect the aggression, I think, from Revelation. They were like, we're winning poke game, we're fine, we're safe, we're ahead. And Revelation just saw their moment, and they took it so quickly.
Yeah, I think there's a decent amount to be credited to actually Celestial's Lucario there a little bit. Played so far forward. It kind of it did eventually go down, but I think baited out quite a few resources from Nemesis to the point when they kind of had to take that secondary fight on their side of the Ray Pit. They just didn't have many Unites to counterpunch with, and that revelation let them just kind of rush forward and take everybody down. Not to mention, if you were in a close cluster, Mewtwo-wise Unite move just does tremendous amounts of damage, seeing as each of those infinite Cyburn attacks from outer space can hit multiple targets.
Well, okay, despite the fact that they won, I still have to say, and this is not something that I think just for this match in particular, this is something I've been saying for a long time, I don't understand why people pick Lucario. I just feel like there's always a better choice. Like, imagine if they threatened the secure of having a Blaziken in that exact moment. That would have been huge. Imagine if they were able to overheat onto everybody returning from that, the Hooba portal. Like, there were just so many different things that I feel like other Pokemon can bring. Day one, and the Lucario was pretty tanky, which is a pretty, I guess, its role in a way. It was kind of more there to be a target than anything else, able to get out of danger a little bit more. But again, 30,000 damage, it was like really more of a tank than anything else. And Lumiere doing a ton of the damage. Again, I would say that that's really the reason why they're able to win was the damage from that Talonflame. Once again, another match in a row. But not feeling Lucario, if I'm being 100% honest.
All right, fair enough. Well, we'll make sure those notes get to Celeste for game number 2. We'll fly those in.
Yeah,
make
not
sure.
even that it was played bad, by the way. It's just the utility that the Pokemon brings. It's so I always question it all the time.
Yeah, it is interesting. It feels like you pick it mostly just to really try and force some wins in that early game, but even those weren't looking too bright as Talonflame really taking a lot of the W's in this one, and Nemesis felt like their laning phase or pathing phase, if you, was like really, really solid in this game. Maybe the brightest spot of Nemesis's game, actually. One thing that I feel like we didn't see really have pop-off moments as much was this Trick Hoopa combo. Ooh, take a look at this. We got full camera view. We can see Bora Reach shooting all these snipe shots, see where they land eventually. But this defense, really, really nice from Nemesis. This Talonflame, though, so scary. Always a threat. You see it jumping back at any given moment. Zero Aura taking a lot of love in that team fight.
Right, and that's another reason why, I'm sorry, I'm not going to harp on this forever. Oh, the moment. Come on, okay, can we get fan art of that? Of a Blissey, like, dunking, and then jumping, and then under the Blissey, there's just a snipe shot heading directly for your carry? So funny.
That's so brutal. Okay, so there was the slow beam, by the way. So slow beam to take out the Lucario was kind of where Aznable was focusing on, and after that, it was kind of the full collapse on the backside. So I have to admit, I feel like Slowbro should have probably been hand in hand with Zero Aura in that final fight a little bit more, just to try to stop this Talonflame whenever it happened, but play call goes one way, and unfortunately, the team fight just happens in another. Nemesis is going to take the first loss of this match.
Yeah, another thing that was really strong was I feel like I haven't talked about it as much because it hasn't been happening as much recently, but the Blissey Mewtwo-Y, actual damage Mewtwo-Y combo. I feel like we've been seeing a lot more Mewtwo-Ys that are going supports, but I mean, that combo still has a massive amount of damage. We got to see that work out really well for them.
That's true.
Now game 2, we can see a whole bunch of different directions. Zoroark being highlighted, even if it's not picked, I do want to point out that is banned a lot in Japan right now. It is super duper high ban rate, which is pretty surprising, and we haven't seen it nearly at all right now.
Yeah, it is pretty surprising. I mean, it's one of those speedsters that still hasn't gotten the damage penetration buff, out of all of them. It feels like it's got a weaker early game compared. Yeah, it feels like it's got a weaker early game compared to Zera, Leafeon, or even Absol. So it's surprising. But anyway, we're going to be having Revelation going through some very similar picks, and the same could be said for Nemesis. We do have the first pick priority on that Zera Aura. I do like this Slowbro on paper into this Talonflame. I don't think it really worked out according to game plan in game number 1, but I would like Aznable to get a second shot at that. I'm going to see that. Now, this pick, I think, has been rather strange in Yard's Crustle. Into Pokemon like Zero Aura and even the Ceruledge last time, Pokemon that like to be up close and personal. Crustle's Unite move is extremely strong in a lot of those ways. Of course, the Rubble Rouser doing a lot of damage into melee targets, but other than that, you don't got a lot of Pokemon that really benefit from the Rock Tombs on your team. Maybe Talon, but either way, interesting pick to say the least. Metallic gonna switch it up too and gonna go with the Blaziken this time. No way. No way.
Oh, okay. All right. That was not on my bingo board. Even of all the weird picks that we could have seen, this was certainly not on it. I am trying to think what the point of this Duraludon is. And
I mean, it's similar to Mewtwo Y in terms of auto attack pressure, right? Like we have the Blissey. They were going with Safeguard Helping Hand in the last game. It looks like we're probably going to repeat that again in this game. And if you want objective secure that can out secure Inteleon, you might have just found it in Duraludon.
I suppose so. I mean, okay, so the big problem, though, of course, is that your attack speed buff with Duraludon, that's kind of been one of its biggest problems forever, right? It doesn't count as much because it's got like a locked animation, essentially, for its enhanced attacks. So you get like really quick attacks, like pew, pew, pew. Pew.
You're talking on Flash Cannon, right?
Yeah,
that's fair.
Yeah, is it only on Flash Cannon? I thought its normal one as well had like a locked time on it. Maybe I'm wrong.
You might be right.
I know the Flash Cannon one's forever, but regardless, I'm curious to see how exactly that's going to work out. Obviously, that is one of the most interesting picks that we've seen in a long time. Hopefully that's a real pick. Hopefully they didn't just like, I don't know, crash at the end of it. But I love seeing it. Honestly, Duraludon is... It's like scary in its own way, right? I mean, its Unite can set up some really awkward, secure situations. It can pressure from a lot of different weird like angles and ranges. It's got a lot of weird stuff going on, despite the fact that obviously it's not usually picked.
Well, we've had a lot of not usual today so far in our North American bracket, and I'm here for it. Let's go. We have the potential for double Stealth Rock on the bottom side of the map, by the way.
That's true.
Don't think it'll happen, but boy, would I be excited. Oh my word,
it might. Honestly, you throw Stealth Rocks on top of like a Speedster, double Stealth Rock, they're like,
they'll never see it coming. I mean, we are going with the critical hit build of this Duraludon. I mean, I can't wait to see what Oblivion builds on this Duraludon. It is going to be very interesting. And then, hey, with a Pokemon that has Unite move name be Revolving Ruin, I think a team name like Revelation goes pretty well.
Ooh, that's true. That's all you got to do is play to your team name. Oh my goodness, you're just barely getting away right there, by the way. Oblivion probably not getting out of this situation. The eject button.
They take a KO, though.
Oh, yeah. That's pretty good, actually. That's, I mean, I was about to say that felt like a waste of an eject button, but really good call right there just to be able to get that early KO.
Yeah, nice stuff. Zero Aura will... where did Sobble pick up that knockout? Honestly, I'm forgetting at this point already. But
Sobble, I believe.
Do have Relics jumping in. Does have the Trick on top of them, but no Phantom Force equipped for the Hoopa quite yet. Only at level 4. So they don't have that backdoor escape route, but it looks like they won't even need it. Zero Aura and the Combustion going to be taking out some nice knockouts on the top side of the map.
So something we didn't get a chance to talk about was last game it was Metallic on the Zero Aura, right? And this game, now it's Relics. Metallic's back over on the Pokemon that you don't want to say the name of, or see, I should say. But it's okay. It'll evolve soon. They're doing great up in that path. So I know you probably really like to see that path do well, just because you get longer. With or I guess a faster Blaziken is what I should
100%. Yeah, any percent speed runs. If people are trying to accomplish that, I'm here for it. And there it is. Incredible moment for Metallic at 8 minutes of the game, evolving out of Combustion. It is Flash Cannon, by the way. We are playing Flash Cannon Duraludon in 2025. Let's do it. April Cup. We bring it all.
I'm actually almost disappointed it's not double Stealth Rock. That would have been super fun. But hey, you know what? I'm a huge Flash Cannon fan, if I'm being honest. I played a lot of it in ranked after it was busted, before it was not busted.
Yeah, well, it's a decent amount of damage already. You have to mention we're going with Dragon Tail, right, as that secondary moveset. You could go with Stealth Rock still, but just for a little bit of mobility while using Flash Cannon, it's always felt pretty solid to me. That does not mean that it's a predetermined choice, though, as we do have a big engage by Relics, that discharge, putting out a decent amount of damage, but as well with the coverage, really solid telekinesis. You love to see that. I feel like defenders have had to adopt those skills way more now that we're in these hyper carry metas. Your main job is actually just being peel for your hyper carry.
Yeah, I guess my assumption as well was that it's Dragon Tail, but I shouldn't assume anything about a meta Duraludon pick. Okay, yeah, look at that. So that's actually, I think Silverhawk did get buffed at some point. I don't know. We'll talk about that later. Relic's going to melt Duraludon. Not even going to get a chance to be in part of that fight. But it was Revelation in the end that managed to secure. And, I mean, double buff on Lumiere right now. They really want to get a lot. Big flame sweep, but gets KO'd immediately. They just gave him a ride. Just got on the bus, got off the bus, got a free KO, got a goal zone.
All right, this is going to be a pretty gigantic overdunk as well, just shy of 15 points. Like, it's maybe not the biggest one we've ever seen, but when it's in tandem with a Regieleki walking on the top side, I don't think Nemesis is going to be too upset about their scoring prospects at the moment. Just shy of 200 points at the 6-minute mark and holding Revelation to a measly 17 points in this match.
Oof, yeah, that's pretty tough. The thing is, their aggression is going to be tough, right? It's going to be tough for them thinking to push down a gold zone. It's not going to be super easy for them to just dive and like pick off a few people. They're going to have to win a full team fight. Like, they're walking in here, big miss Unite, unfortunately. They're going to have to basically get a full team wipe if they want to take down this gold zone, which they might be able to do. They do have them a little bit split up, but Nemesis is going to take the safe rotate all the way around, and maybe for nothing. I think see at this point, Revelation, they're just taking the bird spawns, they're walking away.
Man, that was such a scary moment for Metallic a second ago, but here's yet another one. They're jumping right into the fray. Eject button with the revolving ruin from Oblivion to extend that circle a little bit, but it doesn't matter. Metallic gonna be actually the first one to take a knockout in that fight with the focus blast. Follows up with a second, and somewhere in the midst of that, Zeraora also gets another knockout. So Nemesis totally stopping that goal zone push. Thought Revelation maybe had a moment, but either way, that trick Hoopa really giving Metallic and Relics a lot of options on the Speedster and all-rounder with these brawler Pokemon to get a lot of work done, but still have a very safe escape route.
Yeah, this is going to be, I think, a little bit more of a slow game until the final moments. I mean, maybe we're going to get some picks here and there, but it feels like it's going to be really hard for either team to like fully push down too many of the remaining goal zones. Well, this is a good start, I guess, with Slowbro going down. Although mostly I think they're just going to be fighting for this Registeel. They might take this advantage if they can get it to push all the way through, but they're not even going to get that chance quite easily, as that's going to be going to the side of Nemesis.
Okay, yeah, the impressive shot from Bora is going to take out that Registeel. Yard going all in to try to buy a little bit of space because Oblivion has already received that Bliss Assistance, so there's going to be no bailout situation. Instead, Metallic and Asmonable will combine for that KO, but Celestial on the backside with this Machamp finding a way to knock out Bora Reach, but it'll be stopped in their tracks by Slowbro Slowbeat.
Oh, and they're just going to keep on pushing. Big X scissors across the board from Yard. It's been getting some really, really gnarly ones, but not going to be enough with the entire team coming back through the portal. When everybody's coming to help, you don't have that much of a chance. It's going to be a 3 KO streak from Relics. It doesn't matter who plays the Big Cat. It's going to be big trouble for sure.
Yeah, Big Cat, big trouble. That's math. See, we are good at it. Yeah. All right, Regieleki, wow, a little bit close there. Zeraora almost getting a way to Volt Switch in, get that discharge damage, but not enough to take out the Regieleki. Instead, there's gonna be Talonflame and Duraludon fighting as much time as they can. The Safeguard Shield gives Duraludon a moment, but not enough. Regieleki does land, makes it an easy break, but the KOs for Nemesis so far looking great. Yard buying so much time. Metallic needs to find a way to cut through.
Oh no, the punches miss. Celestial trying to find that KO, not going to be able to find it. Metallic just going to go on cleanup duty. And once again, it's just so difficult for Revelation to push far forward. They didn't manage to get the tier 1 goal zone. They got a few points, but they're still behind by almost 100 points. There's a minute left to the final stretch. And at this point, again, I don't think they're going to be able to find anything too easily. Maybe if they can like quick burn down the base and Reggie, but they're not even there yet, and then try to take the tier 1 goal zone, but you don't want to commit all that much. So just a little bit of awkwardness. At this point, Revelation, I think they need to find some huge Unite or some huge pick if they want to be able to win this next team fight. They are all going down there, though, to try and challenge this base and Reggie. It's an awkward timing for it.
Yeah, and with so much poke damage happening on the Crustle already, I think your main engagement Pokemon would be Yard on that Crustle, so instead they're going to immediately bail. Try to play for a bit of positioning around this Rayquaza pick. You can see Lumiere actually all the way around on the backside with this Talonflame, but I think they might get spotted out by Relics. That's already a little engagement, and I think Talonflame is going to have to immediately retreat, playing it very, very safe, because they're flying all the way to the top side of the map. Do not want to get caught by Metallic's chase.
Well, we saw Revelation win a much more one-sided game against their favor last game. They just need to find a beautiful moment like last time. Not easily said, or not easily done, or easily said, if I'm being honest, because I can't say anything easily. But we'll see where the positioning for the Duraludon is. That's going to be the huge, big first thing. Flash Cannon is going to be on cooldown for a little bit of time. Nobody's really burning down anything. The problem is, too, is the secure for Nemesis is going to be so strong that you do not want to be the ones to try and flip on the side of Revelation. They've got to find some sort of aggression.
They also have the advantage in positioning. Like, they don't need to get Bora into a good spot. They're already primed and ready to go. This Inteleon can be favored, but there it is. The Rayquaza getting burned down immediately. Revolving Ruin on top of it, but it's Rex, the one to clutch up with the hoops unbound. They are going to lock that one up, and Bora reach with a KO streak of 3. That is why positioning is so incredibly important in these final fights when you're playing with an Inteleon composition. A Pokemon that can struggle to fight from outside of the Rayquaza pit, but absolutely succeeds if they're primed and ready to go. A minute left. Rayquaza secured. Nemesis with a handful of shields remaining.
Yeah, and honestly, this is why I was saying, I mean, I like their idea to burn, right? They realized that, like, a few members from Nemesis were not there to react as fast as they possibly could. They've got tons of damage to be able to, like, take down objectives, but Nemesis just has one of the strongest secure teams you could possibly ask for, right? I mean, you've got the Blaziken Overheat, you've got the Snipe Shot from the Inteleon, you've got Hoopa, which is the one who, of course, took it in the end, and even if Hoopa's not taking it, just the Hyperspace Fury is going to stop people from securing it themselves. And really, as far as secure goes on the side of Revelation, they didn't have that much. So I kind of feel like if they'd been able to do something like steal away the Blaziken instead of the Machamp maybe, or something like that, they could have had a great rip and flip team, and they might have been able to win that situation, but that's not how it worked out, and we're going to go to our first Game 3 of the day, maybe?
Wow. Yeah, that is wild to think about. Our first Game 3 of the day. A lot of these matches have been quick 2-0s, but here in the winner's side of the bracket, we're going to extend things to a third set, rather. 1-1 between Nemesis and Revelation after a very solid game from Nem. I really don't think there was a single moment of that match they felt behind. Really played it well around the enemy composition quite well. Not really afraid of this Duraludon on the other side. Talonflame, on the other hand, had maybe 1 or 2 good moments, but this just felt like the Nem show all day.
If I'm being honest, I think I would have really liked to see a little bit more defensive crowd control on the side of Revelation, especially if you're playing around that Duraludon. I do think the Duraludon did a pretty good amount of damage, and we're going to see that probably in a second, but I do feel like with how much dive you can have from both the Blaziken and the Zeraora, there were a few too many times where we just saw Oblivion just be basically hunted down and KO'd before the fight was able to really happen. And maybe if it was something like the Trevenant instead of the Crustle, some Woodhammers would have been able a really good job of like saying, hey, nope, don't try to attack my carry. Or if we'd seen something like maybe like even like a Buzzwole instead of the Machamp to be able to pull people away, we could have seen maybe a little bit more uptime from this Duraludon, which did do a solid amount of damage. This is a pretty low damage game altogether. It didn't look bad to me. It's just, if you can keep it alive a little bit longer, it kind of feels like that's your priority.
Yeah, I totally agree. I'm interested to see where Revelation goes in our game number 3. They do have the chance to switch sides in the draft, but we haven't seen many teams actually doing that. I think a lot of teams actually preferring second pick at the moment. But Nemesis have gotten this Zeraora first pick 2 games in a row now, and I have a hard time thinking that'll happen in a third game, despite all of the evidence saying the contrary.
I mean, I don't know. At this point, there's just so many good first pick options, right?
Sure.
Like,
yeah.
Oh, we take away the Zeraora, and then they're going to take the Talonflame first pick and carry with that instead. Or you get rid of that, and then maybe you're going to see something like an Absol carry, or you're going to see the Meowscarada come out, which, again, we still haven't, which is surprising to me. But I think that's why it seems like that second pick right now is that it's honestly, it's not like you even get a first pick and then a second and a third pick. It's like you get a first pick on first pick side, and then on second pick side, you get 2 more first picks, right? Like that's what the meta feels like right now. It's just so wide at the moment. I really do feel like we need like 6 bans per side to try to take it down, but obviously that's not going to happen. So I don't know. It's tough. You got to deal with so many different things, and Nemesis is a pretty flexible team that I don't know if Revelation has like a one-size-fits-all answer for them.
Okay, so this was that moment around the Rayquaza. I feel like we weren't watching it as much. We were watching kind of a fight on the bottom side, but eventually when we turned into it, it's interesting to see, like, obviously we have the Duraludon doing the lion's share of the damage on that main objective. They getting a lot of auto attacks into it. The Revolving Ruin lands that fiery circle right on for that passive damage. But the one thing to know, I feel like the coordination of the attack, Talonflame goes in extremely early on that Rayquaza, almost like they were trying to force a team fight rather than just an on-paper rip, which I guess I understand, but it felt like Nemesis won that fight pretty handedly on the bottom side already. I would have loved for Revelation just to kind of play to the big green dragon out rather than the team fight win, but does not matter in the end. I guess maybe you need to get somebody in front of the Inteleon snipe shots. Like, maybe that's the only option you have to make sure you 100% get it. Either way, we are going into a game number 3, and Revelation has elected for that first pick position, and Zeraora is going to be banned by Nemesis, meaning that Psyduck will be available, so will Suicune. So Nemesis have the chance to pick up Blissey and Suicune. Instead, they're going to lock up that Absol.
Yeah, hugely different bans than the previous two games. Like 100% different bans. I'm actually, maybe the Zacian was banned, I don't remember, but the other three were all picks, and so that's a pretty cool thing to switch to. One thing that we saw highlighted for a second, which I'm surprised we haven't seen, and I feel like we might see it still, especially from the side of Nemesis, is Gyarados. Gyarados has been dominating in other regions. I believe it was the highest win percentage of like the commonly picked Pokemon in the Japan tournament that just happened, and we know for a fact that Nemesis has the ability to play that Pokemon. But again, a lot of really strong picks on both sides. We are going to see the Crustle again from Asdubble this time, which is pretty interesting. We're seeing some pretty high prio on this this crab, this earth crab.
Whoa, okay. Well, you were just talking about how Zoroark, a Pokemon that was being phenomenal, being phenomenally played in other regions. Well, now it's time to shift it up. Celestial will be picking up that Pokemon here in North America, and with a Comfey to work alongside of it.
That's interesting. And then we immediately see Metallica go to the Buzzwole, which I'm assuming is just saying, like, no. There, you got two strong speedsters, you got a Comfey. Whatever you're doing, I'm just going to dunk you, and that is the plan. Dunk into Absol doing something, and then hopefully you're not a problem anymore. But very aggressive, and of course Celestial, pretty well known for this Zoroark, so this could be very scary. And yeah, I was saying it before, Japan... they've been using this a lot of bans on the Zoroark. It's pretty popular right now, but we just haven't seen it as much here. I do feel like there's a good amount of crowd control from Nemesis. They should be able to ideally fight this pretty well, but especially when it's double strong speedster, I don't think it's ever easy, right?
Totally. Yeah, I agree. And the Slowbro being banned by Revelation kind of takes one of Asduble's first options away now. So we're going to have to kind of rethink. I think that is also why we're seeing this Buzzwole picked up. You don't have that constant Slow Beam or telekinesis pressure any longer. We need something else that can kind of contend in that speedster mixies. I think that's going to be really good for them. The other thing about this Zoroark that I wanted to talk about too is it is Celestial picking up this Pokemon, and like you mentioned, is very well known for this pick. However, they are known for playing some interesting stuff. This is a known Night Slash player. So we might see a little bit of that hyper combo-centric Zoroark. Honestly, both its movesets are pretty combo-focused, but this one, maybe a little bit more. You got to land all those big hits for that big, giant, triple backflip, 10 out of 10 landing play. We might see that one happen. I'm not too sure. Either way, Talonflame also going to really enjoy having a Comfey along for the ride, I think.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter who it's on. You're going to be,
exactly.
I think, having a good spot. Comfey on Psyduck, that's pretty scary, too. That is going to be unKOable, basically, at the moment, obviously.
That's
not going to be happening.
evil.
That is true evil. Yeah, you don't even win the game. You just annoy them into not playing anymore. Right now, though, the Psyduck is taking a decent amount of damage as it is the support at this moment. And again, this same path with the Dwebble and the Suicune, that's a lot of poke damage. We've seen that before today, even, and it can be very hard to deal with.
Of course, stopped right in their tracks by that Psychic. Sorry, not by that Sobble and that Psyduck together. Really nasty early game competition. Zoroark going to be on the bottom side joining them. So will that Absol, but actually looks like Absol is choosing to roam to the top side of the map instead for this first Birds fight.
Just gets melted. 2 evolutions, both in a row. Everybody just kind of took a timeout for a second. I do love when that happens. In the meantime, aggression on the bottom path. Suicune going down, and it's going to be a good amount of points going down here into this tier 1, which is going to be really big because they need that experience for a few of those Pokemon down on bottom. They're trying to get that Zoroark up. They're trying to get the... well, it's trying to make it an Inteleon. Not quite an Inteleon yet. But points for points. The Spenza not able to stop that 23 dunk, 24 dunk, which they potentially could have with those autos, but just weren't close enough.
Yeah, Oblivion roaming all the way to the top side for a bit of coverage. Maybe trying to pick up a cheeky Absol KO where they thought they were safe for a moment, but the combo will not happen. Also, Zoroark is just going to be playing the standard feint attack build this time around. So no Night Slash shenanigans. Instead, just the old Shadow Claw, or no, I think they actually do play Cut. I think I will hold on that one. Will be Cut feint attack for this player.
I honestly like kind of every build of Zoroark.
Yeah, you can't really go
they're all
wrong.
fun. Yeah, it's true. And you just mash the buttons as fast as you possibly can. Pretty sure that's how you play Zoroark.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. I love Zoroark, but you can never play a speedster in ranked unless you want to be the 5th speedster on your team. This is a potential huge setup for maybe an ambush. We have 4 up top and 4 on bottom, just from opposite different teams, and so it looks like it's mostly just going to be Aznable trying to defend against this basement Reggie or trying to steal it away. And oh no, Lydia is going to be like, oh my gosh, why are there so many people up here? Gets just completely caught out. That tier 1 gold zone's going down. And that's, I think, what they're prioritizing more than the basement Reggie. They actually might even rotate bottom if they want to. No, it does look like they're going to be going for the Regieleki. Aznable is going to do a little bit better of a job of surviving for a little bit longer, but not going to be able to defend the goal zone, so it's not going to make that much of a difference. So Regieleki, are they going to continue to push it in? They could just commit, honestly, if they really wanted to.
I think you kind of have to. The scary thing is Relics isn't alone in that central area. It's a 1v2 if you consider that Comfey duo as well. So they're playing a little bit safer, trying to get their wild Pokemon experience and make sure it doesn't get stolen away. But this is another great chance for them. Instead of pushing with the Regieleki, counter punch to steal away a red buff, and Metallic will be successful with that Buzzwole.
Ooh, this is, yeah, they're scared. They see the damage that's potentially up against them here as Celestial has really started to hit the power spikes, very high level. Oh, going for the dunk. They want to stop that from happening and immediately gets KO'd. It's exactly like I was saying. The combination of the Absol and the Buzzwole dunk are just so scary. And now we get to the other thing I was saying, but that one was a little bit more of a joke. The Psyduck that's going to be invincible, the unKO'able Psyduck, probably going to be jumping onto the Talonflame as soon as it lands, and that's exactly what's going to happen. They managed to pick up the KO as well on the Blissey.
Yeah, Rex trapped by absolutely everything, including the Psychic, but also including their own teammates' Rock Tomb. I don't think it would have actually made the difference of them making it out or not, but still a really scary place for that poor Blissey to be in. Instead, it is going to be the Speedster coupled up with the Spenza yet again. This Talonflame has been dangerous so far, but in the past 2 matches, we have seen the Brave Bird Talonflame. Instead, we're electing for the Fly Talonflame in game number 3.
Interesting. I feel like Brave Bird goes really well if you are the, you're the target of the Comfey, because you can just stay so healthy and you can prevent so much damage and it really, adds up, right? But Fly, maybe not as much, but again, that's their plan, right? Is that you don't want to be the Comfey target. It's supposed to be Zoroark.
Right. Yeah, I totally agree. Celestial will have the Comfey to join this next team fight. That's a safeguard on top of the Buzzwole. Gonna buy him a little bit of extra room. It's the Absol, actually, to take out the Talonflame. Now we do have a bit of backup from Poor Reach on that Suicune, and it's gonna look pretty solid at the moment. Very low HP from the entire team, but it doesn't matter because they're making up for it in the damage department. His Yard also goes down. Oblivion will join the fight with that Unite move. It'll have the chance to get some of these automatic critical hit auto attacks. Oblivion goes down to Boar Reach, but the Suicune versus Talonflame be a little bit of a tougher matchup, but a fair fight. But let's just add Absol to the mix.
Yeah, they were like leapfrogging right there. They were doing 1 KO, 1 KO, 1 KO, 1 KO, and then finally it's a full team. The 1v1 honor has disappeared. And we really got to talk about this Absol. You were talking about it earlier today, right? It has a really high win percentage, I believe.
Yeah, and pick percentage. I mean, just in terms but yeah, in terms of win rate, it is, well, in the qualifiers, it was sitting at a 65% win rate. So that was yesterday's qualifier for the top 8. Today, it's also doing great.
Right, and it's always just outside of that ban range. We almost never are seeing it banned or kind of hate picked away, but it's so valuable, especially at dealing with other speedsters, exactly like we're seeing right now. Even when the Comfey is on that Zoroark, Absol just does enough damage, especially with like maybe the combination of 1cc, which we have been seeing mostly from the dunk from the Buzzwole, that it can just completely shut down another speedster. So I feel like this is a really, really smart pick, and look at that, level 13 right now, leading the game by kind of a lot. I think there's got to be an answer for that on the side of Revelation. Otherwise, your double speedster is going to lose to single speedster.
It's a scary perspective to have, I think. But, who knows? You're going to try to outplay them in this spot. A lot of damage going into that Suicune, but it's actually Zoroark deciding to take the battle a little bit farther up. Suicune will go down. So we have the Psyduck taking care of some of that early damage, turning it into a knockout, and Oblivion going to be helping with the KO and Absol as well. So a big burst of damage there. This might be Revelation's best chance to get a good attack on this goal zone. 50 points in from the Zoroark, almost putting in a full 100. Nasty little flank there from Revelation.
Swabble almost stopped that. That would have been really unfortunate. Yard, the last one there. Can you get away? I half expect the Psyduck to be able to just walk away. Maybe not quite. Just a little bit too much CC for that to happen. Fly landing on Asnable. Oh my goodness. For being a defender, you get hit by a fly into a snipe shot, and all of a sudden your life is gone. That's really scary. But 30 seconds left until the final stretch, and we're just preparing now.
Yeah, defenders, HP is not what it once was. You know what I mean? Not in the days of Old Buddy Barrier. True Unite players remember the days of Old Buddy Barrier. But here we go. Regieleki about to get eradicated by Nemesis. No one even in the same zip code for Revelation. They're going to have to abandon that one. Instead, trying to make sure that their Inteleon is in a good spot for this final fight. They can protect it easily. They can play around that poke damage. Regieleki will land, so Nemesis have the chance for a bit of a back cap, but that's going to be Asnable taking a ton of damage. Unite move forced out very, very early.
Ooh, but does manage to stay alive, and that's huge. They were able to get that flank. Celestial is going to back up, get the heal. That's a huge KO on Talonflame, the dunk going through. Celestial's able to get out. No, not quite. Hunted down once again by Absol. Dispense at 1 HP, but nobody to hang on to. Nemesis, they've got the ability to burn this down, but there is still this Inteleon coming from the backside. This could be a steal. Oh no, gets blocked. They get another opportunity, but no chance to steal it away. And Nemesis winning that team fight handedly, and still with a scary secure 2 KOs from Suicune.
Oh yeah, they do break one shield. I think unfortunately for them, Metallic is right here with a full one. So Talonflame able to burst down one, but I think 2 might be too much to ask. And Asmo scoring a hundo burger in the home goal zone as well means that Nemesis feeling very strong about their grand final chances as they are dispatching Revelation at the moment. Revelation have a chance for one more rally, but absolutely everything is going to need to go their way as this is going to be a very challenging push into Nem.
We got a few more shields. Well, never mind. We got one more shield is what I was trying to say as immediately Rex gets wrecked. Celestial is going to be getting some points in, but the back capping is happening. Absol, great picture-in-picture. That's going to be another hundo burger in easy. We're going to have some more points coming in from the Suicune certainly as well. It's another 62. So despite all of this, they're going to have to put in so many more points. I mean, 4 more 100 burgers at minimum, and even then, I don't even think they have those in pocket. So 15 seconds left, and it's looking like Nemesis is going to be closing this one out in our first game 3 of the day.
Wow, really good final team fight. I think Rex on the Blissey having a bit of an MVP performance in that final fight. I think saving Metallic with the Bliss assistance when Linear gets like a good fly onto the Buzzwole, and then immediately just turns around and has one more boosted auto attack from the helping hand just to give him the smack and take that final KO. But I think Dupes next calls it the hamburger helper mitt. Very solid, clean finish. As Nemesis is going to take this one down 2-1 and send Revelation down to the losers bracket.
I talked about it before, but their combination, the Absol and Buzzwole combination to deal with the, the classic Zoroark Comfey, it worked incredibly well. True. It was almost every single big fight that mattered. It was Relics getting that KO on Celestial. It's exactly how it happened in the final fight. It's how it happened just all around. And Lumiere as well was just caught out a few times by just these big chunks. It wasn't even just the Buzzwole either. I mean, there was the CC from the Suicune. There were so many different ways that they were able to just stop you in place for one moment, and then Absol does Absol things. And I think that draft choice was so good.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Like, you were talking about it. The win percentage on that Pokemon is incredible. It does so many things too. We were talking about it in the context of this match being an amazing Speedster versus Speedster matchup. I think in a lot of other matches, you pick Absol because it's an amazing tank buster Speedster. You know, like it really kind of does it all right now. And 68,000 damage, 958. Was just a little bit shy of a nice number, but either way, incredible stuff from this team. Going to be moving into that grand finals. A very cool number on the screen though, Dispenza with 9,999 damage on Comfey.
That's a pretty even amount. I like that a lot. But yeah, it was a good attempt from Revelation, but I do think that it was like a little bit of a draft difference. Not that it was necessarily like a bad draft per se from Revelation, but Nemesis, especially going second, had the opportunity to flex. Especially, I mean, hey, they went all the way to the Buzzwole in their final pick, which just was so smart. So really good stuff, and obviously our closest set of the day. I would say overall, not just as far as set score, but it felt like the closest one to me. They were really going back and forth. They really felt like either side could have won, especially at the end there, but it did really just come down to Nemesis playing the game they wanted to play.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. It felt like there were so many moments for both of these teams that you're like, dang, this team could absolutely be winning our tournament. So I was pretty surprised to see, I guess, it come this close. I thought Nemesis was going to have the clear advantage. In the end, they do walk away with it, but Revelation really proving that they are such a strong team in North America. And when we head to those regionals very soon, I think they could be a contender for a top-level team. They're already a contender in this event.
Right, and of course, just a reminder, that was Winners Finals for anybody who maybe is just tuning in or not paying attention like I am. No. I actually, for a second, I was like, well, and they go home. And I'm like, wait a minute, no, that was the winner's side. But yeah, we are going to be seeing both these teams again, of course. That is going to be Nemesis going to the grand finals there. The only team in our top 8 that has won one of these monthly cups, and so they're looking to be a repeat winner. And then Revelation now moving down to the loser's side, but still very much in this to win it.
Yeah, there is so many good squads still in this event, and we actually have a chance to talk about one of them who just found their way to the grand finals. Bora Reach, thank you so much for joining us. Congrats on a big win. I mean, you were looking great out there. Suicune, Inteleon, everything under the mix. What do you think was the key to winning that whole best of 3?
Hey guys, long time no see, but I think having patience, really. I think really having patience, being slow. Right now, there's a lot of mons that can really turn like the tide of battle, and not being punished and not giving point leads back. Both games we got up. First game, the first game we lost, I think we kind of overextended a bit at Ray, but I think the last game there, we played it a lot safer, a lot slower, played our game, so really proud of all these guys.
Okay, well, first of all, can I say thank you? I don't know if I've ever seen anybody get on the interview this fast. That was incredibly fast. We're usually sitting here talking for like 30 minutes before that happens, so good speed. Thank you. But no, so I got to ask, of course, the team, you're looking really close to winning now this entire monthly cup, I guess, the final monthly cup. How much do you all want like a repeat here, being the only team that can do so in our current, 4 teams that are left?
Man, they won early in the year, but since I just joined recently, this would be my first monthly win ever. I really wanted, I think they also really wanted for them, but for me, falling short a couple months ago to LG for land quals was really tough, and honestly, I didn't expect myself to not have a roster or even end up on them after that, but all these guys are really supportive. They put a lot on my plate, and I've been fortunate enough to come through for them when needed, and they're all playing amazing, so I think collectively as a group, we all really want to win this to give us a good stepping stone into regionals. Because, man, that's going to be also pure cinema.
Oh, I love the cinema call out already. I mean, I'm excited. This event already has been so much fun to watch. One just question about like actual Pokemon selection we've seen in this tournament. We've seen your team not pick up the Talonflame too much. I mean, we've seen it a little bit from Nemesis, but primarily having good answers to it, where it feels like other teams maybe not having a good answer. What is your strategy into a lot of these Talonflame teams?
I don't want to give away too much. But definitely, I think having obviously some of the broken picks are very important. Just with have some of these speedsters really control the game. But I think I've been trying to do a good job in focusing on rounding out my own team comp. I believe enough in Metallic, Heat, Rex, and all of them to do enough carrying. And I'm really trying to play some attackers like Armor Rouge I played earlier, I mean, some of the games Intel allowed for it to come through, but I think having a really good team fight that plays off each other well, Buzzwole, etc., things that complement these other speedsters is really important, and not just picking broken picks just to pick them, really.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. Well, Bora, thank you so much for joining us. Well, we might get the chance to talk to you later if you emerge from that grand finals a champion, your first time ever, the team second. That would be so exciting to see. But you have to wait for just a moment as we wait and find out who your opponent is going to be. So thank you so much, everybody. We're going to be jumping to a very short break, and when we come back, more April Cup.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are, the April finals, and we are in our losers semifinals. Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Yee to the ha, joined by the one and only Dupe Snacks. And Dupe Snacks, we got an exciting one coming up.
Yep, Ignorance, you need coaching. Gonna rip through the rest of this bracket here. Now, we just watched a lot of interesting stuff go down. Duraludon, hello, we're gonna keep that rolling here. Ignorance, not ashamed or afraid to choose picks similar to things like an off-meta Duraludon. You need coaching. We're going to have to see how they react to it.
I feel like anyone casting with you or I could respond with ignorance. You need coaching, and they'd be correct most of the time. Here we are heading into our draft. Ignorance, your first pick. You need coaching is going to be your second. The band so far, Blissey, then over to Suicune, Glaceon, which is very interesting, and then final ban over to the side of You Need Coaching. They're hovering, and they do go with Darkrai.
Darkrai catching a lot of bans today, more so than I readily anticipated, letting something like a Psyduck, Absol, Talonflame, all those things that you might more commonly see banned get through.
And here we go. First pick is going to be the Absol. Absol has just been on fire today, but so has Talonflame. These are the two speedsters that have really taken over today. The one that we were talking about a little bit earlier that doesn't feel like it's had as big of an impact is Zeraora, and that is snapped up by the side of You Need Coaching, taking double speedster.
Yeah, hasn't really had an opportunity to make an impact because it was getting banned quite a bit, right? So Machisel seeing that be available, grabbing that very quickly along with the Talonflame. And a robust strategy here, that Mewtwo X going to be scrapping in the support role alongside of Metagross.
Yeah, Mewtwo X is a really interesting call here. It looks like they are going to be playing it as sort of that almost, quasi-defender Mewtwo X. They have a couple of options here. Psystrike, incredibly powerful, has the knock-up and the sure hit. You also have Future Sight that can pull something like Talonflame or Zeraora back to a bad situation so that Ignorance can KO it. Final couple of picks over to Ignorance right now. They have very little range on the side of Ignorance, but we're going to see if they care about that or not with their final couple of picks. I mean, if they bring out a T-Tar, this is going to be nuts.
Yeah, nuts indeed. Neon does play a little bit more of those ranged characters, so maybe not on them, and they're hovering the Sylveon. They like where that is positioned. Going to grab that alongside a Lapras. Ignorance, one of the few teams playing Lapras today.
So, interestingly enough, Ignorance is keeping everything very close range, which, in some ways, You Need Coaching kind of likes that, but also there aren't those long-ranged attackers that you get to pick off with something like Talon or Zeraora. However, if everyone's kind of bunched up, Talon and Zeraora can absolutely shred through them with some of their movesets. Final pick for You Need Coaching. They were looking at Lutano on the Espeon. We saw that a little earlier and it looked pretty fantastic, but instead they decided to go with Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, I like this a lot. Creates good disruption up front for your Talonflame and Zeraora. So they're going to be throwing just a lot of Caltrops in the way of the path here that for Ignorance to step on if they want to try and get some successful engagements. And I think Vid and Machisel are well primed to have a good game here.
Brother, I mean, I don't know how long we've been casting together, but I love that you hit the Caltrops right there. I mean, we're setting up the traps. I don't know if I've ever heard you throw it out before, but you brought it out when you needed it, which was right now. Very exciting. I feel like I stepped on them. It was so surprising to me that you hit me with the Caltrops here. Ignorance, You Need Coaching as we're here in our losers semi-finals. Now, the winner of this is going to go on to face Revelation that we just saw go up against Nemesis in a 2-1 series. The winner of that, of course, Doob Snacks, moves on to our grand finals where we could have a winner that North America has not seen before all season.
And that's what these teams are striving for. Do the thing.
Ignorance, your purple team. You Need Coaching, your orange team, as we head towards our losers semis. Now, of course, this best of three has one team move on. One team will be heading home. I feel like you hit me with the Caltrops there. I was shocked.
We're going to get a lot of Caltrop-related commentary here in Game 1.
You better believe it's very Caltrop forward, this Game 1.
And that's where they need to be if they want to be impactful here. Tons of pressure being put on Screwball. Machisel able to step back on pad, get a little bit of shielding and heals. Goop running with some spacing as well. And I must say, if I'm in the seat of Ignorance, I want to get this Metagross online quickly because it's going to be tough sledding in the face of what You Need Coaching has in the top path.
Yeah, really nice for these Pokemon that want to dive in as speedsters. That shield can give Metagross enough time to survive that first volley of damage from them, and that can put you in a really great position as the fight continues.
Absolutely. Here we're going to have the 850 birds populate. We'll see where these teams decide to be. 3v3 in the top path. Scribblenauts going straight towards the opposing team. Quick rotation up. We've got 4v3 here as Ignorance is hoping to get a pick. Unfortunately, they can't quite wrap up a target here. Meanwhile, UNITE Coaching is leveraging the 2v1 to get some points in downstairs.
Yeah, we can see that, Alola Ninetales is almost level 6, which is that big break point for that first combo of damage here, right? So we do see they're going Avalanche. This looks to be a Blizzard Avalanche Ninetales, which is what I expected when we saw the items, but that's really tough for something like Absol, right? If it tries to get anywhere close to that, that combination is massive. And now we see Zeraora in some trouble right now. There's the multiple hits from the gyro ball. Scribblenauts not yet level 5, so it doesn't have that exciting Mewtwo move, and now they just evolved Wint Mega. As we head to the center right here, there's that Blizzard deleting the Absol.
Yeah, I mean, when you have that much pressure and just a hair of disruption, it's easy to get those KOs on the Absol. The Brave Bird in just to close the distance. 4v2 here. Pushing forward is Machisel. JL going to catch the pop shot from the Mewtwo X, as the rest of the team is actually going to fade back, seeing that the Lapras has stepped up and that the Absol might be right around the corner.
And here we have Lutano with a really nice catch there onto Soup Chef, hitting them with the Blizzard. Tons of damage. Now, of course, Lapras is one of the best Pokemon to soak that damage up. Talonflame now having to use their eject button to power away from this fight.
Yeah, kind of walking into the Mewtwo X there that was targeting down JL. JL just has the headache pop out from the side duct. Machisel stepping forward. The Surfs were there, and they're trying to use Volt Switch to get out. Nice block by JL to make sure that Machisel doesn't go down. And now Scribblenauts is getting the script flipped on them, and they are knocked out.
Yeah, really nice stuff right there. I mean, you saw the body block stopping that side strike. Beautiful play there from UNITE Coaching. Right now, UNITE Coaching up 0-23. They've got that level 8 Talonflame. However, biggest level on the map is for Ignorance. Protein Shake is level 9 with the Absol. They could look to use their Unite move for a secure right here, but they might not even need to.
Yeah, I'm glad they assessed that situation and elected not to use it here. A decent push to start racking the scores. The Regieleki is going to walk very easily. Now they just need to do their battle math, make sure they get their points in the right order.
Yeah, and here they go. They decide to break there with the Absol. We see Vin now able to start clearing away some of that safe farm in the top path. All of that in the center going over to the side of Ignorance. Regirock getting ripped apart, and I don't think Ignorance is going to be able to make it in time. They are not able to, so that goes over to UNITE Coaching.
Yep, just kind of exchanging objective for objective here. UNITE Coaching did get at least a counter score of 30 in when Ignorance was in the top path. So experience-wise, UNITE Coaching doing well. Score-wise, keeping this thing close.
Here we go. We see Talon just continuing to level up right here. You're at that kind of calm before the storm moment, right? Both objectives are gone. There's nothing to fight over on the map unless experience spawns kind of close to your opponents. I'm talking about something like the Altaria in the center or the Altaria in either the top or bottom path. But as you can see, not a single yellow pip on the map as they are licking their plates clean, making sure they're plenty fed for the next big fight.
Great read by UNITE Coaching here. Seeing Jupiter move forward, step up. Neon's about to get hit by a landmine of a Talonflame here. And on cue, they get flame swept down to the bottom part of your screen, forcing out the Sylveon Unite back the other way. And Vin Diesel actually has to Brave Bird away themselves. Protein Shake with a cover over the top. Snow Globe out from Lutano. Can't convert on a KO. And we're going to see where Ignorance goes. A lot of resources gone here, but we still have the Zeraora Unite move if they can get to this fight on time. Absolute Unite is out. We're going straight back at him. There's the Talonflame down. Vin is gobbled up. Mewtwo uses their Unite move to try and get some stuns. Doesn't quite work. They hit Mega Mewtwo X, and they're going to keep pushing forward here. Are they going to keep fighting on pad? That's the question. No. They're going to try and retreat. Soup Chef as well, but they're getting the damage put on, and all of Ignorance has to run away.
Yeah, Ignorance peeling back right here. We see the Mewtwo X moving in, hitting with the Psy Strike, but it is now D-Mega'd, and it's just the regular Mewtwo X. I don't know the right term for that, but I guess it D-Mega is what I'm using here, Doob Snacks. On the other side, we see, that's fine, okay, it's approved. As we see Talonflame hits level 12, moving up to the top path, not able to get the pulls. We've seen Machisel look for a couple pulls, one on Lapras, one on Mewtwo right there. Not able to make it happen with the Volt Switch discharge, but still a very real possibility. Massive Brave Bird.
Scribblenauts goes down very quickly. Vin Diesel, Machisel keep pushing forward. Metagross finally deals with Vin. However, is that enough? Yes, because Soup Chef was able to get the Machisler down as well. Going to keep putting some pressure. Lutano's in a lot of trouble here. They're going to try and use their moves to get Soup Chef spaced away, and they're at least successful. JL does the same.
Yeah, really nice stuff there. I mean, Lutano's spacing with Blizzard Avalanche has been really impressive all game. This is what we expected when we saw that pick, right? That they were able to make plays like this. And boy, this Mewtwo X just keeps getting caught by these combinations from UNITE Coaching.
Fortunately, it's a little bit less valuable as you'd think because it is a support Mewtwo here. Okay, Metagross puts up the Coliseum. They're looking to scrap in the middle. That is Lutano down instantly, and we've got a lot of pressure on Vin too. KO Streak of 2 with Goop here. They're going to be able to get the points, and JL steps up, prevents the points from going in. Goopiter almost had the 50 banger in there, but unsuccessful for now. JL doing a great job just buying time, waiting for Machisel to roll down. They've got their Unite move. It is a close battle indeed, and we'll see if Machisel can turn the tide here. They're going straight after Scrooble.
Yeah, and here they go, trying to get something done with Mewtwo right here, but they peel away from it. What a defensive stand there from Psyduck on that Tier 1 goal zone, pushing back 3 members of Ignorance. Some Pokemon are just able to do that, but some players are just that cracked as well. Interesting thing to point out here, Dupe Snacks, we are seeing Psyduck with actually the Surf Disable moveset, which was the first popular moveset for the Duck. It's interesting to see because Psychic is so unbelievably good, but Disable, a sure hit that increases the cooldowns of your opponent's moves. Very powerful indeed.
Yeah, it certainly has its values, has its moments, and JL decided this is the one for them here. We've got 10 seconds till Ray. Ignorance is already positioning to the middle, and they're trying to get good forward vision here.
That's right. Ignorance set up very far forward, a lot further forward than UNITE Coaching. They have more information than them. They're looking to see if they can catch anyone. Well, they get caught themselves in a massive Blizzard Avalanche, have to peel back now with the Psy Strike. UNITE Coaching still deciding when they want to move in. Ignorance right here slightly ahead on the scoreboard, but this is anybody's game right now. Absol waiting in the top path. Talon looking for their moment. Machisel getting caught a little bit. Huge side strike, and there's the Mewtwo Unite.
They're moving in. The Soup Chef is leading the charge here. Machisel's putting the Coliseum. Metagross is getting everybody in the middle. They're trying to deal some damage in, and 2 prime targets down, but here comes Vin. They take 2 back the other way. Flame Sweep 2 players into the wall. Is that enough to take care of Neon? Soup Chef is trying to run coverage here. Vin Diesel is out of dodge, and that's the Psyduck that catches the receipt on behalf of the Firebird. We're going to see where Ignorance goes. They have that T1 up, but Lutano susses that out, goes straight forward. They step up. Blizzard Avalanche combination. The pressure's on, and they're going to be knocked out quickly. Here goes Vin Diesel again. Pops 2 players instantly. Soup Chef is forced to retreat back, wondering where the heck their team is.
Soup Chef having to run now. Here comes Metagross, needs to make something happen. Attacking some wild Pokemon, trying to charge their Unite move. Machisel moving in right now. And here comes Absol moving around looking for Talon. But no, instead decides to peel back. They think that they're not going to be able to rip it, but UNITE Coaching is going for it, Dupe Snacks.
Yeah, Rayquaza's at half. Goopiter needs to step in. We have Protein Shake on the top side. They are not holding their Unite move. They're trying to wait their way in. They jump straight in. Rayquaza's low. Secure by going UNITE Coaching. And of course it was the Brave Bird in long range from Vin Diesel. Hundo Burger time for the coaches.
Well, I mean, Talonflame has just been such an absolute force today, but in this match in particular, I have to give it up to Lutano's pick on the Alola Ninetales. Feels like they set up so many massive moments here, and the way that they comboed that with the Talon was really impressive. Every time Lutano was able to set up a Blizzard Avalanche, Talonflame lands on them as well, basically deleting anything on the map.
Yeah, doing a great job, and that's exactly what you expect out of your gutter pick, right? A good hard counter plays well into your team and facilitates or at least cuts off what your opponent is trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, really impressive game there from UNITE Coaching. I feel like they set up that fight very, very well. They reacted to everything Ignorance was throwing at them there. And it did feel like they had control of a lot of that match. The double speedster's really tough to fight.
It really, really is. Now, Ignorance had some great stuff going on in that game as well. Some key moments. I actually thought the Mega Mewtwo X looked particularly solid.
Yeah.
And that's something that really Ignorance is the only team bringing to the table here. So that should be just some alarm bells for other squads to just kind of look at what the special sauce is in that recipe. UNITE Coaching, however, Caltrop Central for them, able to lay down the traps, catch Protein Shake in them, catch Neon in them, get quality knockouts, win a quality game.
Yeah, if we're talking about sort of the caltrop of this game, I would say it was the combination of Blizzard Avalanche from UNITE Coaching, right? Every time they got a little too close to a Lowland Ninetales, they were able to hit 1 or 2 members with a huge pop of damage right there. And then you see Vin Diesel, 100,000 damage on the Talon, taking advantage of every single setup from UNITE Coaching. Really great stuff. And I mean, it does feel like after that game number 1, Ignorance is going to have to shake that Etch-a-Sketch, because I don't think they can bring something like this into game 2.
No, like I said, they did have some quality moments here. I think the Metagross looked pretty decent. Absol's just so strong that, of course, it had its moments as well. This Mega Mewtwo X, not too bad. I'm kind of raising my eyebrows at the Sylveon and the Lapras. I think there are other great Pokemon out there that might fit those roles a little bit stronger for them.
Well, they're going to need to do something. If they give away Talonflame, it feels like you need something that punishes Talon when it decides to go in. And I don't know if Lapras is the call. One nice thing about Lapras is it's passive, right? So it has the ability to take less damage from some of these big shots that Talonflame can throw at it. But at the same time, it doesn't do enough with Talon once Talon lands. So we'll see if they want to change that up. And then you have the Sylveon pick, which we've seen today. I feel like it's good, but has not been incredible in any of the matches.
I mean, you're seeing Mega Mewtwo X there really facilitate that big engagement where Ignorance got the better part of it. Now Lutano with the big rotation and supporting Vin Diesel there, and that's a flame sweep that you love to see. 2 targets pinned into a wall, and Vin is able to get out of dodge. Well done. Lutano with a great stand down here on this T1, and all that's doing is buying time for bang, Vin Diesel to come right back in and get a KO streak at 2.
Yeah, I mean, the amazing thing about Brave Bird, right? When people are scoring on a goal zone, you are going to land that 100 times out of 100. You hit 3 members of the enemy team. The defense increases for you, or excuse me, the damage reduction increases for you, make you essentially invincible in that moment on that goal zone. You're using your aerial ace, you're ripping through them with your boosteds. And as you can see, Talon banned out as we head into game number 2. That seems pretty reasonable in my opinion.
Yeah, it sure does. You're putting Vin in a position to have to take Leafy on here, which is what the other Pokemon we've seen them play so far, because Machizel likes to take Zacian, which is another Vin Diesel pick. So we'll see how UNITE Coaching navigates this as Protein Shake goes right to Absol, no questions asked.
I mean, Absol's ludicrously good. So this is a very fair pick, and I don't think Absol was a tough one. It's not a tough one to pick again. Feels very strong. Machizel deciding to move over to the Zacian, as you were just kind of mentioning right there. This is an interesting Pokemon because I feel like Zacian doesn't put up clips on a highlight reel like some of these other Pokemon, but it steadily dominates wherever it is on the map. It rips through objectives by itself. It secures quite well. It's kind of a Swiss Army knife of an all-rounder, but it really doesn't feel like it stands out as a superstar.
I have a tendency to agree. How about support Darkrai from Screwballnut here? How's that for a superstar attempt of a pick? As we react back the other way, and we were talking before this match, Meowscarada, you and I offline, and how we'd like to see it because we like it, and Vin delivers.
Yeah, and I do want to say our conversations are that simple. Where I go, I'd like to see Meowscarada, and you say, why is that, friend? And I say, because I like it. And you say, well, I happen to agree with you. And that was the end of that. We were then in silence for about 25 minutes until we're back here.
There you go. Not a Caltrop in sight in that exchange. Just straight up. Goop gonna lock up.
I just imagine we save all the Caltrops for broadcast. If you said Caltrops off broadcast, I'd be furious at you. Why are you wasting this on me?
You know, that's a great point. I'm glad we're such seasoned professionals that we're not making those types of blunders.
I am excited to see this Meowscarada, however. And Vin now is going to be the one taking the Zacian. Machizel on the Meowscarada, the build that we're looking at with the Razor Claw and the Excel Bracer, it to me says, especially the attack weight, to me says we are definitely seeing Flower Trick Double Team instead of the Night Slash build, which makes a lot of sense. There are a lot of just tough Pokemon to play Night Slash into.
Yeah, I have a tendency to agree. I also just prefer to watch that moveset too when I'm watching Meowscarada. I think it's just more fun. And I think it's a tip of the cap to Glaceon to make sure that Icicle Spear can't completely take over the game. Now, last time we did watch Neon, I believe they were playing Icy Wind, so that might even be a factor, but at least it's a tip of the cap to say, hey, we are at least hedging a little bit towards this, because Double Team can really throw an Icicle Spear Glaceon for a loop.
Yeah, it absolutely can. And, Double Team also, you think it wouldn't, but even some of these top players will get baited out of a Unite move from a Double Team. In the chaos of a fight, you don't recognize which Meowscarada may be running at you in that moment. There are many times where a Unite move is used, in a super unfortunate way, but very fortunate for a Meowscarada. So we'll have to see how they want to play around this. This is one of the speedsters that's crushing it on ladder, but we don't see a ton here in some of our competitive play. Ignorance, your purple team down 1 game to You Need Coaching, your orange team. These are your losers semifinals. The winner of this moves on to face off against Revelation.
They are making sure to get both of these level 4 Pokemon in action quickly. Scrubanaut stepping up very, very soon just to see what's going on. Maybe a bit surprised that nobody had crossed them in path quite yet. Nice little berry pulled through the magician technique of the Hoopa here to top off that little Sprigatito, as Machisler is still going through, and they're the one that picked up this Meowscarada.
Oh, Soup Chef looking for the KO. Doesn't make it happen against Meowscarada. Zacian barely making it out. Glaceon not able to take them down. A heartbreaking exchange there for Ignorance. Absol also coming up short on that KO. Getting caught by the Astonish there and having to peel away from that fight.
All in all, a phenomenal exchange for You Need Coaching. Getting the K opener, everybody making it out, and on top of that, JL dodging the protein shake engage so they don't get knocked out. I mean, it's a chef's kiss down there. You Need Coaching got to be feeling good, and they're playing well.
Yeah, we have Goopiter up in this top path playing the Garchomp. One interesting thing is we saw them with the Drain Crown on the Garchomp, so they are looking to brawl with this Pokemon and hopefully get that extra life steal to be able to keep them around in some of these longer engagements.
When you're not playing with a true healing support, you might need to look into those facets here. We still don't see it too often. However, Ignorance is always willing to throw something at the wall to see what sticks. Meanwhile, Neon is forced to babysit this pad by themselves as everybody else is on an adventure trying to level up.
Yeah, and here we go. Middle of the map here for the 8-minute fight. Scrubanaut in some trouble right here. That flower trick should spell the in for it, and it does.
Right into the middle is the Zacian, grabbing a bunch of that experience. Goopiter goes for a Dragon Rush to see if they can grab anyone, and they do. Unfortunately, they push it towards the rest of their team, forcing everybody to retreat. JL, in the meantime, is able to dip Skirdu back through the portal. Let's see if they come back through, or if they just join the squad straight up running down the path, and they're taking the long way round.
Yeah, I think they decided if they come back through there, there's absolutely no way they don't go down. Their team is not ready to fight in any particularly strong way here. Also, we see Meowscarada. In that moment, we actually had Meowscarada move forward to kind of try to get some vision and then peel back using the double team. Another strategy that double team allows you to employ.
Absolutely. Another attempt of poaching some wild Pokemon that time from Goop, but kind of unsuccessful, as You Need Coaching is able to knock all those wild Pokemon out before they can get taken for a ride.
And we're at a point here where this Trevenant from Ignorance needs to evolve. Staying a Phantump this long is nasty business. And now they are looking to score here with only 5 points. Hopefully they would be able to evolve their scoring, but unfortunately they are stopped. Great play by You Need Coaching, and the Phantump is still a Phantump at under the 7-minute mark.
Yeah, that is an absolutely vicious position to be in. This game has all been You Need Coaching right now. Even Protein Shake, the biggest thing for Ignorance, getting knocked out in this up-top skirmish here. Regieleki is marching towards You Need Coaching, but they're getting all the knockouts they want, and at this pace, they're going to be able to get the Regieleki knocked out too.
Wow, I mean, unbelievable that Meowscarada makes it out of that situation twice. Incredible stuff there from You Need Coaching as they're starting this game off. I mean, basically limit testing every single Pokemon, coming right up to the edge and never giving up the KOs. 0 to 68 points. Level-wise, they are just crushing Ignorance.
UNITE coaching is on one right now. They have an exact idea of how they need to approach this opposing composition, and they're not missing a beat here. I mean, JL, focusing on that hyperspace hole and going to something that they are, very in tune with and incredibly comfortable with is paying dividends for this UNITE coaching squad. They're getting great sustain out of all of their players through those portals, and that's going to be a key to their success here in the next 5 minutes and 30 seconds.
Here we go. Lutano with the Unite move, making sure they cannot get pulled there by that Dragon combo. Trevenant now in some trouble because it's fighting against 3. It's a big-time Woodhammer, but it's going to need to leave very soon or it's going to go down, and it does. Absol picks up a double KO in the top path, and now we have some points from Ignorance, 116-138, as Absol gets this team back online. Only 1 point separating these squads.
Yeah, what's insane about that catch, that protein shake did, they completely punched above their weight class, right? And got huge experience for them and the Pokemon around them that got those assists. So that was an understatement getting them back in the game. That was critical. And now this thing is working on a much slimmer margin.
Wow, we have the Darkrai taking the Zacian into that Nightmare Realm, and it looks like they are going to pick up the KO. Even though it's under-leveled, you still have this powerful single-target Unite in this Darkrai. It's a supporter with the Assassination Unite move. Pretty interesting choice from Ignorance.
Oh, triple sleep right there. Can Screwball actually leverage that into anything? No, they're going to use it to buy time here, as the rest of UNITE coaching actually fades backwards, realizing that the target shouldn't be this Screwball, it should be literally anywhere else on the map, and Screwball still stands. Finally, Vin Diesel is able to get that knockout. That bought a ton of time for the Meowscarada Unite to come out, and Protein Shake to step up just in time to catch that flower.
Wow, really nice stuff there from Machisel. Once again, this Meowscarada it's got 9 lives, and it's used up, I think, 6 or 7 of them so far. We might be in a classic Puss in Boots 2 situation, Dupe Snacks.
The last wish UNITE coaching needs is to get through this game to, well, I guess, get into some more games, Caltrop style. Let's see how they play this Basement Reggie.
I think whenever we don't have something, we just go, hit him with the Caltrops, moving on.
That's exactly what I'm doing. No doubt about it.
And we have Machisel getting caught right here. Massive play there between Soup Chef and the Darkrai on the side of Ignorance right there. Beautiful combo. They're going to be able to secure that Regice. We have Hoopa moving in, but they're going to go down for this as well. Ignorance right now with a huge push on this Tier 1 goal zone.
Yeah, putting the fight to Uguay there, getting the knockout on Umbreon, KO Streak of 2 for Protein, and this thing has completely been flipped on its head, Spraggles. I mean, all it took was that fight up top with the big, huge comeback experience, and Ignorance has not relented since then.
Wow, I mean, look at this. Machisel just doing some work here. Once again, making it out of a crazy situation. Very late Unite move, but Meowscarada could charge it pretty fast. They're going to need to run around the map and find an opportunity to do that. Screwball in the top path right here. A relentless support Darkrai.
Yeah, level 12 already. What I'm a bit surprised is on that Meowscarada Unite, it almost felt like Goop just Dragon Rushed right into it to get KO'd, which was a bit bizarre. Felt like they could have just waited it out and see if they can convert on the KO. That being said, we've got 5 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. That's how time works. 15 seconds to take this Regieleki off the map, and UNITE coaching looks like they want it.
Yeah, UNITE coaching able to get this pretty safely unless Ignorance decides to make this the Rayquaza fight, and they do not. That's going to go down. Garchomp, however, hiding in this tall grass, possibly looking for a moment right here. They're going to let this walk and position themselves around Rayquaza. Ignorance needs this. They're behind in this series. They're ahead slightly on the scoreboard right here as they use a very early Absolute Unite move, and here's the fight.
And now there's a Trevor Unite popped, and they're going straight for them. The big Garchomp Unite catches 2 targets. Uguay gets popped onto the backside. Can they convert that into KO? Yes, they're going to rotate back through. Tons of pressure being put on. The Machisler goes and uses the Unite. Protein Shake's going to get out of it. Portal is down. Is going to be enough to reset. JL goes Rings Unbound, and they've got a couple targets rolling back through. They're going for the stun break. Quazes at half. We've got the Wood Hammers. We're trying to drag them into the dark side. Is the Nightmare Void Pokemon in the Darkrai, but it's Rings Unbound. Hoopa splitting the tree in half. Rayquaza's low, and it's taken by the Zacian. It's taken by the Zacian. You need coaching on the doorstep of moving forward.
Wow, I mean, you need coaching right there. What a fight. They decide to start ripping that Rayquaza. Ignorance peeling towards them. You see the Glaceon trying to do enough damage to stop them from being able to get it right there. And then you have the Blizzard Avalanche come in from the Ninetales. That huge combination on top of the Zacian allows them to take down Ray. Amazing stuff here. 8 points there. More for UNITE Coaching brings them to 212, 342. 45 seconds-ish left. They're going to need to push right here. The game is still close enough, but they have to get a massive win very fast, Dupes.
They do. They also have the Absol Unite and the Glaceon Unite in the face of Meowscarada and a Snow Globe. So Soup Chef going to have to get into the back line, create some spacing here. The Glacial stage is out. They're trying to pin them back, but they miss on the Horn Leech. The Snow Globe comes out, and the Absol Unite hits 2 targets. Can they close the door? They need to convert on these Spraggles, but no, they're falling like dominoes on the side of Ignorance without taking anybody with them. This defense is gonna stand. UNITE Coaching is gonna get it done.
Beautiful stuff from UNITE Coaching, laying down the Caltrops on that tier 2. Every member of Ignorance slowly walking into their trap. What a Ray fight. That was so scary, so close. The decision from UNITE Coaching to pivot onto Rayquaza and then go for the secure. Really great stuff. UNITE Coaching moving on. They're going to face Revelation in just a bit.
Very well done, and really, unfortunately for Ignorance, just not a game that came together quickly enough. You know, Soup Chef lagging behind, couldn't get evolved into Trevenant. Meanwhile, you had some positive moments. Scribblenaught was playing great on the support Darkrai. Protein Shake with those big KO Streak of 2 in the top path to try and drag this team back to life and honestly give themselves a real chance at the end. But again, cool, calm, and collected. UNITE Coaching, able to just take a deep breath, take charge of the situation, make the right call, and deliver on that call. And they're moving forward after a nice 2-0.
Yeah, that was a really fun game number 2 between these two squads. Obviously, Ignorance is just a very, very good team. They're always in a position to make it to the end of a tournament like this. Well, it doesn't happen here today. UNITE Coaching with a beautiful game as well. Take a look at this, by the way, Dupe Snacks. The support Darkrai with the most damage on the side of Ignorance.
You know, between Soup Chef on the Suicune support leading the team and Scribblenaught on this Darkrai support leading the team, unsurprised to see that just because of how this team operates. And for them, it's not about who's getting the numbers, it's what the end result is. Unfortunately, fell a bit short here, but an impressive nonetheless run out of Ignorance. I'm glad to see them back in a top 4 position here.
And here we have a fight over at this tier 1 goal zone. That's Meowscarada making it out once again. Soup Chef looking to catch them right here, but with 3 members of UNITE Coaching in this bottom path, this is a tough spot for the tree to be in, getting caught by that Blizzard Avalanche, and even more damage there from Vin Diesel.
That was simultaneously at the time where we got that pivotal KO Streak of 2 from Protein Shake. And this is where we saw the Meowscarada Unite come out. A lot of pressure being put on here. And the Regieleki walking towards UNITE Coaching. That was like just another solid fight followed by this one by Ignorance.
Yeah, I mean, this was a really nice moment for Ignorance, you know, very much coming back into this game. We have the Unite moves out. Nice big snow globe right here. And here is the Umbreon trying to escape. We have Meowscarada looking for a KO right here, and here's where they turn onto the Rayquaza, right? We have the Hoopa Unite move. It allows Vin Diesel to get back into this fight. They turn on to Ray with less than half HP left. You see Neon looking for the KO right there, but between the Zacian and the damage there from Alolan Ninetales, they get the secure.
Yeah, it was just so low, and you're seeing the strength of Rings Unbound in that moment, right? Because that allowed Vin Diesel, was it Vin Diesel? Yes, it was Vin Diesel to come through the portal, step up, realize the Rayquaza HP was so low, get in a good position and go. So, you know, again, the strength of Hoopa is many, but that Unite move, no matter which kit you choose, comes along with it, and they used it to perfection there.
Yeah, I think you stepped into a caltrop there, my friend.
The nice verbal caltrop out there.
That's a
Holy.
nice verbal caltrop right there. All right, everybody. We will be right back here in a second. Do
I might
not
not
go
be.
anywhere. You may not be. We have caltrops scattered all around you. So if you leave, you'll run into a Doob Snacks verbal mess up situation. I can assure you.
There hasn't been
We'll be
any
right
of
back.
those. There's never been
We'll be
any of
right
those,
back.
so it's okay.
We'll be right back. We'll be right back.
Well-
everybody, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Our final monthly cup is here for North America, and we are right in the thick of things, headed into our losers finals. We're in the top 3 scenario. We're about to cut it down to top 2. My name is Zoinks, joined, as always, by Wonder Chef, and it's been an amazing event so far. Chef, do you have a specific match that's happened in today's bracket that has been your favorite up until this moment?
Ooh. Can I answer it no? I feel like they've all been pretty good. No, I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
I do feel like they've all been pretty good. I don't feel like there have been any matches that have ended in like an oh my god, like that was a close moment. I just think it's been good, fun games all around. Like there hasn't been a single disappointing game. There hasn't even been a single stomp. Like there have been some games that have been won pretty decidedly, but it's like decidedly by like 150 points. You know, it's not like well, actually there was like one 700 and nothing game, but whatever. It was just one. So good games all day.
I agree. The level of parity has been really exciting to witness here in North America, and now we're down to some really incredible teams. I know the conversation has come up a few times on our broadcast is the amount of World Championship slots available for this North American region and sort of the top teams. Obviously, Orange Juicers having a really tough performance in yesterday's qualification tournament, Luminosity Gaming not participating in this tournament, but I would say the 3 remaining teams in our bracket right now are probably the top 3 favorites to be taking those spots. Not that it's guaranteed in the regionals upcoming in a few short weeks by any means. North America's always got some exciting results, but I do think we are getting witness to some of the best teams in NA right now, and they're all trying to go for the championship at the moment. You know, it's what's right in front of you that you got to be focusing on, and right now, both these teams facing elimination here in this best of 3.
Right, and honestly, despite the fact that it's certainly like earlier in the season, I would have also agreed that these top 3 teams that we currently have were looking like potential Worlds qualifiers. None of them were 100% until a little bit more recently. I mean, for example, UNITE Coaching was not a full team until I think last month, and then Nemesis has been having a little bit of an unfortunate set of runs, I think, since their win in whatever monthly cup it was, but they're looking better than ever after this, and I mean after today they're certainly looking like probably the 3rd place at least team in North America, but I mean of course there's still plenty that can happen throughout the rest of today's tournament. And then who was the last team? Revelation. I mean they've been looking pretty good for a few months, certainly, but they haven't been together throughout the entire season, so it's interesting despite the fact that we've got some teams that have been really solid the entire season. All of them basically today, and all these next in line teams, they are right on that line, and they're really like hitting their stride right when they need to.
I totally agree. And when it comes to these 2 teams facing down against each other, I think we're going to get some obviously exciting matches, but I think where it's going to be the most interesting is within that draft screen. Revelation has had a dominating Talonflame game strategy throughout this entire tournament. It feels like Nemesis kind of letting them get it a few times, but having a response. UNITE Coaching also has an incredible Talonflame player in Vin Diesel, and of course the rest of the family there to support, but I really do think that Talonflame is going to be a very important part of this draft, and I would not be surprised if it doesn't even get picked, as it would be a very, very front of mind ban, in my opinion.
Well, my only question is, so many teams have gone up against UNITE Coaching, and not a single one has chosen Mew. Seems weird. Just take the advice.
Yeah, listen up.
Yeah, I mean they've been telling you how to win the entire time. No, that's
you gotta listen to Unk.
I'm a little bit surprised that we haven't seen any Mew, but okay, I like these bands a lot. However, the Talonflame, like you said, is going to be really important, and it's not even looking like it's going to be first. Just kidding. Why did I say that? Forget everything.
No, Vin Diesel is going to make sure that one is locked in place. Interesting to see or predict where Lumiere is going to go to now. However, Absol has been such a powerful Pokemon in our metagame, not only picked so frequently, but also having one of the best win rates of the entire tournament. So no shocker to see it locked in by Oblivion right now, and Dispenza is going to get that Psyduck. Dispenza's been playing a lot of different stuff in the support role, honestly, throughout the tournament, even going to the options like Comfey, where we don't see as much in NA these days, but locking in that Psyduck. Machisel gonna go to an old favorite with the Sword Dog.
Zacian's been looking really good so far this tournament, and Zacian's been a kind of, I want to say like a little bit below my radar, where when I saw it picked, I was like, it's okay. It works decently well. And we don't see it right now, but I do feel like the new items really work well to help Zacian scale a little bit more. But again, I don't know if we're going to see that. It's still got great support, or sorry, great secure, not support. And you're going to need to secure when you've got a Blaziken on the other side.
Oh, yeah. I feel like, well, we have seen it once before in our bracket, but I think we've seen maybe a surprising lack of Blaziken, in my opinion. It's such a solid all-rounder. We're going to see it finally picked up. Lutano going to go into this Espeon, and we saw this Espeon put on a crazy show last time Lutano had this Pokemon equipped. Also, just good to see Lutano back around. I know they were playing last month, but we didn't get the opportunity to commentate that one, Wonder Chef. So always fun to cast Lutano again, but this might be my highlight of the draft. Celestial, one of the lone believers in Tinkaton, is going to lock it in place for the final pick of Revelations draft.
That's really interesting. We've seen a lot of Tinkaton. Well, I don't want to say a lot. We've seen almost no Tinkaton ever. But when we have seen Tinkaton, a lot of times it's against like Metagross or something like that. So this is being specifically, usually a Pokemon chosen to steal away defenses. I'm surprised that we're seeing it in this particular draft. Do you have any thoughts on why we're seeing it?
Yeah, I mean, because of the counterplay to Metagross, it stems from its passive, right? Where it does additional damage to Pokemon who are holding shields. Blissey giving a decent amount of shields to their teammates. Umbreon gonna have a lot of shielding as a part of their kit. Tinkaton will have some variety, but what I think it comes down to it is it's a great secure Pokemon, and the item layout for that Pokemon is, well, ambitious to say the least. They are going with the traditional stacking item of the attack weight and also equipping the Excel Bracer. So Celestial is going to be looking to not only get KOs to stack that Bracer, but also trying to get some early game stacks in the enemy goal zone. Tinkaton, if it scales high enough, that Gigaton Hammer is going to be terrifying to have to deal with. A lot of crowd control, and of course, just a tremendous amount of damage.
Yeah, you're kind of stacking in three ways, right? With the way that the
with the hammer
works.
stacks too. That's right.
Yeah. So there's a whole lot of numbers to keep track of for Celestial, and I'm sure that chat will do it for us because I'm not going to be able to keep track. But that is pretty scary. I mean, you talk about a Pokemon that needs to scale up. You got to scale up in three different ways of stacking. I think it's really cool. I'm glad we're going to see it. But hey, it's a big question mark for me for sure.
If you wanted objective secure, Absol Unite move, Blaziken Overheat, and Tinkaton Gigaton Hammer are a pretty scary trifecta when it comes down to it. So Revelation will be poised pretty well in those endgame team fights, I have to imagine.
Right, and of course Slow Beam, ideally one of the best counter secures in a weird way. So, yeah, everything that you could possibly want. And then it's going to end up going to a Blissey auto attack anyway. But I do think that, I agree with you completely. Their secure is completely there. Right now, though, we're just going to see this Duck against a pretty scary triple path up top. Doing a pretty good job of it, though. Yeah.
Dispenza actually gets that contestable wild Pokemon, so shout out to the support Duck, doing really well so far. Ynair with an ambitious 19 points in pocket. Pretty tough to score that, especially against a ranged attacker like Espeon. I believe the only ranged Pokemon in the entire game. I think you can make an argument for Slowbro, but other than that, just the only attacker class Pokemon hang out. A character class that we have not seen very often. Celeste's going to go down, even with that Psyduck disruption as it goes into its mysterious power mode. Not going to be enough, so Dispenza tries to slow down the scoring attempts from Team Unk.
And a lot of members of Team Unk, as we're going to keep calling them, Social said it, so that we have to follow it. It's the rule of law. They're going to be rotating down through the center area of Revelation, trying to farm every single thing that they can. The Machizzler, as Dupsnax will say, just waiting for some buffs to spawn. Just swinging there, trying to build up those bigger autos, which it was actually, hold on a minute. Oh, nice avoid with the evolution. Really unlucky. But Denise is going to be trying to turn that one around for sure. Oh, they're so low.
That's a wild team fight. I mean, obviously, unlucky play for that Absol. Normally a Pokemon that I believe has the passive named Super Luck. So, Oblivion getting done dirty a little bit by the game, but that's all right. We do have the push. You see Celestial trying to go in. That is normal gameplay pattern from Tinkaton, even without this kind of item build. You love brawling early. You might go down a few times, but hey, those hammer stacks going up and up every single time you land that full boosted auto charge or any of your moves on an opposing Pokemon.
You basically have to brawl early, otherwise you're just not scaling, right? Like you have to get in some hits, whether you're actually trying to get a KO or not. You got to do it, and it's nice. It's a nice way to be able to build up. Oh, the big overheat, but just getting jumped on. I actually cannot believe Lunaire managed to get out of there. Yard getting really low too, and that's going to be a Psyshock Espeon. Not quite going to land exactly on target. Lunaire is going to go down very quickly though. Yard just a little bit more HP to try and survive, but everybody just scoring in rather than dealing with that slow bro. Eventually they're going to get that KO. Plenty of points. They should be able to break it with this. Yep, the 29 goes in. Not a huge overdunk, but that tier 1's gone just in time.
So the nice thing about Unite coaching breaking this goal zone, it's that now they don't need to have multiple targets rip down this Regirock. They can afford to have just one Pokemon take down the same objective, because the Revelation, it would just simply take them too much time to get down to that basement objective and contest. The rest of the team can rotate out, go farm their own wild experience, try to Central Invade, or maybe try to stop that Regieleki. That final point, not going to happen for them, but Celestial is fully charged up, has that Gigaton Hammer, and is ready to throw some hands.
Oh, but there might be a few too many members there to throw hands against. Did a good amount of damage, however. That is just a scary little choke point to try to fight in. Lunaire as well probably going to be going down next. And again, Vin Diesel running away with this bird. And oh my goodness, only Unite coming out. Not quite able to fully catch either of them. And one more hit, but actually it was Oogway in the end that managed to get that final hit. So a big turnaround. Revelation, I mean, easily Vin Diesel could have gotten, I don't know, every single KO there, but was just short of every single one.
Yeah, either way, really good setup play, and Uga just tanking a whole lot of that damage was very impressive. Celeste is going to go down, has the ability to ignore a lot of these hindrances with that unstoppable that Gigaton Hammer charge gives you, but sometimes it's just the raw damage that they have a tough time dealing with at the moment, and Vin Diesel is bringing that in spades. Lunaire gonna rotate up to the top side, deal a little bit of poke damage, but it's Uguay here on the bottom side, not afraid of anything. Umbreon, one of the tankiest Pokemon in the roster, not to mention is currently boasting a Regirock buff beneath them. That is a lot of defensive pressure.
Just getting vision, which is a really, really strong part of Umbreon. Oh, the dive in. Dispenza going in maybe a little bit too far there. Just feeding Vin Diesel, which is just such a scary thing. Look at that, another KO very quickly. And that's going to be, I mean, again, you have to really try to get into those fights with the, oh, well, hold on a second. Michelle's getting extremely low, getting surfed away. Had to use the Unite, getting some shields. Oh, I'm sorry, didn't Unite. Use the, got Blizz Assistant. Just a whole lot of big shields and circles happening all in one place, and it's still barely going to be able to win that 1v1. That was actually pretty scary.
Yeah, that is a scary fight against an Absol. Going to really turn the tide of a fight at any given moment. Regice will spawn on the bottom side of the map, but it's Regieleki at the moment. It's the main point of contest. That is a big old take-a-ton hammer. And finally gets on the KO feed as they take down both the Talonflame and the Regieleki, and maybe even more. Dispenza capitalizing together. That has been a pretty successful combo up until this point, right? The Psyduck and the Take-a-ton duo. It's already hard enough to avoid a Take-a-ton hammer that's stacked up as high as it is, but you add in Surf Disruption, Psychic Disruption, it can be become very quickly an impossible task to escape the wrath of the Tinkaton.
Right, and also getting the basement Reggie in the meantime for the side of Revelation. They've turned this around really quickly. I mean, they stole back the lead. They got a bunch of objectives. They're finally getting KOs, and now they're starting to get, of course, all these stacks on all their new items, and things are starting to look pretty good. Oogway, though, trying to stop everybody at once. Lutano does miss the side shock. Very unfortunate. Has to back up just a little bit. Oogway still very, very low, diving all the way into that back line. I'm sorry, that's their own back line. They're not diving into the back line. Oblivion's diving into their back line. Finally gets chased back down by Vin Diesel, who's got to have at least like 15 KOs at this point. It's ridiculous. Yard's going to be the 16th. It just keeps happening.
And the race to 13 between Oblivion and Vin Diesel will be won by Vin. Taking down Oblivion's Absol there on that bottom side will achieve it first. So they're getting up there now. Both their moves upgraded and ready to go. Brave Bird Plus being maybe the more formidable, terrifying move to equip, getting even more damage reduction. That's pretty massive for them. You need coaching in a position right now, but Revelation holding down this Rayquaza pit, actually a bit more defensive, and Celeste going all in right now, level 14. A lot of lifesteal on all these auto attacks, and Tinkaton is going to outlast and outfight.
This is a really weird time to be so aggressive, but Revelation, they're getting a lot out of it. That's going to be a double KO from Lumiere. They're going to be pushing in, potentially points in this bottom tier too. However, big defense here from Machisel. They've got to be careful. This fight continues on. They're going to get to the point where the fight is going to be their final fight, and I don't think you actually want that to happen. So we are going to see both teams eventually back up. Revelation has about a 70-point lead. They've just got to be careful because, yeah, they were in a spot where they could have easily overcommitted. However, nice little pick here, potentially. Uguay's going to take some damage. If it was anybody else, they would have probably gotten something. However, they're going to have to back up once again as they're starting to get a little bit low, especially Lumiere does not want to get caught out.
I've loved the confident play calls from Dispenza so far, but that one's actually going to be the Absol striking first. Vin Diesel with the counterpunch with the Talonflame. Won't earn the KO yet. Tinkaton going to go all in, try to follow up on that slow beam, but they're still going to walk away. Bliss Assistance giving Machisel the survivability, but not for long. Talonflame did recall, is going to join the battle again. Uguay waiting in the wings on this Umbreon, but it's 4 members from Revelation fighting against this Ray.
It has to be Vin Diesel to get this steal. Standing in perfect position. They don't have any CC on it. No! Doesn't get the opportunity. It is going to be the overheat. So hard to beat that in a secure battle. And Revelation locking in that first Rayquaza. A minute and 30 seconds left. They've got plenty of shields. Luminere's shield pretty low. It is going to actually be breaking. They're up by about 161 points, so it's not over 100% yet. They are going to be getting KO'd at least 1-for-1 in this situation, which is really what Unite Coaching wants. They do have time to potentially push back.
They couldn't stop Yard. Slowbro not having a Rayquaza shield, could not get it back. And look at how strong a level 15 Tinkaton can be. I mean, every single one of those auto attacks giving them a ton of HP back. And right now, I believe Oblivion's about to dunk a Hundo Burger on the top side. That might be the final nail in the coffin. I can't wait to watch that Rayquaza fight again, because it was a very interesting moment where everyone on Revelation admits the Ray Pit has amazing secure, but that means everyone's waiting to use their big secure move. So there was a moment where nobody was hitting Ray because the Blaziken, the Tinkaton, and the Absol were all like, well, it's my job to finish the Rayquaza. And so there was a little bit too long of a pause, if you're asking me, but either way, they made it work, and right now, Revelation, all they need to do is protect this tier 2.
I mean, honestly, they could even give up this tier 2. They'd still probably be fine.
That's true.
14 seconds left, but I don't think that's the way they want to play. They're not going to give that one up. 2 more down on Unite Coaching. Looks like Revelation locking this one up as a Game 1 win in what's looking like it could be a very close set. I mean, that was down to the wire.
In the April finals, we have given you Rollout Wiggly, Flash Cannon Duraludon. How about Tinkaton to take a game win in this final moments? 578 points to 253. Unite Coaching going to be down in this series. Revelation, I mean, with the confidence to pick some wild off-the-wall selections, and honestly, a composition built to make sure the last hit of Rayquaza goes in their favor, it pays off.
I love watching I don't want to say like a fed, but like a full power Tinkaton, because he just raised that hammer. It's like, ready, bonk, and then it's just like somebody just disappears. Like they're just gone, you know?
True.
It's such a fun Pokemon to watch, but it worked really well, honestly. They did a really good job of I guess, like, setting it up when, you know, of course, we were talking about how it needed stacks in every single sort of way. It stayed up top. It got KOs and assists early. It got actual, scoring stacks early. Yeah. It was brawling just enough that it managed to get its hammer up. So everything was looking great with it. And, oh, my goodness, that number, that's a good number, I think. Also tanked as well. Geez. And also healed, almost highest in their team.
Yeah, that is the particularly crazy part to me. Celestial doing a great job. I think Tinkaton loves to see an Umbreon on the other side, in my opinion. I think that's a really nice matchup, actually. Not only do you get the additional damage to shields, but the fact that you're unstoppable every time you're charging Gigaton Hammer means you don't really care about Snarl whatsoever, which is such an important part of this tank Umbreon build. And then, after that point, you're just hitting even harder in the late game against a Pokemon that traditionally should have a great matchup. So I think it was looking really good in that particular moment. Made it very difficult for Uguay to play into that all-round. It kind of made them have to focus on everybody else on the roster.
Well, I do hope that we get a chance to see more Tinkaton. That is such a cool Pokemon, and I know it's like a big fan favorite that didn't get that much play altogether, but hey, keep playing it like that. You're choosing the right moments, and it looks like a monster. Honestly, I do got to say, I feel like a lot of the games that Celestials had throughout today have been not the best games in general, like whether it's just like how they turn out or the pick or whatever, but this one, best for sure.
Yeah, that moment we just saw a second ago, I think was one of the best showcases. Like, it just simply doesn't go down with the lifesteal at like level 13 and up. So every single time, just kind of walking away from these team fights where it really should have been exploded at that low of HP. But yeah, just fun. This is that moment, by the way, we're ripping down Rayquaza, and watch this. Celestial will charge up Gigaton Hammer, but everyone else is kind of doing anything but hitting Ray. He's like, well, could somebody please hit the Rayquaza? that Psyshock from Lutano's Espeon becoming alarmingly close to knocking out the Ray. But either way, Revelation will pick up that knockout and then, of course, start this series 1-0.
It did seem like they might have all gotten knocked up at a point, too. It was just like a little bit of an awkward moment. Yeah, just in general, one of those things where it's like, well, we could lose this pretty easily. But they had layers on layers of security for the secure. So really good stuff. But now when you go into a draft for a second game after something like that, it's really hard to think about what to do because like you don't want to like not choose Umbreon if you can choose Umbreon, right? I mean, Umbreon's still great. And you're like, what do we do to counter a Tinkaton that did like 120,000 damage to us? I don't have the answer to that, if I'm being honest. I don't think I've looked that far into my heart for the Tinkaton counter, but we'll see.
You won't need to wait too long, luckily, because we are headed back into draft already. Revelation will stay on that second pick position, meaning that Team Unk chose first pick. It will be a Zacian ban, though, from Revelation. Interesting. I mean, it has been kind of Machisel's wheelhouse the majority of the day, has received a few bans against them, and in the past, when we see that ban, it usually ends up being a Machisel Garchomp. So, Revelation probably having quite a bit of info to work with, even after this first pick.
The Vin Diesel bird has been just too signature. I think that you got to go with that. Giving Dispenza back the Duck, I think it's a great pick as well. Oblivion seemed really comfortable on the Absol, which has been a great counter as well to a lot of the other speedsters and really just everything in general, as you mentioned earlier. Doesn't matter what target Absol's hitting, it just melts it in 3 hits. So it's like whether it melts you in 3 hits or 2 hits, that's really the only difference that it makes. So
if you got a green border, it's 3 hits. If you got a red border, it's 2 hits. It's what it comes down to, I think. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, like you mentioned, Absol again, but it is that Blissey Umbreon duo, one I normally love, one of my favorite draft power picks you can have, but with the threat of the Tinkaton lurking, maybe I don't like it as much, so we will see Revelation hovering a few options, and you're going to be finding theirs, and it looks like they're going to lock in the Greninja of all Pokemon.
Interesting. Greninja doing pretty well at ACL when we got to cast it the few times that it was picked, but I mean, honestly, you are correct. They are setting themselves up once again to be counterpicked by Tinkaton, which is a wild thing to say. Maybe a little bit less after these. I do feel like something like the Inteleon would have been great against Tinkaton or in the previous game. It's just that it's not what ended up happening. But now picking up against an Inteleon when you have the Greninja that could potentially dive you seems a little bit more scary. I'm not sure exactly if they're going to be playing a little bit more of like the dive option or they're okay, whatever. I don't even know what's going to happen anymore. I don't know what's happening. What game is this? What video game is this?
So I think it was kind of interesting. We saw Celestial hover at the beginning of that draft phase, the Zarina. And I was actually like, okay, that makes sense to me. We're going all in. We have Slowbro and Zarina. 2 options that can shut down a late game Talonflame fight. You know, a Talonflame fight. However, the fast swap over to the Charizard is really interesting. Oblivion is going to be picking it up, and they're currently changing their items. I'm very curious to see where they end up, but right now it looks like double stacking, one with knockout, one with scoring, and then the weakness policy to boot. A little surprised we're not seeing a few items like maybe even the Curse Bangle or even the Scope Lens on Charizard. Instead, going with just raw stats instead of, and they're actually going to drop the attack weight, going to go with the Focus Band for a bit more defensive pressure. But either way, Charizard as a Pokemon is a really hard one to define in terms of optimal build. There just is a lot of items that can work on it, but Charizard as a Pokemon, the argument is more, does the Pokemon work? I think is maybe where that conversation should begin, truly.
Yeah, actually, the items, as the game has gone on, the item selection for Charizard has just gotten, like, more and more difficult because you like, need pure damage, but you also need tankiness, but also you have the benefit fast attack speed, and like at fast attack speed things benefit you a lot because of your weird like rapid hit and your auto attack while you're moving, and so move speed's really good too. And it's just like, okay, I give up. There's like a million different ways you can build this Pokemon, but do any of them work? Just like you were saying, there's only one way to find out, and that's watching Revelation try to close out this match, this losers finals match, get in the grand finals with a Charizard Greninja comp.
All right, the little Timmy comp. I'm ready. Let's go. Everybody's favorite Pokemon to start the day. Also, going to be that first contest. Looks like it will go over to Machizzle. Nice little bulldoze from the Gibble. A terrifying Pokemon in terms of early team fights, but also early secure into Charmander specifically. We talked a lot about the auto attacks out of the Charizard Pokemon in general, but those auto attacks, you do need vision to land them. So if you were ever blinded in any way, you can't land those auto attacks. So Sand Attack from Gibble, pretty devastating for Charmander to deal with, actually.
All right, just simply play Gibble and Chandelure, and you've got the counter pick. Very easy.
And Mew Unite move, I guess, is like the other one that's really good at it. Yeah.
Goes the other direction, I guess, rather than blinding them. It just makes you disappear, but yeah, that does technically count.
So many counters for this poor little Charmander when it comes down to it. All right, Revelation going with a 4-player push on the bottom side. So Oblivion going to be joining Celeste for this flank. Seems like it'll be mostly just for the wild Pokemon, but 3 will try to make it towards the goal zone as that vision happens. Unit Coaching understands that it's a 3v1 versus a Psyduck. Formidable, but still a chance to score.
There are a lot of Pokemon that need to evolve in this match. I feel like I'm going to take a nap for like 3 more minutes, 4 more minutes, and then I'm going to wake up, and then the match will actually have started. Right now, Oblivion...
Early game, I sleep.
Early game. Take a nap. I need some energy for the end of this, but Oblivion's doing a good job of brawling, if I'm being 100% honest. Staying pretty far forward. Everybody's just at about their second evolution, but look at this aggression running in, JL. Oh, no, there's no way you escape that. Oh, well, that was actually a lot of damage. Hold on, they almost won that fight. That was kind of scary.
Hey, we've said it before. We've said it many times. It's not just Rayquaza that Blaziken last hit secure. Sometimes it is you as well. A very scary Pokemon to try to contend with, especially when they're hiding out in the tall grass like that. But Absol, a very strong Pokemon in their own right, and especially in today's metagame. Jeez, the win rate on this Pokemon has only been climbing up higher and higher.
Yeah, pretty strong Pokemon in their own right. I mean, almost as scary as a Blissey ambush, but it'll get there eventually. Oh, no, the dive in actually misses because everybody moved forward at the exact moment. So Vin Diesel going down early. Looks like they're going to get another pickup. That's a huge path team fight win for Revelation, especially considering the fact they're getting so much EXP onto that Charizard, also stacks onto the new items. So really, really good stuff for them. Down on bottom, they can play a little bit more passive if they want to, but they are going to continue to play aggressive until they see the 3 people. Oh, Lunar not quite escaping. He's going to go down.
Yeah, I think their double team already off cooldown. Their best answer to a Brave Bird Talonflame, you see that circle, it's a very quick dash. It's one of the best attackers at getting out of harm's way. Mewtwo Y, also another Pokemon like that with the teleport ability. It's really nice to have a good amount of mobility on your attacker. Lutano on the Inteleon has Fell Stinger, but it's not quite as strong at getting out of danger. But if that moves on cooldown, there's just simply nothing you could do. So great choice of timing from Vin Diesel to make sure to capitalize on that Greninja when they were kind of defenseless.
Revelation still has a bit of a point lead. Oh, Celestial trying to dive in and kind of get an ambush, assuming that maybe there's only going to be one person defending. Flame Sweep goes through, gets really far in. Lutano taking a ton of damage, not going to be able to survive that encounter. Vin Diesel has an opportunity to try to jump in. Doesn't really land any targets with that Brave Bird. They're going to go down next. I feel like a lot of games since we've seen Vin Diesel go down this many times in the early game, I feel like Revelation really finding their early game pacing, which is great because they've got 2 of the late game scalers.
Yeah, and Charizard has Unite move now as well. They immediately utilize it. They were pretty far in that enemy Flux Zone, so I think Oblivion confident they were going to get to that breakpoint. But, I mean, we have seen, how many times have we seen this look from Dispenza, by the way? Checking every tall grass in the middle of the map with Psychics constantly. Just a very heads-up play from this Psyduck player. And they're in danger, taking a lot of damage from this Garchomp Unite move. But again, double team getting them just enough space to get out of range of the Garchomp.
And they're going to be using the Water Shuriken, just building back a lot of HP, a lot of good self-sustain, so much that apparently it was too strong and needed to get nerfed at this point. Oh no, the dive in! Not enough self-sustain against a bird, and the Talonflame is going to be just more than enough burst damage. The Slow Beam coming out just to delay a little bit longer. Oblivion going in. Can you 1v4 on pad? I think odds are a little bit low, and odds are now 0 when you get snipe shotted like that. So tier 1 goal zone going down, and Regieleki just about to spawn as well.
Kind of a tough move choice selection in that situation in particular. Hey, where have we seen this before, by the way? But having Fire Punch equipped to the Charizard at that moment means that they can't just lay down a Fire Blast and stop everybody from scoring.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That has a lot of passive burning damage. It'd be really, really tough to score, but instead, kind of forced into brawling in that situation. Unique Coaching loves that. They're able to break that top goal zone, but they have not earned themselves a score lead yet. Would really need the help with this Regieleki to turn that around.
Honestly, a lot of times the autos are enough, but oh, there we go. The Unite coming out just as kind of like a finisher. And now they're going to be going down, chasing down Umbreon. If they find another target, they find Lutano in the tall grass. Like, oh, hold on a minute. That's kind of tasty. It's what I would be really like to see. Looks like they're not close enough to try and get a snipe shot to steal away this Regieleki. They're just backing up, holding on to that goal zone. Both Reggies, both basement and top Reggie, taken by Revelation. They're kind of all over the map. I mean, the levels are not looking bad at all for Unique Coaching, but Revelation ahead by points, ahead by map. They just feel like they've got the aggression going on.
Feels like Unique Coaching is 1 in 3 in terms of team fights. Like, Revelation has just been crushing it from the early game and now dominating the mid game as well. There have been moments for Team Unique Coaching, but it feels like Revelation having the majority of things going in their favor. Dispenza, again, just this constant pestering with the Psyduck, making sure they always have vision of all 5 members. And when you have Pokemon like Absol, Greninja, and Charizard that would love to know the exact position of the enemy so they can dive and take them out before they can retreat, it's been paying off huge.
They're just so far for him. I mean, they're on their own. The last one you're going to get before the final stretch, and Slowbro is going to finally go down. Not enough, maybe, defense here. Again, I mean, we see at least one person Lumiere, but you don't have enough AoE damage to stop everybody. However, they are going to get at least 2 return KOs. 2 big ones as well. 2 of the highest level Pokemon on the side of Unique Coaching going down, plus an extra Blissey just for dessert. And so that's going to be some great EXP to get to that level 13, 14. I think this is probably going to be a little bit of a farming fest, especially you can see so much wild Pokemon on the side of Unique Coaching. Just that west side completely full as they're going to be working now towards potentially the final Rayquaza of this set.
Yeah, maybe even beforehand, a final Regieleki with the home goal zone available. So pretty terrifying for Unique Coaching. They will have to defend against that. Revelation trying to open themselves up a second win condition. You can see Unique Coaching making a slow rotation up there, getting as much farm as they possibly can, but Revelation going to be waiting on the doorstep.
Well, this is scary. We're at engage. They do slightly go in. Oogway is actually going to full engage, but everybody... Flame Sweep is going to pull back really, really far, and the retreat from Unique Coaching is going to work out really well as they're going to pick up 1, 2, 3 Pokemon in a row. The entire damage line of Revelation is gone. They are dusted. 2 minutes. Rayquaza spawning. Do you burn this down?
I mean, what a team fight. Lutana putting out together some crazy snipe shots, and already the Rayquaza is at barely a sliver of HP. There's no one even close enough to contest. What a dominating performance from Unique Coaching in the last 30 seconds. That was brilliant. They're going to score a hundo burger both in the top and bottom tier 2 goal zones. And now the home goal zone, the only place left to dump some points in. That Blissey does have 50 points and a full Rayquaza shield. A lot of crowd control for them to work through, and looks like Revelation will have the chance to build up a bit of a defense, but it is still a long hill to climb to take back this lead.
I mean, it's technically possible. Slowbro goes down, but Garchomp's going to go down in exchange. It's maybe a little bit more important for the side of Revelation for them to be able to make this comeback. 1 minute, 11 seconds. Certainly it's doable. We can see Blissey waiting for that back cap, just sitting there. Oh, Lutano getting caught. That's a little bit scary. They're not going to get KO'd. They are going to escape, but at the very minimum, they're going to have to back up. They're going to have to put themselves into a team fight situation. Again, I just want everybody to focus on the fact that Blissey is there going for the Hundo Burger back cap as we're going to start this fight for this tier 2.
All right, Talonflame already utilizing their Unite move, but they're caught in the back. That's a great Psyduck Psychic. He's going to lock them down for just enough, but Revelation is very low in terms of HP. Celestial walking forward is going to get hit very early. Machisel taking them immediately down. Oogway buying up so many shields in terms of real estate, and I think this Garchomp Umbreon combination are going to hold down this tier 2, and you need coaching with a heroic moment in this final time before the final stretch, and doubling down with a great defense on their tier 2 are going to hold on to game number 2.
Well, we're going to get at least one more game 3 on broadcast, because this one is going to go the distance. And wow, I want to look at that fight again, because honestly, the target selection from Unite Coaching was so good. They just, I don't even know what the word is. They disassembled their team. They just took it apart piece by piece, just like all of their damage. They backed up and like perfectly baited them to move forward just as much as they wanted to. But for the fact that it seemed like Revelation had so much momentum that entire game, Unite Coaching played that last fight so incredibly well.
Whew. Welcome back, Lutano. 12 KOs on the Inteleon. I'm sure the damage numbers are going to be ridiculous as well. Such a good game from them. Struggling a little bit in the early game. Felt like Lunar's Greninja had some better moments, but in the end game, truly proving why this attacker is still considered to be such a metagame Pokemon, despite the class as a whole on a bit of a downwards decline in terms of popularity. Inteleon remaining at the top.
Honestly, Lutano was a huge reason why all of that happened. I mean, obviously you can see the stats are quite good, but there was not a good opportunity for the dive to work from the side of Revelation, and so I think that's a big reason why they lost that last team fight. Was they were trying to kind of sneak around and circle around and get the sandwich that you would like with a pretty aggressive team like Revelations, but they were just never able to quite find that. And we do see the damage now. Almost 80k for Lutano. Still a relatively low damage game, all things considered. But yeah, it's just snipe shots from the back line and Vin Diesel on their back line, and it's just too much damage to deal with.
Yeah, Revelation kind of getting everything they wanted in the majority of that match. I mean, you got Charizard, Absol, and Greninja all hyperscaling to the spots you wanted them to. I mean, Dispensa lining up so many of these team fights with Psyduck. It just feels like, in the end, that final team fight getting a little out-rotated and outmatched in that team fight. We'll have to take another look at it, of course. Like you were saying, we both want the same thing there. I can't wait to see what that happened, because Inteleon just turns the tables in a major way.
Right. Also, a really weird place for that fight to happen, right? I mean, it was like above the buff in the north side of their center area, like a very strange place for a 2-minute fight to actually take place. But aside from that, we gotta say, Revelation was just doing so well. There were certainly some back and forth moments. We can see right here that was one of the nicest fights that Unite Coaching had. But next to this one, and let's see what actually happened.
Yeah, so the snipe shot going to be in, but doesn't take down the first target. But there we go. Dispensa takes a lot of damage. You see a lot of Unite moves utilized to kind of counter. Bravebird splits them, but then I think this is where the Inteleon starts getting to work. Celestial goes in. Charizard goes in. It just feels like a really aggressive push from Revelation, when likely they should have played a little more patient, and Lutano didn't even need to land snipe shots. Just kind of auto-attacked them, and they were fine.
Yeah, I mean, Lutano, it was exactly, I guess, kind of what I was thinking it was, where Lutano was just such a juicy target, and they knew that the only way they were winning this final fight was to take care of Lutano early, but they were a little bit too aggressive, and trying to fight through that choke point that they were at, they just kind of walked in one at a time, and were just shut down, just, player into player into player, and just never had the chance to actually make that happen. So a really nice kind of kiting from the side of Unite Coaching, but that is going to give him one more opportunity as we're going into game 3.
All right, and bans are going to be pretty similar to what we've seen, but Revelation is actually going to adopt a Talonflame ban. So finally going to separate Vin Diesel from this terrifying bird. It will mean that Vin is going to lock in the Absol, though, one of the uncontested best speedsters in the metagame.
Yeah, uncontested is really it, right? It's the best uncontested speedster. You can say that backwards as well. The other side, the Dispensa on the Duck, I think it's perfect. Been playing incredibly. Gonna take the Blissey as well. That's gonna be giving them the shields this time. I do like that they're not really giving away how much of their, or very much any of their damage line, right? You don't want to give them the opportunity to kind of make more of a counter. However, giving Lutano back that Inteleon and giving Uguay the classic Umbreon just seems like such solid picks as well that they as well don't need to give up too much of their strategy.
Exactly. Okay, let's see what the damage members end up being for Revelation. This has always been a very exciting part of our drafting phase, is to see where these players decide to go. It'll be a Buzzwole, answer to an Absol, potentially. People are starting to love the crowd control from that Pokemon. Take its on currently being the hover again, but wow. Finally, we are going to see a Gyarados on our broadcast again. It feels like it has been so long since we have seen that Pokemon be played, but it will be locked in for Celestial.
I know. I thought this was going to be hugely picked today. It is so popular in other regions right now, but I guess we're just finally seeing it. I mean, it was huge at ACL. It got some buffs that were really, really significant. The Unite move speed that moves faster now, can chase down so many things, and wow, we're going to see.
There it is.
All right, this is a comp for sure.
So, again, I think this is the only time we ever see Phalanx emerge, but it is into these critical hit style compositions. So Absol, Inteleon, both of their kits revolving around the ability to critical hit as often as they possibly can. And honestly, Zacian kind of the same way. Equipping Razor Claw, the boosted auto attacks are some of the most important parts of that Pokemon's kit. That's why you see the Muscle Band equipped for that attack speed. So Phalanx having an opportunity to reduce a lot of that damage. They certainly don't want every little member to get hit by a Sacred Sword, and they would in fact take more damage than an average Pokemon. But either way, I do see the vision for this pick, but wow, it is certainly an off-the-wall composition in total.
I mean, honestly, this is pretty close to an Insomnia comp, right? I
Pretty
mean,
close.
They're using a lot of these same Pokemon, so if we get to see them play any bit like Insomnia play, they're playing amazingly over at ACL. Of course, for anybody who's not familiar, Japanese team did extremely, extremely well recently, and I'm a big fan of theirs now. But they were using a lot of Gyarados. They were using a lot of the Phalanx. They showed really both of those Pokemon are like very much in the meta right now. So very cool to see. I feel like Revelation has done a really great job of showing us the weirdest Pokemon and the most unique comps today out of a pretty wide field of unique comps.
Yeah, that's true. I'm particularly excited about this Gyarados. We saw it played a decent amount over in Europe earlier this morning on their broadcast. It did have Rocky Helmet over there, so I think I'm particularly happy to see that particular item dropped off for this game. But here we go. Oblivion has played Phalanx in our North American tournaments before. In fact, they were able to defeat Team YouTube using this. However, at that time, Oblivion had an EXP share on the Phalanx, and so did Obion over at ACL. So this is a more damage-oriented build of this all-rounder.
I do like the concept that, I mean, against two critical Pokemon, like you were saying, it feels like maybe making a little bit tankier could help out against the double. I mean, that's going to be a lot of damage, and it's also quite good at blocking snipe shots, like aside from the fact that it likes taking the damage from them. It's a long Pokemon, you know? It's got a big hitbox.
That's true. If it does go with beat up, though, you can leave those troopers and kind of play around them, almost as body blockers, which we've seen a little bit. From Phalanx gameplay before, and I think one of the brightest things about this comp is that Oblivion has played this Pokemon before and been successful with it. So it's not like they're just adopting some new strategy. At the very least, they got some playability, and wow. What a long journey for the Magikarp.
I was like, what is that Pokemon that is like just flopped its way down to the bottom path? And I can tell you, it's the Magikarp, who's now flopping their way back up to the top path. That is the first time I think I've ever seen a rotating Magikarp. That is usually a sit in your path and wait, and they're 1v1ing right now, can I just point out? And we're actually seeing Jail run away. Oh, that's actually, for the fact that they were rotating, that's really good evolution time, 820. I kind of assumed they were not doing super well. I didn't get a chance to look at the meter, because why else would you rotate? But hey, 820, you got to be very happy with that as Revelation. And one of the biggest buffs that it got recently was its early game. So as soon as you evolve, your shield is very scary on bounce.
I love the rotation there, too. They had more than 11 points in pocket, which is a really big breakpoint for on Magikarp. In terms of your effort gauge, any score below 11 points gives you a certain amount of charge, but as soon as you get over 11, you get additional points towards your effort gauge. So a bigger amount to score, obviously difficult in the early game. You see the rotation towards the big investment side for their team. Makes it a little bit easier to put that big chunk of change into the goal zone. So good stuff for Revelation. And now Celestial can maybe hold a candle to this Absol, Italian, Zashin squad on the other side.
I like how every name that you add onto that, it makes it sound less viable, you know? And exactly for this reason. Are we bounce? I'm surprised. I feel like we would have seen bounce. We actually didn't see any of the attacks except for the Dragon's Breath. But that would have been a nice shield to make yourself a little bit safer. They are still getting pushed down up top, but it's just really prioritizing different paths. Bottom now going down completely. To Revelation, top now maybe going down completely. Yeah, it is. To you need coaching. And right in time for the Reggies. So it's just a complete mirror at this point.
I think almost exactly even breaks on both sides of the map. For sure on the top side. That tier 1, the 80 points that you need coaching have is the only points they've scored. It's a clean break on the top side, but it's okay. You're matching pace, right? Revelation did the same thing on the bottom side. So not exactly even, but very, very close to. So at the very least, you don't have to feel too upset about an underscore, but you will get a chance to score a ton on the top side because Revelation getting a little greedy, defending the Regieleki and trying to clear out their own central area. Do not want Team Unk to steal their middle buffs.
And just steal some of their goal zone's HP as Oblivion really going far in, and there we go. Brain power is starting. I love that Unite. It's such a funny looking Unite. And also going to continue to chase down JL. I was wondering where they were going to go after that, and there's the snipe shot getting blocked just slightly. There's a lot of really good tank targets for the snipe shot. I wonder if that's really going to hurt Lutano a lot. It looks like it is so far. Oh my goodness. Okay, that was a few too many people, I think, in that tall grass.
Yeah, I think so too. And Teleon will get a chaos. Lutano fighting a way to knock out the Buzzwole, but Shizzle getting involved as well, having the chance to play this Station this time around. It did not get banned. And this game in Oblivion adding up even more chaos to their name. It's been really solid to see, but with Dispenza being the lone member of Revelation still on the top side of this map, I think it's going to be a quick cleanup for Unite Coaching, defending their top tier 1 goal zone yet again.
Seems like it's a little bit difficult for either of these teams to push down more than the single goal zones that they basically traded, right? I mean, they didn't really have that much defense on either side. So now that it's coming down to it and they know exactly where the other team wants to push, it's been a little bit more difficult. Oblivion trying to defend their goals, or not their goal zone, their center area. Doing it pretty well. The entire team nearly is here, especially now that we're going to start seeing the Gyarados rotate in. But I still, okay, finally we see it bounce. I was like, wait, we didn't see bounce. We didn't see waterfall for a really long time. It's just been these slow auto walks forward, but Revelation maybe trying to find some farm of their own in their enemy center area. This is a lot of aggressive pushing just to see what you can find.
Yeah, we're getting pushed out constantly. Big heavy slam trying to take a single target away if they can, but that block is only going to cut off the Blissey, but not for long, as that is a Bliss assistance landing on their team. A lot of Unite moves invested for Team Revelation, but to great reward, you need coaching going down member by member here.
Oh, Oblivion getting pushed away. Pretty good self-sustain, though, so just going to heal a lot off of the birds. And, yeah, this Phalanx pick is looking really, really, really good. I mean, that was a surprisingly high amount of damage, but you got to look at the levels, right? I mean, it's level 12 versus a level 9 at that point. Even if it was a level 9 defender, that's still a little bit too much of a gap, I think.
Yeah, I just love Phalanx. It's a really cool Pokemon. You have a few formations with Phalanx that your moves achieve. You got your Dispatch formation, you got your No Retreat formation, and of course in that Unite move you got your Dust Devil formation, which I think we were looking for the name of before. Both you and I were trying to remember it. But either way, Oblivion crushing it at level 13 at this moment, and it feels like Celestial finally catching up in terms of the levels as well. 12.5 will very easily hit 13 by Final Fight status, and that'll be a big boon to them as well. Gyarados, a terrifying team fighting Pokemon, and I think the secret to success for these team fights for Revelation in this game in particular has been the Blissey. Yard landing some really nice Bliss assistances, even if they're kind of separated from the team by Uguay or by JL. It feels like they're still able to help the team out a ton with these big fight-changing Unites.
Well, this is an awkward attempt to push down on bottom. It doesn't look like it's going to go the way that they want it to. An awkward, honestly, probably final well, not final 2 minutes, but pre-final 2 minutes. I know that's a weird way to say that. Final 4 minutes of the game.
We can't count. We said it before.
Well, hey, I can count. I just can't talk about the numbers I'm trying to count in my head. But there aren't too many. There weren't too many things that these teams could go for. The top Regieleki you could technically go for, and that would be really nice for UNITE coaching, just to be able to push it into that tier 2. It does look like they're gathered up there. I'm not sure if they're really going to try to burn this down. They might just be trying for a little bit of an ambush as the entire team is going up there.
Are they gonna rip? Right now, Revelation is hard focus around that Rayquaza. I mean, there's still 30 seconds to go. They're finally gonna rotate towards the top side of the map. Regieleki will be burst down, maybe trying to ambush a target if they try to early rotate into the central area. This could be huge. Oogway finds them all.
Oh, the biggest heavy slam of all time. Snipe shot's gonna miss, but Oogway gonna be using that Unite. Stay alive. It's a great engage. Oblivion popping the Unite. Is gonna be chasing down the entire team. Gyarados comes out, only manages to catch Snorlax. A lot of Unites being wasted. Zacian going in, chunking the entire team, but nobody's going down yet somehow. Absol Unite gets popped as well. First person to go down is Lutano. Now 2 members of UNITE coaching going down. Revelation in a great place. They might just rip it now. They're looking pretty confident as far as things go. They've got to make sure that this team does not make it in Absols here. We got Zacian. They're actually just going to turn around on the entire other team. They're chasing down JL. They're still doing a little bit of damage to Rayquaza, but we're starting to get the respawns coming in.
Oh, bit of a split decision here from Team Revelation. This could get really scary. Obviously, Machisel going to be the scariest one with a lot of secure potential. They're the first to go down, but Inteleon and Absol are within range. Oogway doesn't block anyone out of the Rayquaza pit, instead tries to keep them in, and now when it comes down to Ray, it's Absol! What a strike from that squad. UNITE coaching. Vin Diesel going to take it down, Inteleon with the cleanup, and now UNITE coaching has the lead. They got the Ray shields, and Lutano's got 3.
Lutano just playing clean up, and there are so many members still available. Oblivion going in, potentially could break 2 shields. Lutano's shield is down to like 1 little hit. It is going to disappear. Maybe could get the chase down, trying their best to actually get it, and no points really winning for UNITE coaching. I don't know if anybody else still has their shields up, but this is a pretty good defense altogether so far. However, still about 130 points left for Revelation to make this comeback. They've got it in pocket easily, but they've got to find the right place to actually attack.
Yeah, the final shield there revealed on our screen is JL does have a Celestial going to try to deal with that. The rest of the team forming up for a push on this tier 1. Snorlax, as always, that first defender, no Poke-Flute in sight, but it's a Zacian that goes down. Unite move is going to be up. It's a lot of extra shielding, and even more time is bought. Score from Blissey, 18 points. And look at how deep right now Lunaire has to play with this Buzzwole to try to give their team a chance to score. Oblivion's holding 60, but only 3 seconds remain, and I don't think Revelation have the scoring pressure they need. 12 points in, not going to be enough. UNITE coaching. Hold on to their lead.
Wow, 60 points in pocket was just too much. Honestly, if they had had 30 there, it might have happened. Yeah, 30 would have been enough. But 60 was just too much, and they held on for way too long with that Snorlax popping the wall. I think it was an X-Speed on top of that, just kind of pushing everybody away. What a close game 3. That was scary.
Man, I mean, Revelation feeling amazing about every part of that match except for that final Rayquaza fight. I mean, you hold Vin Diesel to 1 KO? Like, that is an incredible match going in your favor, but man, I mean, just a really tough decision around that Rayquaza in that final moment. Obviously, at first, it's only the Zacian that is respawned in time to threaten the secure, but it is a secure that you have to respect. They call off the rip. They try to rotate out, take a second team fight, try to win that one as well. Unfortunately, just things don't go in their favor. Everything starts lining up in UNITE coaching's favor, and Absol strikes at the perfect moment, takes down Ray.
I do think the draft was perfect from Revelation. I think they played extremely well in every moment there. 108,000 from Phalanx. But honestly, okay, hindsight's 2020. You know, I'm not saying that they made the wrong decision, but it does seem like in the end, if they had just decided to burn it down and hope that the Zacian was not going to get that last hit, they would have stood a little bit more of a chance. Because by the time things happened and they tried to burn down the Zacian, which they actually did. I mean, there was Lutano back, Vin Diesel was back. It's just you're just slowly getting more and more threats back to try and steal that secure, which obviously did happen in the end. But they were in control of the entire situation up until that point. So you can't hate on the decision at all. It's just one of those things where it did not work out.
Yeah, man. I mean, great counter plays from Unite coaching in a few moments throughout this series. This felt like one of our closest series. Like, I think game number 3 was kind of a landslide in one team's way, but obviously they weren't the ones that won the entire match. So at this point in time, it's just like, yeah, this was one of our best sets of 3. I think both these teams are extremely highly rated in North America for good reason. I think we're going to be seeing a lot more from them in months to come, but either way, what a match for you and I to commentate over. Unite coaching looking really strong in some of these late game moments.
Their clutch has been incredible, and I mean, it's not to say that both sides don't have, like, you know, really experienced players, but I think Unite coaching has some of the players that have been playing for the longest kind of in general on their team. They got a lot of old guys, let's just be honest, and that gives them a lot of the clutch moments in the very final moments, which won them literally 2 of the 3 games that they needed to win to get out of this. This was really down to the wire, though, from both teams. So I think, you know, you asked me earlier what my favorite set was of the day, and I think this one's going to take the cake. At least for now.
Perfect. Well, we finally found it. Wonder Chef's favorite match of the day so far has been that losers finals. We got Revelation, unfortunately, going out at 3rd place, but you need coaching. A return to gameplay for a few of the members of this team in last month and this month's tournament, but exciting to see them playing at such a high level. A team pretty low on our championship points leaderboard, but going to be rapidly climbing as they have a chance at 1st place and a run back, or not a run back, but a chance to go play in that grand finals against Nemesis. It's going to be an awesome match. It's going to be coming up very soon because we are going to jump to a very short break. When we come back, more UNITE Championship Series.
Hey everyone, it's Zoinks. We're here at the Asia Champions League Finals. We're going to be asking random people here in the venue some trivia questions. Perfect. Do we mind asking some trivia questions?
Oh my god, for you, anything, Zoinks.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And just your name for the camera?
Spraggles. No, I'll be Zoinks today.
Okay, great. Zoinks, first question. What is the most popular sport in Japan?
I'm gonna guess Pokemon Unite or baseball.
Okay, well, one of those is correct. Second question. What is the national bird of Japan?
It's either Ho-Oh or an Oriole.
Okay, neither of those correct. Is the green pheasant is going to be the national bird. Okay, what about Japan's national fruit?
It's either a pinnap berry or is it? It's not like leche or something. What is it?
It is the persimmon. And final question, what was the first Pokemon ever created?
Oh, it was Jigglypuff?
Fortunately, it was Rhydon. Thanks so much for playing, Zoinks. Great to meet you. Perfect, yet another one. Awesome, your name for the camera.
Doobsnacks.
Okay, Doobsnack's is going to be answering some trivia questions. First question is going to be, what is the lightest Pokemon? There are 5 options, each weighing 0.2 pounds.
I'm going to say Jigglypuff.
Okay, I guess a Jigglypuff. Unfortunately, not correct. Ghastly, Haunter, Flabebe, Cosmog, and Kartana all weighing in at 0.2 pounds. All right, next questions. How many islands does Japan consist of?
94.
Ooh, unfortunately a little low. 6,852. Okay. Final question. What is the national bird of Japan?
I have no idea. Is it a crane?
It's not. It is the green pheasant, and we got to know, where does that rank on the tier list?
Green pheasant? 4, because we're in Japan.
4 out of 10 because we're in Japan. Thank you so much, Doobsnacks.
We did it.
There he is. Okay, we got another person. Your name for the camera.
Hi, I'm Evan.
Okay, perfect, Evan. We got a few awesome trivia questions for you. First question, what is the best-selling Pokemon game, specifically in the Japanese market?
Pokemon Red?
Ooh, Pokemon Red in second place. Pokemon Red Green, Scarlet and Violet as of 2016, going over top of it. Speaking of 2016, according to a 2016 poll, what was voted specifically Japan's favorite Pokemon?
Ash Greninja.
Ooh, I mean, I think I'll give it to you. It is Greninja, so I suppose we have to take it.
Actually, Ash Greninja, but
We have a trivia correction here live. That's huge. Okay, Tokyo was not always called Tokyo. What did it used to be called?
pre-Tokyo.
I like that guess a lot. It is apparently Edo. All right, well, I think that's the end of our questions. Thank you so much, Wonder Chef. Thanks for playing.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We are jumping right into a winner's interview with Lutano. Lutano, once upon a time, I think you got to say the words, welcome back to me. I'm very excited to say the words, welcome back to you. A couple of months of tournaments for you now. And I mean, you were lights out on the Inteleon today. So much fun to watch. I mean, how good does it feel to be competing again, and in a grand final, no less?
It feels really good. I love competing. It's what I love to do. Loving playing a little bit of Unite again. You know, it's a good time.
Good.
Yeah, so obviously great players on the team and players that we've known for a million years probably. But how seriously are y'all taking this? Because it is obviously kind of like late into the season to form together as a team. So we're just kind of wondering what the general vibe is.
I mean, it's a good vibe. We're not taking it crazy serious. We took it a little bit too unserious a little bit, so I had to crack the whip a little bit. But, I got it together a little bit, and hopefully we're doing it on a good performance now. So
That's good. That's good. So we were taking a look at the bracket a little bit. That last match you just won was a run back. You had to play against that team, Revelation. Your first match of the day. We unfortunately didn't have that one on broadcast, but talk to me. What happened in that match, and what did you change up to win this time in that run back series?
We kind of like messed up draft a little bit, I want to say. I mean, this game, the draft was a lot better, I'd say. We got a few more first picks this time, which was nice. But yeah, they kind of kicked our booty butt cheeks last series, so we had to bring it back a little bit this time. So.
Good.
So then, obviously, you're going up against in grand finals right up next, Nemesis. How do you feel the team's going to do against Nemesis? Are you going to win your first cup, or are you going to, I don't know, let them win theirs? I don't know why I would even ask that way. But how do you feel you're going to do? Obviously, I know how you're going to answer that.
I mean, they're a good team, Nem. Mainstay in North America for as long as you can remember. But, we'll think we might give them one, we might not. We haven't really decided yet if we really want to win or not, so we'll see how it goes.
All right, fair enough. Now, Lutano, final question. You have quite a few iconic Pokemon under your belt. I think you're well known for a lot of them. We got to see a decent amount of your Inteleon today. That was great. Are there any chances we get to see Lutano, Gardevoir, or Venusaur in the grand finals?
It's possible. It's a very,
I'll take it.
Draft line, but it's possible.
Okay.
I will write it off.
All right, you heard it. It's possible, everybody. Lutano, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to give you the chance to go get prepped with your team for this grand finals, which is going to be very exciting. In the meantime, we're going to toss it over to the two gentlemen that will be commentating that game. Spraggles, Doob Snacks, over to you.
Hey, all right, everybody, welcome. We are heading to our grand finals here. Nemesis versus UNITE Coaching. UNITE Coaching and Nem have not run into each other yet in this bracket, so it's going to be really interesting to see how this whole thing shakes out. I have to say, Doob Snacks, that last set between Revelation and UNITE Coaching was absolutely incredible, so I can't wait for these grand finals.
It was a great set. Of course, Revelation throwing just a bunch of slop at the wall, right? We saw Tinkaton, Phalanx, some unique approaches. We were watching that third game, and I went, this is the Caltrops trap that they set up when they put everybody in that top left bush. But credit to Unk Squad, UNITE Coaching, for really handling that incredibly well, peeling back to Pat, only losing 2 players in what could have been far more disastrous, and finding themselves a nice win after a good re-engage 5-on-5. And on top of that, it went down to the wire anyways, because there's a good counter score push as well. So really just a great set to set us up here for the grand finals.
Yeah, for sure. Now, I would have loved to see Revelation here in the grand finals to go up against Nemesis again, just because they're throwing so many interesting picks out there. And some of them, I think, are actually really strong counters. I mean, when you look to the other side of the board and you see they have Inteleon, the monster with its critical hits, and Absol, another monster with critical hits, you pick Phalanx. Like, that's a super hard counter given Phalanx passive. So I think some of their picks seemed kind of wild, but all of them I think were really calculated. A really cool team. UNITE Coaching has just been on a run today. The only team to even really give them trouble was Revelation. So I'm very curious to see how they match up into Nemesis here.
Yeah, it's going to be more of a straight up, I think, classic Unite style. Less of these complete off reservation picks that we've been seeing out of teams like Ignorance or Revelation. And just, trying to play good heads up Unite, straight up, no tricks, just kind of flawless play and let that carry you to the finish line. But I did like seeing Tinkaton win on stream, so I would have liked to see that again as well. I think Revelation was doing a lot of fun stuff to watch.
Yeah, it was really cool. I mean, full disclosure, behind the scenes, I said Tinkaton. I mean, I do not know about this. Then it walks out of the match with 115,000 damage. Had to eat my words immediately. Like, well, I guess I was wrong about Tink in that matchup. It was absolutely brutal. That's a really interesting Pokemon because I think there are a lot of Pokemon that Revelation were bringing out that actually have some really strong matchups when used correctly, right? Tinkaton was one of those. Once it comes online, it really does feel like an absolute raid boss if you could get it set up with all of its stacks, which it looks like the team did a great job of helping to, power this amazing all-rounder up. It feels like when it's not fully powered up, it's super unfortunate, but boy, yes. Revelation used it well. We're talking a lot about Revelation because they were a really cool team to watch, but UNITE Coaching, if you will. I mean, they are... It's weird. It's weird to say they're a breath of fresh air, given that they are maybe a breath of some of the oldest air in Unite, but it's really cool to see this squad playing again. I love seeing Lutano out there. Like, these are people we have been watching UNITE Dupe Snacks for years at this point.
Yeah, I mean, a breath of fresh air at the old folks' home is what we're dealing with right now. And I love to see Lutano get interviewed again. Great energy. To their credit, at least it was honest with themselves and us, and was just like, I just really like competing, and it's been a lot of fun getting back into Pokemon Unite. And now they find themselves in the grand finals from the losers' side, so they still got quite a bit of work ahead of them here. But a real opportunity to shake things up. What that means for the overall scene of NA, that a team like this could make it this far and kind of run through a lot of the more established squads that have been playing all season long, that's a discussion for a different day, but it certainly has been fun to watch this April Cup.
Oh, absolutely. And very soon we have the regionals coming up. And at regionals, 3 teams from North America will qualify to head to Worlds, right? After that, there's only one more spot available. After regionals, it's the final stretch live at NAIC in New Orleans. But coming up to these regionals, watching all of these incredible teams, there's no question that you could see Nemesis, UNITE Coaching, Team YT, Revelation, Ignorance. You could see all of these teams as a possible contender for one of those 3 spots, especially considering that a team like Luminosity already has their spot secured.
Yeah, with Luminosity already qualified, there's a real potential to have 5 teams from NA in Anaheim to view not only the world's largest marble, but compete at the Pokemon Unite World Championships. What those teams are going to be still up in the air, but I hope we get a good influx of international teams as well at the final stretch to really make that interesting.
Yeah, the final stretch last year was so unbelievably hyped live watching that tournament. Where it was G qualified, right, in the final stretch?
Yeah, against YT in Game 5. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. They actually, and with a Phalanx, right? They had a Phalanx in there, and the E-Speed Lucario absolutely like running amok over it. That was so much fun to watch, and I cannot wait to see what that's going to be like. But you're right. We could be looking at one team securing their spot, Luminosity, from the AOS Cup, 3 more NA teams through regionals and another NA team if they happen to be the region that wins the final stretch. Could be a very heavy North America presence at the World Championships. The question, of course, is will that matter when in previous years it's really one NA team that has kind of squeaked through to day 2, and that's been Luminosity essentially.
Right, and then Juicers with Orange Juicers with a time to shine last year. It's a tough road ahead. It's a tough road ahead, and I was kind of alluding to what does this mean of the overall strength of the NA region. I think everybody needs to gut check themselves a little bit on where NA actually is. We know a little bit how things are shaking out within the region until this month, and then everything seems to have gone out the window. So how shaky are these teams, these top teams like the Orange Juicers that got 0-2'd and out of the tournament? Or like Nemesis that has finally found themselves in the grand finals, but waiting across from them is Unk, who has just ripped through some teams that have been playing all year long together. It gives me a little bit of a pause for concern with NA and how they're going to be able to show up, not necessarily at the final stretch, but at the world stage.
Well, we've got really interesting teams here in NA, right? I mean, Luminosity, without question, looks like one of the best teams in the world. In fact, I was kind of surprised they didn't win ACL with their performance there. It actually felt like they were either 1 or 2 in teams competing at ACL. You've got a team like Juicers where I feel like the Juicers are insanely consistent, apparently, except for on Easter weekend when they maybe put up one of their worst showings they've ever had. The Juicers feel extremely competitive. Nemesis, for me, is the biggest question mark in NA, which is shocking because their previous iterations of this roster have been the most consistent thing North America has seen. They did actually pretty well. Were they the team that went the deepest in day 2 for NA last year? Either them or the Juicers. They both made it to day 2. But man, I'm really excited to see what Nemesis can do, because this season it has felt like the least consistent Nem, but when they are on, they are super strong.
I agree, and it really goes on the back of, how good is Yeet or Relics going to be playing this game? How good is Metallic going to be in this game? We've seen Rex and Asdal have some great play to kind of patch over some of those less than stellar performances out of those two players. But for this team to really find success, everybody needs to be locked in. And I'm glad we got to interview Bora earlier because they are a new piece of this team that needs to step up and kind of meet the moment as well. As we are quickly into draft, Rex grabbing Blissey first, and then Suicune Absol on the hop. And that looks like to be another support Suicune.
Yeah, it definitely could be. Next couple of picks getting locked in here. Bora Reach on the Inteleon, Asnable on that Slowbro. The Slowbro has been a great counter to any of these Absols who are trying to just rip down Rayquaza, right? They need to make 2 things happen to rip Ray. They have to hit it with that Psycho Cut and throw their Unite move, which gives a Slowbro enough time to find it and lock it down with a Slow Beam. You need coaching, bringing in the Meowscarada, which is pretty cool to see. The double team can be very frustrating for a team like Nemesis, having to deal with that and its Slow Beam. Final couple of picks over to Nem. We've got Relics, aka Yeet Fan, hovering a few different options right here. And then Metallic on the Urshifu, and they are going to lock it in. I think first Urshifu we've seen all day.
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking at this draft, and I am wondering how they're going to keep these speedsters from getting to that back line. And look at this, the Caltrop comp coming out between the Ice-type Pokemon here, between Suicune and the potential A9. And this is just going to be tough for Nemesis to operate through.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough for a few of their Pokemon. The one I think that is going to have the hardest time specifically is going to be that Ceruledge, right? Mm-hmm. This is something that had a real moment in competitive play, but after sort of a weird round of nerfs and slight buffs here and there, it feels like it's sort of settled into a decent but not incredible position in the meta. Interestingly, Nemesis, without a single speedster on their side, after the Absol was taken, they decided they did not want the Meowscarada for themselves. 2 speedsters for You Need Coaching, none for Nem.
Again, an eyebrow raiser here, but Nemesis has found themselves to the finals. I can't imagine that they're too far off the reservation with what they've selected here. It's really up to how they're going to navigate that A9 and Suicune. If they're, like I said, if there's a Caltrop comp, it is with those two Pokemon.
We are making it to the end here of our April Cup. These are your grand finals. What you are watching is Nemesis, your purple team, who has made their way through the winner's bracket against UNITE Coaching, your orange team. They have come from your loser's side, meaning they will need to beat Nemesis in 2 best-of-3s if they want to win this entire thing. It would be their first win for the season, and given how new of a team they really are, full of old members, they definitely would be looking for that win. Nemesis, of course, would love to secure this spot and consider themselves as one of the best teams in North America with another victory.
You have to think, if you're Nemesis and you fall short this month, what other opportunity could you have found to give yourself the express lane to a first place finish? So that's going to be eyebrow raising in and of itself. Quickly getting some stacks in are both of these paths as their UNITE Coaching is playing across the map.
Yeah, we can see UNITE Coaching looking to get as many stacks as they can with this Meowscarada early so that their, big damage from Flower Trick can pick up some massive KOs on their opponents, and looking to secure as much of this wild Pokemon experience as they possibly can. These last hits early in this laning phase, Dupsnacks, are so incredibly important. If you can out-secure your opponents, you can start to win and dominate the lane throughout the entire match.
We've got Vin Diesel rotating into the top path for Unk. There, waiting in the wings, is Metallic with that beautiful Urshifu Hollowware, which I just love so much. And we're going to see how this works out. Lutano kind of sussing out the situation. Going to step into the Urshifu. That'd be a knockout that they'll take, at least get one, but a good freeze by JL is at least going to keep it there. Tons of damage in. Metallic has to run away.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that we actually do see the Water Bear here from Nemesis. I wasn't sure which we were going to see, but obviously, if you're running something like Dark Bear with that Wicked Blow, you've got that nice resistance to some of the stun being thrown at you here, but they decide to dive straight in towards this Alolan Ninetales and pick up a KO.
Some good stacks in early here for the Meowscarada. Going to be very useful in the transitioning portion of the mid-game. JL going to be working through Whirlpool down, moving that back, freezing up a bunny here on Easter.
And here we go, level 7 on the Meowscarada already for the side of UNITE Coaching. They're looking to score right here as multiple members of Nemesis clear this out very quickly. We have 5 members of Nem running to the top path.
Oh, they're going straight for it. Machisel taking a ton of damage. They double team, run back to a berry. We've got JL going to have to hold it down in the Suicune. They're trying to freeze. The Fowler Chick is on top of Asinable, but it's not enough to get a knockout. Here comes the Absol, and quickly dispatching of Ceruledge is that Meowscarada. Absol gets one too. Vin Diesel looking to push forward. Now we've got the counter punch. Metallic's on the backside. They're going straight into the back line. They get froze up. They get mean look. They get everything under the sun, and they can't leverage the Blue Bear at all.
Wow, this is going to be so interesting watching this Rapid Strike Urshifu into this comp. I just feel like it's going to be really hard to fight. Now, of course, if they can get in and get online, they can do a ton of damage. They can last for a while. But man, running into Alolan Ninetales with this feels really tough.
I mean, Alolan Ninetales, the Whirlpool into the Ice Beam stun, the mean look that we saw out of Joey already, Oogway. I mean, this is just difficult to operate with. And on top of that, you're getting double team Meowscarada, not even sure where the target that you need to hit is. And then Absol to clean up the trash. UNITE Coaching with a great composition here.
Yeah, I mean, I think UNITE Coaching has a really strong answer. But, of course, there's some great stuff on the side of Nemesis as well. However, if you look at the levels here, 2 level 9s for UNITE Coaching right now. That's 2 Unite moves ready to go with the Absol and Meowscarada as we head towards the top path. We've got 3 members of Nemesis already here. UNITE Coaching cleaning up as much experience as they can as they make their way to the top path.
Yeah, they're going to need a lot of it. Is Nemesis trying to take a page out of UNITE Coaching's book. Meowscarada Unite going to eject reposition and subsequently get a knockout here on Metallic with the Suicune's help. Sorting out the Blissey is Vin Diesel, and now they're stepping on Pat here to see what else they can do. Finally, Relic's getting one back the other way, but they eat an Absol Unite to cut that off real quick. And now it's Bora Reach just looking down 3 players that are just dunking all over him.
Yeah, scoring in this top path. UNITE Coaching up 142 to 61. Felt like a great fight for them. They knew they had their Unite moves ready to go, and they took that advantage, right? They went for that KO quickly on the Urshifu, continued to push. And when you see Blissey is only level 7 and can't provide Bliss assistance, it's time for you to put a lot of pressure on your opponents. UNITE Coaching did just that.
Mean look on Relics, caught there, and you see everything going in, forcing out the Umbreon Unite to put more pressure on. Regieleki on the doorstep. Boris going to try and hold it back, and so is Asnable. But this is a tall order for these two. Surfing away from the Whirlpool is at least good enough to stop the push, and Regieleki is going to be able to be dealt with here, as Rex seems to be caught.
Yeah, Rex caught a little bit, gonna have to back up from this. They're not able to push that Regieleki in, but they are able to score in the top path regardless. 61-17 now here for UNITE Coaching. They're ahead, I mean, an incredible way at the 5-minute mark. We see Meowscarada looking at this fight, moving in with a really aggressive Unite move, and now peeling back. Whoa! Caught by the snipe shot. It looks like it walked right back into it.
Absolutely did. Poor Machisler stepping right back into it. Regirock's already at half. Tons of moves being thrown. Good secure by Bora Reach. They're stepping up for this team. Bliss Assist on Metallic, but they are frozen in place and can't even get into the backside of UNITE Coaching to try and punch holes through more players.
Yeah, and here we have Nemesis peeling back to secure as much of their wild experience as they possibly can right now. No objective up on the map. This is the time of a match where you really just make sure that you are online with your Unite moves and as much XP as possible. Absol almost level 13 already. We have a couple members of Nemesis keeping close with the Inteleon, with the Urshifu, all at level 11.
Listen, we saw a big tide swing earlier today with just a couple knockouts in the top path. Slow Beam is a good catch. Can they get the knockout? They do. Great job to get Vin locked down on that engagement. But the Slow Beam is gone, and now Nemesis has to work with what other tools they have. Whirlpool is down, moving forward, going for a freeze. Metallic gets into the back line, immediately getting the pressure on. Suicune Unite doesn't catch anybody. Meowscarada Unite right on top of Regieleki, but they can't secure it. Metallic weaving and dodging and weaving, getting that Regieleki secured for the team, and all of Nemesis just runs away as Relics gets some points downstairs.
Yeah, great stuff from Relics in the bottom path right there, just being able to score in a moment like this. They're not sure if they can push this Regieleki in, and after how that fight went, they weren't able to, but they do get to put some points on the board. Nice big Unite move, another targeted Unite onto the Absol so that they can continue to push and make something happen here. They'd rather Inteleon score than Blissey, but at this point, they need to break some goals, give themselves some positioning around this next objective. We have Asnable fighting in the top path, pushing off Meowscarada, multiple members of Nem, getting ready for that bottom objective here. This is going to be the last objective, I believe, that we see before Ray.
Yeah, great advanced positioning by Nemesis. However, Unk Squad is ready to roll through, and a good pot shot by Bora Reach. Going to have to slow down that Absol on the backside. Oogway catches the next one, and now we're going to see how this shakes out.
And now we can see, you know, they've got that very nice shield on top of Metallic here, but they're really throwing everything at Metallic, and we get an Ice Beam for a takedown and a Snipe Shot the other way. We lose the Umbreon, and we lose the Urshifu. Regice now being chipped up.
Man, you're really seeing what the problem is with Urshifu into what Unk has brought to the table. I mean, they were just CC'd into the floor. They couldn't even move, Spraggles.
Yeah, completely stuck in a moment like that, and it's tough. I mean, it's what I would expect is going to happen with this Pokemon, but they're trying to use this safeguard as an opportunity for it to move in and fight. One thing is for sure, even when it goes down, Nemesis has a lot of tools at their disposal still. If it goes down, they have a Unite move from Ceruledge, they have Inteleon that's been landing their shots in some pretty impressive ways here today. As we get ready for this fight, Nem behind right now, UNITE Coaching ahead. They're able to let Nemesis move in and make a mistake. Two members of Nem looking to score in the top path right here. Meowscarada is going to push them off that top path goal zone while the teams continue to position around Rayquaza. So we have Machisel watching that top path, and we're going to see how Nemesis wants to play this. Considering they're behind, they're the team that has to make the move here, Doop Snacks.
Yeah, I mean, we're still scrapping up top. Some damage is going in on Meowscarada here. Mean look on Asinal. They can't get out of the bush. They decide to collapse, and the defender is down as the next target there. Ceruledge Unite just catches JL in the backline of the Suicune, and it's not even enough to get the knockout. Mean look is down. Snipe Shot separates Vin Diesel from half of their HP. Now we're going back through. Machissel's chasing down, but that's the body double, and they're not too concerned about that. They're not going to switch into it. Moving straight forward here is you need coaching as they're trying to see who they can catch, and they're going to put some pressure on. Take a deep breath.
Yeah, they're taking a breath right here, but Nemesis does not have a lot of time left. They're starting to chip Rayquaza. The snipe shots hit. Meowscarada deciding whether or not they want to move in. Here they go.
Massive trap. Suicune Unite into the snow globe, and that's a ton of ice. Call it the Ice Age here, and there is no Squirrel to find the last nut as You Need Coaching gets all the success in that exchange. Relics is going to try and backcap, but it's not going to match what Unk is doing.
That's right. Unk putting in points in the top and bottom goal zone. Brings them up 317, now 417, 235. Scoring in their main base right here. Raining the points in. No Rayquaza is needed for Unk to win game number 1.
Well done by You Need Coaching. I just think they had a better draft, Spraggles, and it was just too tough for anything of Nemesis to operate. I mean, you saw how quickly these players were getting locked down whenever they were trapped in the mean look. It was like a focus fire attempt, CC after CC, damage chain after damage chain, and it was just systematic elimination.
Yeah, I mean, I have to be honest, looking at Nemesis draft there, I don't really know how they were going to make that work. It's just, I mean, 1 KO for Metallic. You're hoping this thing can move in and carry your team in some really big ways, right? Obviously, if you look across the board, there wasn't a ton of fighting between these two squads, so it's not like they're a massive amount of KOs, but boy, you hope you can keep up with one of the top players on the other team with the 6 KOs from Vin Diesel. I don't know how Urshifu fights there.
I don't either. Definitely something Nemesis is going to have to take to the drawing board here. I think You Need Coaching is really leveraging this orange side very well, right? With the last pick, that gutter pick. Whether it's been Espeon or whether it's been A9, they are finding the right tool for the job in that position. And that's where you want to be if you're on the orange side. The last big counter punch that has multiple opportunities to shut down what your opponent is doing.
And we can see here some good numbers put up by Bora Reach. I have to say, I think the sort of addition of Bora and essentially swapping Yeet Fan, aka Relics, out of that attacker position and into a different kind of carry has been really good for Nemesis. I think Bora is playing that role extremely well, and I feel like Yeet is having some big moments also.
Yeah, yeah, I have a tendency to agree. I'm not too sure Ceruledge is my favorite pick in what we just saw go down, given, you know, all the static that Unk was bringing to the table in terms of CC. It kind of fell victim to the counter to Metallic anyways, right? So maybe let's try and explore some different options there. But overall, I think Nemesis squad has a good look. I think they have a ton of potential, and they just need to step into it now.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what their draft looks like here in game number 2. I feel like into Suicune, you have to have some different options. And, you know, the nice thing about Inteleon is it outranges both Alolan Ninetales and Suicune in some really great ways. But both Ceruledge and Urshifu do not want to run into Suicune or Alolan Ninetales. They both have great anti-dive options.
Yeah, exactly. And I think a clever switch up here, we were seeing Oogway play a lot of Foul Play Snarl, but this game it was Mean Look Wish to kind of give them a little bit more sustain and really set up those opportunities to kind of focus fire down single targets. And you saw them, they weren't too picky. You know, if there was a free Slowbro, they were taking a free Slowbro. Right there, you can see it. They focused everybody down, and then it just became collateral damage after that. Anything else that was in the blender was also getting mixed up.
Gotta, I mean, give a real tip of the cap to Lutano on Alolan Ninetales right there. They set up such a nice play. Alolan Ninetales moving through the top, hitting with the Blizzard Avalanche into the Snow Globe, and like you said, just putting them in the blender right there. You Need Coaching up 1 game. If they win another, they reset this bracket with an opportunity to win the whole thing. Nemesis right now, as you said, back to the drawing board, back to Zoinks' whiteboard. Like, let's figure out a different strategy here. Maybe not Zoinks' whiteboard, actually.
Yeah, maybe not. I feel like a lot of these teams, when they lose, they're choosing purple side to get the first pick. But I don't actually see the first pick being the difference maker in whether the purple team is winning or losing. You know what I'm saying? So, I kind of prefer the orange side because I feel like there's so many strong Pokemon right now that getting the counter options, like the more counter positions within the draft, is beneficial here.
And here we go. First pick to Nemesis. They have the opportunity to take Absol here, which feels like it could be quite strong. I feel like a lot of teams prioritizing it, and there it is. Absol taken first. This does allow Suicune once again to be picked up.
Suicune and Blissey.
Yeah.
And it looks like they're quickly going to that. And one of these two players is going to have to go from support to pseudo support in the Blissey tank, but I don't think they're too upset about that.
We're going to see the next couple of picks right here for the side of Nemesis. I'm not sure what they want to bring into this match right now, seeing that. Feels like they were having a really hard time playing into Suicune, and to be fair, it is really tough to play into this Pokemon. They do decide to snap up Inteleon. That feels great. It outranges, Suicune by a considerable amount, and we still do have the Slowbro pickup from Nem.
Yeah, just giving you late game coverage in case the other team tries any like speedster geared shenanigans. And it is one of Aznable's stronger tanks that they play. My concern is that it sends back over the potential for an Umbreon again, which is pretty much what Uguay has played all day long. But it looks like they don't care. They're locking in a Mamoswine, they're locking in a Garchomp, and they're having some fun.
Metallic here on the Buzzwole. This feels like a really interesting choice. Now, Buzzwole feels stronger to me when you have something on the opposing side that wants to dive in and fight you. It gives you the opportunity to pick them up and slam them down. You must be a happy camper right now, Doob Snacks, because Nemesis is bringing back the s'mores for you, aka the Sableye.
Yeah, I love seeing the Sableye here. I'm going to have to chew a little bit on what the strategy with that Sableye is going to be, because I don't see a lot of Supremo targets on the other side that you'd really want to be using the Sableye to facilitate into. But at least Unk played into the hands of Metallic and gave them one speedster to be able to wrestle with that Buzzwole.
Yeah, interesting stuff here. I mean, I think they do need to pick one up for Vin, right? I think Vin's just been absolutely insane on some of these speedsters today, so I'm not surprised. I don't know that Leafeon has had the same kind of impact that Talonflame, Zeraora, Absol have had in some of these games, but we're going to have to see what they want to do here heading into game number 2. I like the Inteleon to outrange just about everything on the side of UNITE coaching, outside of maybe a Leafeon jumping in to do some damage. But yeah, I'm with you. I'm very interested to see, how does Sableye factor into this? How does Buzzwole factor into this with only, well, I guess they have two Pokemon who want to dive. We've got Garchomp and we've got Leafeon. Maybe the plan would be to disrupt one of those two. The only problem with Garchomp diving in is it's Dragon Claw right into its Unite move, so it's kind of unstoppable once it enters a fight. Right. We'll see how they can react to that here as we head into our second game. Nem would love to take 2 in a row, not reset this at all, and win the April Cup for sure.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt, right? But as our dear friend Inder has often said, it's just real tough beating somebody twice from the loser's bracket, and that has come to fruition time and time again. So we'll see if Nemesis can kind of crack the code here and get themselves consecutive W's.
And here we are heading into game number 2 of our grand finals. Nemesis, your purple team, you need coaching. Your orange team 1 game up, looking to reset this bracket right here. Metallic getting pretty aggressive in this top path, seeing if they can take them down after Sableye engages right there. Not able to pick up a KO just yet.
Good pressure here by these two Ice-type Pokemon, really making sure that the Slowpoke and this Sobble have to stick on pad. Good secure, though, and Sobble is good at that.
Yeah, Sobble has incredible secure. Absol sneaking down to the bottom path right here on the side of Nemesis, seeing if they can make something happen, and now moving back up top, deciding to rotate back up to fight at this engagement in the top path against the not yet Blissey and not yet Garchomp, the little Chansey and the Gibble.
Here comes Vin, big sweeping around with the leaf up top. So we've got a fair fight here, 3v3. We'll see. There you go, trying to follow up the engagement. They actually dive back on top of the birds, get the knockout anyways as Sobble evolves into Drizzile, and now they're chasing down another target. So ultimately, a great little look by Nemesis, getting a couple quality KOs early in the top path.
Yeah, nice stuff by Nemesis right there. I mean, the Sableye going down was actually a little surprising in that moment. Blissey, I believe, picking up that KO. Blissey's always there to secure something it shouldn't be securing at all. As we take a look at this bottom path, Lutano at level parity with the Slowbro, so they're definitely not crushing it down here.
No, and that's a good point of order to bring up. It is not that support Suicune. Once they grabbed the Mamoswine, they switched things around and went a little bit more traditional support core and forcing that all-rounder to start attacking a little bit more. Good fear in the engage, swiping some money out from that Gibble, but there's not much Metallic can do as they're just trying to defend this goal zone. Well, it was 4v2, now it's 4v1, now it's 4v3. Let's see if they can convert on a KO here, and they do. The Piloswine goes down.
Now it's 3v3, and they disengage. I was just hoping we were going to continue doing math the whole way. That Caltrops got me. I was hoping it was going to be a 3v2 turned into a 2v3, but it wasn't.
Nope, that was the Caltrops of math we were doing there.
Yeah, and you know we'd get confused at some point right there. That really is a Caltrops for us. As we see the pull right here using the Dragon Rush, bringing the experience back to their side. We've got Absol looking for big-time KOs, picks up one on Blissey. And there's another one that goes down, and Teleon securing that in the top path. Bottom path here, you need coaching, wrecking that bottom goal zone and taking the Slowbro KO.
Yeah, if they're heads up, they realize that they've at least got an opportunity to get some points and then take advantage of it. Vin, without much in the pockets, they rotate away. And ultimately, not a lot goes in there, just a couple points. Oogway going to sit there, sees that the Slowbro runs right past them. They based back. Regice getting worked on solo by Vin Diesel.
Yeah, nice secure there for the side of You Need Coaching. As we have an objective moving to the top path here, Absol Unite move does not pick up a KO. Metallic picking him up, putting him down, and they are looking to siege this goal zone, Doob Snacks.
Wow, great work by Rex in the backside to facilitate that knockout by Relics here. Now the two-step comes through and Vin Diesel flips the script a little bit, but that would have been way, way worse if we didn't have that 1-2 punch at a Nemesis in the back line. Well done by Nemesis, but even more better done. You Need Coaching. There's words in there.
That's how I order my steaks. I'll have my steaks better done, please. Thank you very much. As we head to the top path here, we have Vin Diesel looking to make something happen. The Confuse Ray actually puts a lot of damage onto the Blissey, and now they see that snipe shot hit Leafeon. They were looking to see if they could actually pick that one up there. Not enough of a follow-up from Nemesis right here, as these teams are incredibly close. 111 to 101. Score line very close for these two squads. We have multiple members of coaching now in the central area of Nemesis, and that is the Suicune freezing them as the Inteleon tries to run.
I really like the You Need Coaching pressure there, going straight into the central area. Bit of a miss, it looks like, there on the engagement from the Sableye, so Garchomp is going to get out, surf back for the cover. But where's Metallic going? It looks like they're going on a mission, and I don't really like where they're at unless they can surprise a single target, which they do. Rex is there with follow. Confuse Ray stun, chop through him, and a knockout for the Sableye.
Yeah, really nice stuff there from Nemesis. I mean, you just saw the chain of crowd control effects onto that Pokemon between the, knockoff and the Confuse Ray and the Smackdown and the Superpower. Just too many things.
That was an interesting engagement. Good thing the Garchomp Unite came right out. Otherwise, they would have been in far more trouble. Metallic pops their Unite move. We have the Emerald two-step back the other way, chopping them up to try and get away. Razor Leaf isn't quite ranged enough to get them. And now into the backside is Oogway putting pressure on here. Relics susses it out as we are stomping around as the Mamoswine, but the Regieleki's getting worked on, and all of a sudden Nemesis is all around it, and it's taken. Sableye gets a knockout on Leafeon, and Garchomp takes out Inteleon as the Regieleki marches towards Unk.
And Sableye with the secure there on this Regieleki. I get asked a lot, like, how do you play a good Sableye? And I feel like you are watching one of the best in the entire game right now. The way you set up fights for your team, coming in and disrupting important members of the squad so your team can finish with big KOs. Rex is almost like a singular Sableye player in that they are that good.
Yeah, no, they're incredibly strong at it, and was part of kind of that resurgence we saw mid-season where all of a sudden Sableye felt like it was everywhere and it needed to be picked or at least banned because, you know, Rex was just making it look that good. Now, Regice is at half. Definitely has the positional advantage, so Rex is going to have to leverage this and probably just get some points in on the backside. Looks like that's what they're going to do here. Get some level of value as gets the basement Reggie for free.
Yeah, we can see Sableye trying to run away from Leafeon right here. Very fast Pokemon. Right into picking him up, slamming him down right now. Buzzwole Unite move onto the Blissey, misses the Leafeon there. Sableye is going to go down. The snipe shots miss. They're not able to pick up the KO they want to as they move back in, and Garchomp now makes it a double.
Yeah, that was a rough engagement on a 4v2 when it's just a Sableye. Yes, Sableye can facilitate good engagements, but you really want more firepower there when you're doing that. Good Unite move by the Absol. Can they actually leverage that into a KO since they got knocked out for it? And it doesn't look like they're going to be successful.
And here we have a level 14 Garchomp on the side of UNITE Coaching. One thing that Garchomp is amazing at, Doob Snacks, is just roaming around the map and cleaning up farm as well as objectives if it's all alone. And you can see Machizzle right now hanging out at almost level 15. In about 30 seconds, we're going to have Rayquaza. If they can win here, they're going to take Nemesis to a bracket reset.
That's exactly what Nem is looking for. Now, they are a little bit behind of experience, but they're trying to stretch this lead on the scoreboard out to really put the pressure on Unk to do something at this Rayquaza. Regieleki is leashing a little bit. Might be less frustrating than you'd think, because that means it's going to have a little bit more time to march towards that goal zone.
Yeah, and here we have it walking into that goal zone. It has plenty of time on it. The way they could score this right now, and they are going to be looking to do this perfectly. 7 points left in this goal zone. They could peel a quick 50 for the extra 100. 311, 261 right now.
Yeah, they still have the lead. Still have the lead. Nemesis needs to adjust, though. They know what's going on now.
Yeah, and here we have multiple members of UNITE Coaching moving around. Metallic standing in their tall grass, finding them, but here's the Ice Fang.
Ice Fang is there. You have the big snipe shot cover, which is going to let Metallic get away.
Wow, what a crazy fight. I mean, you expected them to move in, but they couldn't find anyone. The snipe shots continue to ring out as they are looking for members of UNITE Coaching. Nem is up right now. UNITE Coaching looking to tap Rayquaza, but really they want to catch someone in a big fight. Here comes the Dragon combo onto the Slowbro. Slow Beam used with the Absolute Unite move, and they didn't pick up the KO right away.
That is absolutely wild work. Garchomp catches the Bliss Assistance. Good recovery by Unk, and now the chase is on. Relics is standing there all by themselves. The rest of UNITE Coaching is in the middle, but they know exactly where this Absol is. It's just the Sableye gonna have to try and move in, make a play. They have their Unite move. They can make something happen here. No, the Leafeon secures. Unk gets it done, but they're resetting 2 at least. Is that enough time for Nemesis to defend? I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, we're going to find out. Blissey with a massive shield. We have Leafeon in the bottom path with Suicune. They're not able to stop the score from Leafeon. That puts them up 449 after we have a score in the top path as well. Rex looking to score in the main goal zone. They do. Gets them to 349. Only 100 points separate these two teams, but multiple shields on the side of UNITE Coaching is going to be very difficult to break all of these, if any.
Yeah, they are going to be an absolutely fruitless endeavor here. Way too many shields, not enough firepower, and on top of that, they're still getting knocked out here. Unk going to take this 2-0 and reset this bracket.
Wow, I mean, that entire match came down to whether or not the Garchomp goes down in that moment. They take a slow beam, they take an absolute Unite move, they barely make it out, and then it's caught with a Bliss Assistance to stay around. Like, I can't believe it, but that is just a huge level diff right there, with Garchomp being, I think, either 15 or almost 15 in that moment.
Yeah, that's absolutely gutting. Credit to Nemesis for identifying their path to victory, right? And getting themselves in a position to execute on that. However, they were missing just a hair more in that exchange. They needed, like, Bora Reach to ring out a snipe shot, but credit to Oogway was putting tons of pressure in the back line and really separating Inteleon for the rest of the team. So again, we see Unk put themselves the back against the wall, but they adjust well. They counter punch out of the corner and find themselves with a win.
Yeah, great stuff from UNITE coaching. I mean, I do think if that Garchomp goes down, we're looking at a possibly very different game here. I think Nemesis has a real shot if Garchomp goes down, but they put so many resources into a Pokemon that did not get KO'd, which is devastating for Nemesis.
Yeah, I mean, credit to JL as well, right? I mean, that was just an amazing Bliss assistance from just a different county. Roars into place, saves Machizel, allows them to get out, and really potentially saves the game. Because I'm with you, Spraggles. If Machizel goes down right there, I don't really see how they claw their way back into it.
Well, you know, the interesting thing here, Dupstacks, and I'd really like to see that moment possibly slowed down if we have the opportunity as we go through this replay. I think, and I could be wrong here, I thought the Bliss assistance hit after they realized it didn't go down. It was almost like, hey, don't waste your Bliss assistance on me in this moment until it doesn't go down, and then Garchomp actually just dragon combos away from it. Then they go, oh, wait, I'm still up. Like, hit me with it right now. I could be wrong, though, because, of course, Bliss assistance is a savior move right there for them, and it may have been that shield that I didn't see off screen that got them. Either way, what a moment for Unk.
Very much so. As we're watching through these highlights here, and we're coming to late stages of the game, this is that bizarre engagement. You know, we have the Sableye Unite there. It did force out the Garchomp Unite, but maybe not deep enough into the game, close enough to that 2-minute mark. Ultimately, it's just 2 for nothing. All right, let's take a look here.
Yeah, let's see here. So we have Garchomp. Garchomp decides to move to the top path and start a dragon combo onto this Slowbro. They grab them right here. Here we have the Slow Beam into the Absolute Unite. Oh, they must hit him with the Blisses. No, they don't. They don't hit the Bliss Assist. That's what I thought. Then they Dragon Combo back. Then they hit them after they realized that this Pokemon is going to be around.
Yeah.
I think they actually decided, Dupestacks, they said, hey, I'm probably going down here. Don't stress. And then all of a sudden they went, ooh, I'm actually alive. Back. Crazy plays.
Yeah. You saw kind of both of those shields get built up. To your point, you called it in right. It was probably, oh, I'm going down here. Oh, I have not gone down yet.
Yeah.
They pop their Garchomp Unite to get the first inkling of shield, and then, like you said, it must have just been red alert, hit the button, and everything was just automatically focused in on Machizel. Good eye out there, Spraggles. Well called, and well done by Unk, again. Because, I mean, Machizel was out there pressing buttons. They could have gotten knocked out if they weren't moving, but they were doing things.
They were doing things. Unk's doing some things. As they are resetting this bracket, we are going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere because we have a bracket reset in our grand finals. Rah-rah-rah-bah.
Rah-rah-rah-rah.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are, the April finals. These are your grand finals between two amazing teams, UNITE Coaching and Nemesis. UNITE Coaching coming from that losers bracket, resetting this entire thing with a 2-0 victory against Nem. And now it is all evened up here, Dupe Snacks.
We are right back into draft. No delays here. No delays in April. We're getting into it. Hoopa ban, Zacian ban, Zeraora ban, and the last one is Talonflame. Let's see where Nem goes.
Yeah, let's see what Nem decides to pick here. Some interesting stats being fed to us here by our production team. Hoopa, with that ban right there, actually has the top win rate in the tournament. 53 wins, a 29% pick rate, but a 67% win rate, Dupe Snacks.
Completely impressive. Actually, highest ban rate, I think, based on those same stats, is actually Suicune, and we're seeing how devastating it can be. Now, Unk is going to get Absol and the Suicune here, and they're off to the races with a great draft.
Yeah, this is a really strong start for UNITE Coaching as we take a look at Nemesis and what they want to do here. Blissey, obviously such an important pick, right? That Bliss Assistance saves some crazy moments in a fight. Next couple picks over here to Nem. They're hovering a Crustle, they're hovering a Lapras. We're going to see how they want to play this. Bora locking in the Armarouge.
Yeah, that's a really early Armarouge as well. I'd like to pick the brains of Bora on that selection a little bit later on. As Oogway going to lock in Umbreon. If that's been there, they've pretty much picked it, save for the last game we just saw. So UNITE Coaching really understands what they need to give their defender player. Is Machizzle going to follow suit here and grab the Garchomp again? Because it looked pretty darn good last game.
Yeah, and here we go. We've got Umbreon, we've got the Garchomp, and that Garchomp did look pretty fantastic. Next couple of picks over to Nemesis, we have the Darkrai and the Buzzwole. Darkrai's had a really interesting weekend, it feels like. You know, it doesn't seem to be a top pick, but whenever a team is very good with it, used well, I think it has some massive moments. I was watching some games in EU where Toon was playing the Darkrai, looked incredibly impressive. Some games we saw earlier on stream. Darkrai sets up big moments, obviously. It has the, you know, most single target delete button Unite move in the entire game.
It absolutely does, and we've seen it be successful, both kind of carrying the light bulb, right, being that more support, kind of lag behind in levels to the rest of the team type character and really facilitate engagements or help clean them up. And now we're just seeing a kind of damage carry version in the hand of Relics. I must point out, Glaceon selected by Lutano here, ready to just step in, and always the reactionary is Lutano, and so far their judgment's been very good in this last pick spot.
Yeah, I think Lutano's attacker pool is quite deep. Honestly, I think Lutano plays his best game when he is at range, able to counterpunch his opponents the entire time. We saw massive moments with Gardevoir, with Snipe Shot, with Solar Beam Venusaur, with Inteleon. So it does feel like he has a lot of options depending on what the opponents are throwing at them. Without having to worry about an insane amount of dive, you're really able to output crazy damage with Glaceon.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, you know, whichever version they go, the Icy Wind, which we saw like Neon playing earlier today, or the Icicle Spear, both have a lot of value, and they're going to be able to shred some of these targets down.
Here we go. Nemesis, your purple team. UNITE Coaching, your orange team. UNITE Coaching coming from the losers bracket, winning 2-0 against Nemesis to reset your grand finals. Now they are just 2 more wins away from winning their first monthly event. Nemesis, on the other hand, needs 2 wins, or they are not able to take down another monthly event without some of the biggest names in North America, like OJ and LG.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely want this one, not only for their pride, but also to say they can win a second one this year. And Unk, trying to be the upstarts that they are, from just the old folks home, crawling out of retirement to see what they can do in the Thea Sky Ruins, and so far, they're performing well.
Yeah, nice stuff right there. I Need Coaching able to get that last hit secure in this bottom path. We need to get Glaceon online. They need level 6 as quickly as they can. Unlike some of the other EVs, once Glaceon hits 4, it has a new move, but it's not quite ready to go until it gets its second move. Relic's in some trouble right here, being caught by the Umbreon, as this fight is already breaking out in the top path. UNITE Coaching getting really aggressive.
Yeah, super aggressive here, well covered by Relics. If they can do enough damage, they're going to be in good shape. Putting a couple targets to sleep is actually enough to push back all of UNITE Coaching. So what looked like a big tidal wave of orange, really well mitigated by purple.
Interesting thing to see Bora on this Armarouge. Armarouge has definitely had some moments today specifically, but when you have the option of grabbing Inteleon, it is curious to see someone playing Armarouge instead. Same kind of thing when you see someone on Crustle when they could have picked something like Psyduck. Some very interesting choices from Nemesis.
Yeah, maybe defaulting to comfort here, realizing that their back is against the wall, pull out, instead of pulling out all the stops, maybe we just go with a little bit more comfort. Relic's getting a ton of damage put on them. Looks like they have an opportunity to make it out. Good coverage by Bora Reach, picked up and slammed by Metallica's Lutano. They are able to convert on that KO. The Whirlpool was out, but couldn't quite freeze a target. Oogway goes down. KO streak of 2 for Bora. How is Nemesis going to look here? Are they going to go ahead and push? Seems to be the order of the day, as Relics is looking to get to the backside. They're going to get some points in very successfully, Spraggles.
Yeah, really nice stuff here from Nemesis. They're able to continue putting pressure on if they want to, but they do peel away from this goal zone with multiple members of UNITE Coaching coming up to defend. They decide to stop their assault on the goal, but they could move in at any moment. Darkrai going in right here, trying to put them to bed. There's the big time Psyshock and the armor cannon for a KO.
That was all set up by Azabel. A great Rock Tomb and a perfect X Scissor is going to send all of Unk scrambling, resulting in 2 quality KOs, and now more points are going in. Are they going to break this thing early and give the experience? They decide to, Spraggles.
Yeah, they decide to break it, which gives them the opportunity to watch Regieleki push towards their tier 2 goal zone. Meanwhile, UNITE Coaching has Absol on the bottom path. They secure that bottom objective, and now we're going to see if Nemesis wants to deal with this at all. It looks like they're completely walking away from the objective, moving down towards the bottom path, possibly looking to assault the tier 1, also possibly looking to just peel around the map and find as much experience as they can.
Absolutely. Azabel babysitting there for Nemesis to make sure Vin Diesel doesn't get points in for free, and really so they can call out to the team to let them know what the rest of UNITE Coaching is doing. Nice Rock Tomb down, and that's a good precursor because they're trying to work that Indeedee through. Dropping down from the top is Bora Reach. Nice pot shot onto Vin Diesel. Good repositioning by Oogway. The Rock Tomb is out, and Nemesis gets out.
Yeah, Nemesis gets out. Now we see we've got this play here from the Darkrai, but it's a very dangerous position to be in. Goes down immediately to UNITE Coaching. I don't know if it was looking to throw the Unite move and it maybe got canceled in that moment. I couldn't really tell. But either way, Darkrai goes down instantly in that fight. Armarouge now goes down as they continue pushing towards this tier 1. Great plays here from UNITE Coaching. Score line back in their favor.
Yeah, I think they got a 25 over downstairs to go ahead and pick up the lead here. And I'm with you. I was seeing where Relics was. It seemed like Vin Diesel was the exact target they wanted to pick up. That just happened to wander into their hands, and they couldn't quite execute. So I don't know what happened there, but Relics has got to be looking for a good opportunity to throw that Unite move here, especially at level 10, with the ability to get some of this catch-up experience.
Yeah, I think it had to be looking for that Unite right there, but they kind of had a reverse Caltrop situation where they laid a trap and it just didn't seem to work out. Absolute Unite move, Buzzwole right back the other way, taken down by Vin. Garchomp moves forward, putting some pressure on Nemesis, and they're going to push them out.
Now Rex is going to get chased a little bit. I'm looking for the Relics flank here. They still have their Unite move with some good targets that they can nab as the basement Reggie gets ripped through with no one to contend for Nemesis.
And here they go, taking Registeel. Registeel, kind of a brutal buff for Glaceon too. It's just able to attack at range for ludicrous damage already. Now a massive damage increase from Glaceon as they continue to rain ice shards onto their opponent. UNITE Coaching moving on to this goal zone right here. And there's not a lot Nemesis can do in this moment.
No, not at all. Not with the pressure that they're putting on and the presence that they're showing here. Metallic is there. Asimov runs all the way back to base to get some HP, jumps through, Dragon Rush sorts out Metallic, and Asimov can't stop the points from going in. 221-106. Unk commanding the score.
Yeah, this is great for UNITE coaching right now. They're fighting very well. We do have Nemesis looking to score back the other way. Absol running to the bottom path. Glaceon here to try to defend. And we may see Nemesis peel away from this.
Potentially. They seem to get a little squirrely here. They want to get a decent engagement. Those Icicle Spears are finding good targets. Bliss Assistance on Metallic tells me they're going for it, of course. JL goes down, but that is just a support Suicune. Nemesis looks to rotate, and they would love to get another target here.
Yeah, we have Regieleki not even at half right now. They haven't had anyone with any firepower up there to deal with it, as we finally have Glaceon make their way to the top path. Now this match is once again incredibly close. 198-221, so a very small score separates these two teams. Nemesis right back in this thing, and I gotta say, the fights that they coordinate when Buzzwole is able to get a pick have been really incredible. Honestly, the best I think I've seen Metallic on throughout this entire tournament is Buzzwole.
Yeah, they're Metallic. Metallic's Buzzwole has been great. I'm looking at these levels here. 3 level 13s on the side of UNITE coaching with 3 level 12s trying to contend on the other side. We need to bring that to parity here because that is a tough gap to close, especially because it's across 3 players and it's all across all the damage dealers here.
Yeah, and here we have the Armor Cannon moving in. Gets to Regice. This could turn into a Ray fight depending on how long we stall this for. Dragon combo away from this. Nice Armor Cannon catches multiple members of UNITE coaching. No one deciding they want this fight. I think UNITE coaching might just decide to let Nemesis have this. No! They decide to steal it instead. JL with the Ice Beam. Let's go.
I mean, that's a dagger because that would have easily ticked over a lot of players on Nemesis to that level 13 I was talking about. And now we have 7 seconds until this Rayquaza make it 5, and UNITE coaching feels in control.
Yeah, UNITE coaching feels good here. They're ahead on the scoreboard. They're ahead with that buff from the most recent Reggie, right? And now they're ready for a fight. They've got a good experience lead. They need to catch a member of Nemesis, and most importantly, I think they need their Glaceon not to go down. If their Glaceon can just get a couple hits as a level 14, it's pretty much over for Nemesis. But if they can get a sneaky catch, take down Glaceon, they could be in a great spot.
Well, there's the Icicle Spears going straight towards Asimov, but that opens up the Metallic flank right in the backside. They're going straight for JL. Bliss Assistance isn't time, but we're throwing all the moves. The Glacial Stage is down. We've popped the Umbreon Unite as well, and we're going to keep moving through. The fight roars on, and it's the Garchomp Unite that's putting in tons of work. Absol and Tandem, it's just the Darkrai standing. Those Icicle Spears find their mark, and that's through the hearts of Nemesis as they're going to take this Rayquaza in game 1 of the bracket reset.
Wow. I mean, it really did feel like if you don't take Glaceon, you have no way to win this. They went for it. They tried to make a big play. We had the Darkrai Unite move, it looked like, on Garchomp, but it was so early that it wasn't able to get a KO. Massive fight there for UNITE coaching. And as I said previously, if that Glaceon does not go down, allowing it to deal damage multiple times as a level 14 just feels like a recipe for disaster for Nem.
So now, I mean, how do you win the next game if you're Nemesis, Spraggles? That's what I'm thinking about right now. They have lost the last 3 in these grand finals. And you want to talk about motivation. You want to talk about momentum. Motivation on Nemesis' side has to be low. Momentum is certainly not with them now. How do they adjust?
Yeah, I wonder what you try to do against a team that just seems to have your number right here. You know, if you're sinking in quicksand, one of the worst things you can do is struggle against it, from what I understand. But then you got to get someone to pull you out, because you can't do nothing when you're in quicksand, okay? I mean, if you just hang out there, you'll eventually sink in the quicksand as well, right? So I think you're gonna look, okay, the quicksand metaphor has really run its course, because I don't even know how you get out of quicksand. But Nemesis is stuck in it right now, and I don't think any of the looks they've thrown at him look particularly great. Maybe keep the Buzzwole, maybe keep the Armarouge. I'm not sure that Crustle has been doing it for them. Hopefully they have more Pokemon in their pool, because this was a tough one.
This was difficult indeed. At this point, my question mark is, what else can Joey play besides this Umbreon, Oogway? We did see one game of Mamoswine, but I think the Umbreon is, again, just a difference maker in shades of years past, right? Where Joey's tree was just head and shoulders above what else they were doing. I don't know what the adjustment is, if there is any, on the ban side of the fence, but I'm pretty sure you can get Armarouge pretty late. We need to start prioritizing some of this other stuff here.
Yeah, absolutely. And for everyone at home wondering, to escape quicksand, the key is to reduce your weight and increase your surface area while avoiding panic and movement. Don't panic, which maybe Nemesis is at this point, and if at all possible, try to lighten your load by removing items like jackets. Or can you imagine if you're sinking in quicksand and someone's like, oh, I'm not giving up my jacket? Yeah, you got to remove your jacket, remove your backpacks, and maybe for Nemesis, removing your jacket and backpacks are removing unnecessary things in your comp that just aren't super stellar. That might be something like the Crustle.
Yeah, it very well could be. If we're talking about still quicksand, it's crazy to me that the reaction to get out of quicksand is also like increase your surface area. So it's just, hey, you're sinking, try lying on your back completely instead.
That's why quicksand is so dangerous, Doomstacks, because it takes every bit of your cunning to actually make it out of quicksand. It's extremely difficult to do, as we are taking a look at, once again, Nemesis sinking deeper and deeper into the quicksand of UNITE coaching. This moment was a bit heartbreaking. I don't think it was game-changing, but there was the steal right there from JL. They've been giving him a lot of Suicune, too, and it seems to be a great Pokemon for UNITE coaching.
Yeah, it makes me look incredibly smart, as the support Suicune was my pick for a Pokemon to watch this game, and whenever it's been in the game, it's looked pretty incredible, even on the teams where it's lost, right? Like when we saw Ignorance playing it earlier, and you can see what it can facilitate. And here, once they got into the back line, everything was super Fisher-Price. I mean, Icicle Spears, you lock those in, fully charged on a 3rd HP Darkrai. That's an easy KO as well. UNITE coaching has really, really impressed me on the draft screen, and don't forget that some of those impactful Pokemon that Unk has brought to the table has been from Lutano in that gutter pick, and man, it feels like every single one they have selected has been counters, not to just one Pokemon on the other side, but like counters one, disrupts two, and makes the 4th one really hard to operate. You know what I mean? Like, it's just finding multiple layers of impact across the entire opposing composition.
Yeah, and we're going to have to see how Nemesis wants to react to it. I do think it's tough once you're in this place, in a grand finals. The bracket's been reset against you. You are down, but you are not out. Do not panic, Nemesis. Increase your surface area. If possible, find someone near you that has a branch nearby that can help you.
Step number 1, not... The entire team can't be in the quicksand, right? Somebody has to be out of the quicksand to help the people increasing their surface area to pull them out. So do that, right? Whatever that means.
I mean, we're going to have to see how they want to make that happen here as we head into our next game. Absol and Suicune once again. Suicune does not shock me as a priority pick at all. I mean, it's just so strong. I feel like it's been so difficult for Nemesis to fight against it, and they don't have another great speedster option, it seems like. I don't know if they have a Meowscarada player. I don't know if anyone wants to pick up Gengar or anything like that. Bora now deciding to take Miraidon. This may be, you know, an option for them. The nice thing about Miraidon is if they decide to play it at extreme range, Charge Beam can do some serious damage and whittle down your opponents. But now it looks like Lutano is possibly going to answer that with an attacker of their own. We'll see what that last pick's going to look like, as we have 2 speedsters once again for UNITE coaching.
Yeah, at least I like what Nemesis did here and grabbed the Umbreon out from Uguay, so they had to at least select something different, so we'll see how good their Snorlax is. And the Meowscarada here with the double speedster look is something that UNITE coaching has been doing all game long. Now, Buzzwole with Metallic, unsurprising, they've been a top performer for the team. And where are they going to put relics for their tournament life?
It looks like it could be this Gengar, and I mean, I totally understand this decision right here. It could definitely be what they need to win this thing. This could be their branch. This could be taking off their jacket. This could be increasing their surface area. This also could be panicking right now, putting another jacket and another backpack on and saying, I'll get out of this quicksand one way or another. We're going to have to see how this Gengar performs.
Yeah, instead of like putting on an additional backpack, it's like somebody else on the team is throwing you something to help you out, but they keep like forgetting to hold on to their end, so you're just getting covered in stuff that they're trying to pull you out with, but you're just getting pushed deeper into the quicksand. And I'm pretty sure we have run the course on the quicksand as well. Back to the caltrops.
Yeah, I can't believe we strayed away from caltrops so long to deal with this quicksand nonsense, but I really do think it was an important moment for the broadcast and something that will be remembered forever. Just a few moments left before we head into what could, be the last game here of the April Cup. UNITE Coaching 1 game away from winning this entire thing. You gotta believe that this would be pretty devastating for Nemesis, not only because Nemesis could win a cup on a normal month, but as we've talked about many times, no Luminosity Gaming, no Orange Juicers. This feels like Nemesis Cup to lose, honestly.
It does, and they are on the verge of doing so. And we can't discredit all the work that UNC has put in today. They have been reacting great in drafts, winning a lot of their games, I think, in the draft screen, if I'm being completely honest. And the games that they did find a little bit more draft parity, they're winning it in execution at Ray fights and things like that. UNC is looking tough.
And here we go. Nemesis, your purple team. UNITE Coaching, your orange team. This is the grand finals. The bracket reset here in April for North America. One more win and UNITE Coaching will be your April Cup champions.
Quickly scrapping in the bottom path is, of course, Lutano Uguay. We've got Bora Reach over there as well. And rounding out Asinable. They've been squaring up for the last 3 games, and finally Nemesis needs to get the better of that exchange.
Here we have Rex in the top pad looking to try to get it secure. They are able to take that. Metallic now moving forward towards Machisel, seeing if there's anything they can do. Some experience in the top path heading both ways here. Looks like the bottom path working out very well for Nemesis so far.
Yeah, and they need to get ahead early here. A quick Asinable evolution would help and do wonders. Unfortunately, can't quite get that one out from under UNITE Coaching. Now, Vin Diesel's already found their way to path and try and support, and so has Relics. Do they know he's there? That's the question.
This is the big question, if they're able to make a big play. Metallic can move in with the safeguard from Rex right here, and then they can move in for the play. Huge Dream Eater, and they are able to pick up that first KO, and they're going to continue moving forward.
And they're trying to go for the scores just to get more experience onto the Haunter. You would have loved for Relics to get credit for that knockout. Metallic did instead. No big deal. Move away, get your points in, and ultimately another good exchange for Nemesis. So we can say, at least for the first 90 seconds of this match, they've been doing pretty darn well.
Yeah, Nemesis actually playing well here, and it looks like they're winning this bottom path pretty handily, right? We've got a level 5 on the Miraidon. 5 the other way there for Lutano, but Miraidon now ticked over to 6. We have Vin on the Absol level 6 moving through the center right here, and we should have another fight at about 8 minutes as we have multiple members of UNITE Coaching moving to the top path here.
Yeah, we'll see how Nemesis adjusts. Obviously, Rex is giving him the information. We're going for a little bit of a flank here. First exposed is the Absol. Relics wants that as a prime target. They go straight in. That's one combo, and the charge beam comes through to rip through another player. Give them the credit for 2. And now scrambling away is Lutano, trying to get spacing, but they're going to be cut off by this charge beam Miraidon again. And there's a secure out of the Blissey.
Yeah, really nice stuff here so far from Nemesis. You can now give it to 2 minutes 30 seconds where they're doing well in this match, Dupe Snacks. And we will continue keeping you updated to how long Nemesis is in control of this game. Right now, 2 minutes 30 seconds of absolute Nemesis domination.
Domination. We'll see what Asinable can do in the face of 2 here. Arguably pretty darn good. They left with a piece of that and evolved here. Charge Beam Miraidon, Bora Reach has been doing great maneuvering across this map, Spraggles. I'm really impressed at how quickly they're getting up and down, top to bottom path, and being impactful when they get there.
You can see the hindrance resistance saving Bora right there. It's a really nice effect there as we have Relics moving in with this Gengar, picking up the KO, picking up the objective. Massive, that's a double KO. You can see right now Nemesis is increasing their surface area. They're taking off the jacket and Yeet Fan's putting on the backpack.
Well, don't put on the backpack.
Well, don't put on the
You
backpack.
No, reach for the backpack. That's going to pull you to safety out of the quicksand now that you've increased your surface area and remove the jacket.
My gosh, don't put the backpack on, Nemesis.
Don't put
Take
the backpack
off. Continue to increase your surface area. We are now at 3 minutes, 30 seconds of Nemesis control in this thing, Doopsnack. So
Oh,
we've
nice.
almost broken this tier 2.
Well, yeah, with 2 points left, that's the opportunity for a great overcap here, and Relics is not done. They're going straight for another engagement, and they're going to get some points in and close it out right then and there, making sure that that last Regieleki can go all the way downtown.
This is tough for UNITE Coaching. They've had to fight and win a lot of games right here, and just when it's almost all sealed up, Nemesis comes online in a big way. Getting ready for another fight here. They take all of the experience in the center as we have UNITE Coaching looking to make a play in the bottom path.
Yeah, I'm not too sure where the rest of Nemesis is. It's quite clear that the pressure is going to be downstairs, so they're going to have to go for a rotation here. Looks like Relics is just farming up on their lonesome, trying to get an even bigger level lead.
Yeah, and we have UNITE Coaching looking for a possible moment here, but they are pushed away from this goal zone between Umbreon, between Miraidon, Blissey rotating down. They are able to make sure that they stop them. 5 members now of UNITE Coaching in the bottom path. We have an objective spawning top, and it's possible that Nemesis is going to want to rip this off the board as quickly as they can. If they do it very, very fast, they will have another Regieleki before Rayquaza that could walk towards that home goal zone and create the old-fashioned Zapdos win condition for Nemesis.
Straight with the heavy slam block, not finding anybody. X speeding away back towards the rest of the team is Oogway. Regice is getting worked on, and no, Relics uses their Unite move, goes straight to the back line, pops Vin Diesel, Bliss assistance is there on the backside, and now Metallic is going to start ripping through the back line. Moving through, Charge Beam Miraidon, trying to find the Machisler, popped up, put down, as Metallic is wont to do. Machisler is on the razor's edge, and they finally go down. Buzzwole Unite on the Snorlax, they're gone, and now it's just it's just Lutano on this Inteleon, looking to find some snipe shots, but ultimately bullied completely out of that bottom path.
I mean, Nemesis is just in control of this right now. In another 15 seconds, they will have 6 minutes of domination here in game number 2 of our bracket reset. This is pretty incredible for Nemesis. We were wondering how they were going to get out of the quicksand Doopsnax. I really think they have found some great answers on the side of Nem.
I'll tell you what, and this Gengar has been real fun to watch. Not gonna lie. This has probably been my favorite Pokemon that Relics has played today. And, you know, obviously results bias here. It's the best one looking so far as well. As now we've got a block, we've got the Whirlpool, we've got just the Thunder raining down from the Rhydon. Charge Beam is there, can't quite get the secure out from Lutano. As let's see if UNITE Coaching is going to push this. They're going to let it hit, which means there's a big overcap opportunity.
Yeah, there's a big overcap opportunity right here, and it looks like Nemesis just decides to not fight there. Let them have that, possibly look for a fight here. Gengar in some trouble. UNITE Coaching back in this thing, picks up a big KO, and now they're coming back on the scoreboard. However, we do have Nemesis scoring in the bottom path, 270, 125.
That pick was kind of huge, dude.
Yes.
UNITE Coaching now no longer behind on levels. Gengar is not leading the lobby anymore, and Gengar has a heck of a time fighting from underneath, right? Being smaller than the opposing team, especially when the team has a bunch of crowd control that can really gum up what a Gengar's trying to do.
I'll say right now, Nemesis still in control of this match, still ahead, but it's getting very, very close. We've had about 7 minutes, 20 seconds of Nemesis being in control here, and they just need a little more to even up these grand finals. As we have UNITE Coaching looking to make a play, they might be scoring in the top path, and I think Nemesis is well aware of this because they don't see anyone from UNITE Coaching around. They're looking to secure this Regirock and get ready for a Rayquaza fight. If they're not careful, it's the last Ray fight of their tournament. UNITE Coaching all hiding in the same bush here. The Caltrops have been laid, Doopsnax. The question is, will they walk into them? Will they spring the trap? Will they sink in the quicksand? Or will they take their jacket off and win this whole thing? Gengar goes down immediately.
They caught their target. That is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And there's the fight going to continue. It is. The safeguard is down. Blissus is in time on Metallic, but they're going to need way more than that to get this thing squared away. Uguay taking a ton of damage straight into the power nap here as Vin Diesel's running away and Machisler's coming back in. Lutano pops their Unite move, and they're going to A-press everybody down with those critical hit shots. Borreach stepping in. We're putting a charge beam into the middle. Metallic took it. Metallic took it. Is there going to be anybody left standing to score, though? Finally, they put down the Blissey, and now everybody from Nemesis is scrambling to score.
Nemesis looking for some scores right here. Vin Diesel trying to move backwards to try to save it. Lutano looking to score in the top path. Here comes Metallic, putting a huge 50, make it 100 into that main goal zone. Borreach trying to do the same thing. Points raining in, 432, 225. This match is not over, but Nemesis is still ahead. 9 minutes of Nemesis controlling this match.
Now, we're looking for a push. UNITE's coaching can work through this bottom path, and the Gengar is down for a long, long time. This is a moment, if you could ever call one. Maybe they can get one more Unite move online. Lutano getting caught here is crippling to this push attempt.
Yeah, this is not good for their push. It looks like UNITE coaching is going to go down here. Only 45 seconds left. Here's the defense from Nemesis. There really isn't much they can do as we have Metallic, the Buzzwole, continuing to move towards their goal zone to score. They would need to wipe every member of Nemesis off this goal zone and make a huge play, but it's so tough to do.
It is going to be incredibly difficult. They need 300 and some change points. Do they have enough time to do it? They're off to a pretty darn good start with that double overcap there, shrinking the lead down to 140 points. We're going to keep pushing forward. Are they going to be able to get it done? The time is running out. Maridon resets, and no, Spraggles, no. UNITE coaching can't get it done on the counter push. Nemesis evens this thing up.
Nemesis right back in this game, grabbing that branch, wiggling their legs gently back and forth or side to side to create pockets of water around them, which helps loosen the quicksand's hold. Let's go. I enjoyed this bit too much.
The quicksand bit continues on, just like our grand finals, headed into a game 3 here. And you have to tip the cap to this draft for Nemesis. It looked like a different beast, and UNITE coaching was having trouble contending with it, and they understood what they needed to do. They fed relics early, a bit of a weird catch near the end. However, they were still able to deliver because of a great play by Metallic in the middle.
Yeah, Metallic absolutely crushing it. As I said earlier, I think the best look we've seen from Metallic all day is this Buzzwole. And man, the Maridon, the Gengar, what a 1-2 punch changeup from Nemesis. They looked so good this game. Incredible.
They really did. Now, don't forget, the trap that UNITE coaching sprung on top of relics to get that Gengar knocked out quickly was awesome. It really, really was. Nemesis adjusted well, and in a bit of a chaotic moment was able to secure in the middle. But I really do like the approach that UNITE coaching was taking, given the way the game was essentially like being texturized throughout the first 9 minutes, right?
Mm-hmm. Taking a look here at some big moments where we actually did see Nemesis in full control of the entire 10 minutes of this match, I would say. Very different than what we've seen throughout this entire series. I think the Gengar was a big difference maker for them, but this Maridon was a thing of beauty. Bora's Maridon looked incredible.
Yeah, it really, really was. And I'm surprised we haven't seen it more. I mean, we were talking about the statistics that were sent to us. And Maridon was doing very well today, and we just had seen it picked at a surprisingly low rate just in this top 8.
Yeah, and it looks like, I mean, obviously Maridon's had some big moments. Maridon's been a great attacker for a while, but attackers feel like they have not been doing super well in this speedster heavy meta. However, there's that catch that we talked about, beautiful catch from the side of UNITE coaching, but they weren't able to capitalize on it.
No, they weren't, right? Good Bliss assistance coverage. Metallic came online, decided to just go straight for it, forcing out the power nap, but then reprioritizing the target. You see them immediately running towards Vin Diesel. Machisel getting caught in the middle. And now, Azabel was able to step up by time, Borreach getting in there, and Metallic picking up a player, slamming them down on top of the Green Dragon, and securing.
Yeah, great stuff. Nemesis right back in this thing, Dupe Snacks. Here's the counter push from UNITE Coaching. They just weren't able to make it happen, all the while Metallic looking to score in that central goal zone, which they do. We are tied up in our grand finals. Nemesis showing some real signs of life. The winner of this next game wins the entire thing.
Yeah, we said, how do they react to being down 3-0 and in this quicksand scenario that we've so elaborately built up for you folks at home? And it turns out just winning one single game all of a sudden puts them one game out, despite having lost 3 consecutive games. The benefit of being on the winner's side.
Well, of course. I mean, they've been winning all day, so they do get this opportunity, right? UNITE Coaching needs to win a lot of games. They still have one in front of them that they could beat Nemesis in. It feels like they've had Nemesis number all day until this last game. This last game really was Nemesis showing up. And I talked earlier about how Nemesis, for me, is one of the bigger question marks in North America, because I do think we see 2 different Nemesis teams. We see one that looks like they could play like this every game, and one where they just sort of can't get it together. You know, it's tough because they've had an uneven season, even though they're a stellar group of players.
Yeah, I think they did something good in the draft that maybe were missing components before, right? So they cleverly cut off different things from Unk while simultaneously playing into their strengths. So like Asmo grabbing Umbreon. Asmo always plays Umbreon. They're a great Umbreon player themselves, but most importantly, it's forcing Joey somewhere else. And even if Joey plays every defender under the sun, the fact of the matter is, today, he's only been playing Umbreon. So just forcing him to switch up at least once seemed to have some value there, because that Snorlax, we had a couple missed heavy slams, we had a couple missed blocks. Does that go a different way if they're playing Umbreon with the quality of engages they've been getting out of Joey today? Maybe it does. So, you know, I like the approach that they've taken in this draft, doing things like that.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you. I feel like oftentimes, especially in a meta where there are so many powerful options, you are much more playing the player than you are playing the meta, right? So if you're able to cancel, you know they want to pick Zeraora, well, for sure, ban that thing away, because it's not only a comfort pick for them, something they're great with, but it's incredibly good. Umbreon is the same kind of thing. If you know a player really doesn't have a ton of tools in their toolbox, or their other defenders are an 8, but their Umbreon is a 10, this could be the difference maker if you're able to steal that away.
No, exactly right. And specifically on defenders, it actually seems to be the role where we've seen this happen the most. You can take Joey from last year with Tree. You can take Bruv from AOS Cup finals it was last year, the year before, where his Tree was just so good, they just had to start banning Tree because it was just that much more elite than everything else going on. So doing these targeted bans seem to have the most impact actually when the defender is playing so well that they make themselves stick out and then become kind of collateral damage in the draft phase.
Yeah, especially when, and this is true of a lot of these teams, their support and defender core are sort of the playmakers. They're the ones who set up the big moments. And if you change the way they have to set those big moments up to something they're not as comfortable with, you could see that domino effect, right? Continue to move through. The defender doesn't set it up as well, so the speedster doesn't get the KO as easily, so the attacker is left vulnerable, and on and on and on as we head into our final draft here in our grand finals. The bracket's been reset. UNITE Coaching won 3 games in a row, but Nemesis is back, showing signs of life. First ban is going over to the Suicune, followed by a Talonflame from Nemesis. We have the Zacian from UNITE Coaching, and one final ban decision.
Well, I'll tell you what, I like UNITE Coaching maybe hearing us in the booth, or me just kind of sussing out the strategy. They lost and they want to be in orange position. They want to be reactionary and they want to counterpunch what you're trying to do. With Zeraora banned along with Suicune, Oogway selects this Umbreon first, And I think we have the team names swapped.
We do,
so,
yes. Good call.
A bit of a bummer for me. So disregard everything I just said. Purple side reigns supreme.
Yeah, there you go, baby. As we have Relics locking in this Absol. We have the Blissey on the side of UNITE Coaching. So it was interesting because, on the side of Nemesis. We got to get those names switched, guys. We're going to Ron Burgundy this whole thing. We will announce the wrong winner, I can assure you. Lutano now locking in this Inteleon. They've been great on it. JL, no surprise to see the Hoopa back out.
No, JL's Hoopa's great. It's been great all day. Where is Nem going to go, though? They're able to have this Absol in this Blissey and hovering the Comfy seems wild to me. But we'll see where we end up, especially because you could easily just grab a Slowbro on the other side. I like this much better. Give Bora Reach the Miraidon.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate for Nemesis. I do think that call of taking away the Umbreon was a big deal, but now we see Oogway, aka Joey, sitting on that Umbreon as their first pick. Bora's Miraidon, though, looked pretty amazing. Next couple of picks here for UNITE Coaching. We've got a possible, yes, Metagross. Interesting call.
Yeah, oh, wow. I'm not even going to engage with these hovers until it's locked in. Okay, Buswell makes some sense here. So Nemesis kind of ordering up a little bit more standard of what they would like to see. This Metagross is a big question mark to me. I'm surprised they didn't go back to like the Garchomp, something that Machisel has been doing really well with today.
Yeah, it's also possible that they know they can just play very well with this, especially into something like Absol. It could be very, very strong. They kind of know the range at which Absol wants to play. They hit a single Gyro Ball, and they know that they can be outside of KO range from that Absol. We'll see how this is going to work out. Metallic, on the other hand, running this Buzzwole once again. Very interesting build, I have to say, from Metallic, if this is the item selection they go. So they've got that new item, the new Bracer. They have a Muscle Band, which is great for your auto attacks, and a Focus Band. Buzzwole's natural attack stats aren't super high, so you do get some decent value out of a Bracer or Weakness Policy or something like that, but most players tend to stack on this Pokemon to give them that extra attack. We'll see if that's relevant at all for the side of Nemesis. I've not noticed the item selection earlier, so it's possible they've been running this all day, which if they have been, they've looked fantastic. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about that, and, traditionally top path, these all-rounders, you do stack, right? That's kind of been the order of the day. However, if your opponent is trying to stack and you are grabbing an item that leverages KOs and doesn't have you play on that same axis, you can get some cheeky KOs and maybe stack on this lens a lot easier.
And here we are, Doob Snacks. UNITE Coaching your purple team, Nemesis your orange team, and this is a match that I know that we have all been waiting for in our grand finals. The brackets reset. We're all tied up. Two incredible teams here in NA battling it out in your April Cup. The winner of this wins the entire thing. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Oogway playing very far forward, going to put pressure on Bora Reach as they run back. And guess who's over there? Aznable scrambling for a berry with that Snorlax passive.
And here we go, seeing if we can get a secure here. Looks like that does go over to the side of Lutano, I believe. We have Relics, aka Yeet Fan, in that bottom path. Vin moving through this central area, just trying to get as much experience as they can. Looks like they're going to let this blue buff head over to the side of Lutano.
Nothing too concerning right now in the early stages of this one. We are seeing the Sobble rotate up. So we've got a 4v3 in the top path here. Really looking to help this Leafeon take over the game. Vin Diesel goes straight forward. They're eyeing down Metallic. Eject button used by both players, and Metallic makes it out.
And it looks like the Inteleon made it way too late to have something useful in that fight, as we do have some experience heading over to the side of UNITE Coaching in the bottom path, but their sneaky play to send Inteleon up top did not work for that engagement.
Good rotation by Vin Diesel to see that Aznable was putting tons of pressure on and tries to leave with the red buff but is unsuccessful.
And we see Snorlax running through this central area right here. We have level 5 on the Metagross. We also now have level 5 on our Buzzwole in the top path. That Charge Beam doing some serious work into Umbreon there. Multiple members of NEM waiting in the tall grass for UNITE Coaching to pop out.
There it is. First charge shot in. We're going to start putting that charge beam down. Can they actually convert that? Good portal. Gonna almost catch a reset. Does save 2. Matang cannot get out of dodge fast enough. Vin Diesel going straight to the back line. They want Bora reaches their target. The safeguard shield isn't gonna quite be enough. Lutano gets a KO streak of 2. Vin Diesel gets 1 as well. So amazing job by Unk to realize the situation. They're gonna come back overstaffed, overpowered, ready to go.
Yeah, and here we have once again a member of Nemesis going down. There is the Absol just getting ripped apart here as UNITE Coaching is looking to take a fight. Another double KO from Lutano here. Great stuff from UNITE Coaching as they're in control at the start of this match.
Yeah, very, very well done. I think UNITE Coaching is just manipulating the map in a much stronger way than Nemesis. They're moving up and down, of course, with the hyperspace highway, but even before that was down, they were putting good, clever rotations together in the first stage of this game. We'll see what they can do. Safeguard, Poach JL, they still are able to get back to their side of the map, and we're going to start scrapping this thing out for the Regieleki.
Yeah, Regieleki getting chipped up right here. We have Metallic moving in, trying to pick up a KO, but no, it's the Absol that goes down, and you see Vin Diesel just moving through the side of Nemesis, picking up a double KO.
That's the thing. I mean, you can take all those S-tier speedsters out of the equation, and there's still some really good ones left, as it turns out. And Vin Diesel making Leafeon, at least giving us a reminder as to why Leafeon was so popular for so long.
And look at this here from UNITE Coaching, just able to score and stack up now with this Metagross, becoming incredibly powerful using that attack weight in the top path. As we have Buzzwole trying to stop it now, multiple members of Nemesis are able to get a secure in the bottom path, but with that KO on Buzz, they're going to keep pushing.
Yeah, I mean, JL came in, scored their points, closed the goal zone out, and now they were able to get a combo KO, I should say, on that to keep pushing forward. And now they're putting pressure on that tier 2 goal zone. Nemesis is kind of left scrambling right now.
Yeah, I mean, this has just been really tough for Nemesis. They do secure the bottom objective, but Lutano once again with the snipe shot, picking up another. That is another double KO for Lutano, peeling away with the Fell Stinger. Relics looking for something here. Can they finally take down Lutano? And they do.
They do, but they might have to trade in their life for it because tons of pressure back the other way on top of Relics, and that's a KO streak of 2 now for a Machisler. They just popped their Unite move. They put the Coliseum around the score zone, and everybody's moving forward. Vin Diesel wants into the action. Bliss Assistance into the middle. Is it going to be enough to sustain Metallic long enough to go to get some KOs? And it looks like just with those stuns, ultimately all that Bliss Assistance did was save the big bug, and they couldn't squash any players the other way.
No, they couldn't take anything down, but they did stop them from scoring at least. They're still behind though. 122 points for UNITE Coaching, only 40 for Nemesis. They're behind in experience, they're behind on fights, they're behind on just about every metric here in this final match. Maybe they needed that Gengar, we'll never know at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be missing the Gengar right now too. However, the way UNITE Coaching has been playing, I'm not sure that Gengar would have been able to get online.
Yeah, it's a great point, right? I mean, UNITE Coaching has just once again been in control. This is what the first 3 games of this series really looked like. UNITE Coaching in a really strong position as we see Relics waiting in this tall grass for a possible fight right here. A couple members of UNITE Coaching in the bottom path. We do have Nemesis looking to just rip this off the board. Hoopa not able to bring them in with the Unite move. Their Unite move is down, so they're able to just KO that and move on.
All right, let's see if Azumel can have a good defense here of this pad. Goes into the power nap after the heavy slam, and that is not enough to just suffer the rage of UNITE Coaching. We've got the Miraidon Meteors crashing to land, but those aren't striking any true targets here as Uguay makes it back.
Yeah, 3 big Unite moves there from Nemesis, but they're still way behind on the scoreboard. Jeez, these snipe shots taking it down to almost nothing with the follow-up there from Machisel, able to finish that off. Umbreon with the secure right here. Bora having to use the eject button to get away from this, but it's not enough. They go down to Machisel as well.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, this Metagross is looking great when it's, 2 levels above everything else on the other side of the map. Great job by Machisel getting ahead, staying ahead, and then leveraging the strength of this fully powered up Metagross here.
I got to give it up to Metallic right there. I mean, well, they do end up going down, but I still thought it was a very impressive way of making it back to that goal zone right here. As Machisel just says, yeah, keep talking about how impressive Metallic was, Jake. Jeez, you need coaching, just dominating here. A minute left. Nemesis is going to need a big play because they are, getting further and further behind, sinking down to some sort of sand, if you will.
Yeah, and it is quick. Lo and behold, that is quick.
Yes.
They have increased their surface area, but they are piling the jackets back on, as it turns out. Currently down by 228 points is Nemesis, and they don't have much time to square that number up.
Yeah, now we have UNITE coaching deciding whether or not they want to start hitting this or if they just want to position themselves down at Rayquaza. They obviously don't need it. They're way ahead in this moment. They have 2 tier 1s up, which do create an interesting situation, right? With the tier 1s up, you could have Nemesis peel back to score. And now we have Nemesis. We see where Miraidon is. UNITE coaching has that information. They're firing the snipe shots and they hit. So we're going to have Miraidon basically head back to base, get all of their HP back, as you see Machisel getting very aggressive towards the side of Nem.
Yeah, there's no real pressure for Unk to do anything. The counter scores are starting, and they don't really care. They're still up by a bunch here. What are they going to do with this opportunity? Absolute Unite is out. It has a couple good targets. Uguay has to use their Unite to stay standing. Heavy Slam is there. Prevents the reset as well. Now they can get to the back line. Vin Diesel is down. They need to find more targets. Metallic comes through. 3 players down. Nemesis is taking a look. They've got their eye on the prize, but it's still Machisler. Full HP and a bit of shield. Popped up, put down, and the Bliss assistance for the full damage. Can they get this? Metagross finally knocked out. Metallic is trying to work through, going through the portal to try and save themselves. JL is buying infinite time. The Metagross makes it out, and despite Nemesis taking an insane team fight, everybody from Unk is back.
Unbelievable stuff there from Machisel, surviving the onslaught with the shields and the gyro ball, using the positioning and the stuns from Hoopa to continue this fight. Nemesis thought they had it. That was their opportunity, but they weren't able to shut it down. Lutano is back with the snipe shots as UNITE coaching is now taking it to Nemesis, ripping through them. The double KO once again from Lutano. Vin Diesel right now chasing out the Blissey, and there is just one member of Nemesis left on the board. No longer. UNITE coaching takes them all out. What do you say, Doomsex? Ace, King, Queen, Jack, 10. That's an ace? Nope.
Something like that, but most importantly, Nemesis in the quicksand. They increased their surface area, but unfortunately, when they splayed themselves out, they were face down, so they were just drinking that sand up, and they find themselves gone under the weight of Unk and the pressure of the old men coming through and getting it done in the Thea Sky ruins.
What a series between these two squads. I mean, that was such an amazing fight from both of these teams. Nemesis with some brutal catches, but UNITE coaching, Machisel on that Metagross just would not quit, continuing to find its shields through Gyro Ball, continuing to fight, giving them more and more time. Massive W's there for UNITE coaching. And look at this here. I mean, 9 KOs on Leafeon, 7 on Metagross, 10 on the Inteleon. On the other side, the highest is only 3 for the Bug.
Yeah, amazing game by UNITE coaching. They really did feel like they were ahead, got ahead, stayed ahead. And at the very end, when they needed just an S-tier godlike performance, Machisel steps up with the help of JL and keeps the fight going a good 15-20 seconds longer. And by the time Nemesis finally ran out of steam, not only did they not knock out the Metagross, all of UNITE coaching is back, and Lutano and Vin take over the game.
Amazing stuff there from UNITE coaching. What a series. They did have one moment where they really struggled against Nemesis, a top tier team here in North America. Nem looked pretty incredible in a few of these games, but man, UNITE coaching just coming from the losers here with that insane momentum, able to take down one of the best. Such an impressive run for them.
Absolutely, absolutely, and an exciting champion to have here in April. You need coaching with a great run through the losers bracket as we are taking a look at some of the highlights here from Game 3 between these two squads.
Yeah, and it really did feel like here in Game 3, it was so difficult for Nemesis to do anything. I feel like You Need Coaching just continued to put the pressure on Nem, and Nem couldn't seem to find a way out. There's a moment where you get that nice secure there from Nemesis, but every fight seemed to be going the way of You Need Coaching.
Absolutely. And I mean, it was so well done by You Need Coaching. They understood exactly what they were doing in every axis of the game. And even when things, yet again, they were put with their back against the wall, putting into a tough scenario, they kept their composure and found the path to victory. And in this one, it was this forever fight with this Metagross.
Yeah, the Metagross just lasting forever in this engagement. You have the great pickup. Lutano goes down, Vin goes down, and it's really just JL and Machisel right here trying to last as long as they possibly can while they're waiting for their team to come back. You can see the gyro ball, one makes it, another makes it to give them that massive shield. They portal through the Hoopa portal and then peel away from this. All the while, they've given enough time for Uguay to make their way back to the engagement. Vin makes their way back to the engagement. Such a fight. The triple KO from Lutano, and then they are able to seal up Rayquaza. What a series from You Need Coaching.
What an amazing... Oh, we've got Lutano here!
We've got Lutano! Hey, Lutano. Welcome once again to the broadcast, my friend. First off, it's great to see you. My first question, of course, have you fixed your awful trainer card?
You mean the best trainer card out of any trainer card in existence?
I think I do.
Okay.
Yeah, that one. Did you fix it at all?
The objectively
but I made it
terrible
a little
one.
better, you know?
So I gotta ask. I want to ask you a real question.
You know?
It is the most original card in some ways. I think it's pretty impressive. I do have to ask you. The second game there in that reset, it really did feel like they threw a lot of different looks at you. Outside of maybe the Umbreon being taken away, what did you think leaving that second game after such a dominant performance from Nem?
We weren't really worried at all after the second game. We kind of felt like once we got first pick, the game was over, and we were second pick over and over again. So once we had first pick, we could kind of play the thing we actually prioritize and kind of ban out what we really wanted to ban and force them to ban like the really strong picks in the meta. So we were chilling after game 2. It was no big deal.
Cool.
I will say, you guys, from the second position, the orange side in the draft, I think we saw some of the most impactful picks from you in that gutter position, that last pick. What was some of the kind of decision trees, or what was some of the selection process that you were thinking about when you were making picks like A9, like Glaceon, like Espeon?
So Attacker's in like a really weird spot right now where you have like one pick, which is like Intel, which is like your kind of default pick overall. And then you kind of have like 4 or 5 Mons that are just really, really situationally powerful. And that's kind of why I like hiding my pick until the 5, because you can kind of just win a draft off your attacker pick when in general the attacker isn't too impactful in the meta right now, I feel like in other regions.
I'm curious, coming back into competitive play, how does Dad Tano feel about all this?
He's loving it. He's watching every game once again. He's asking me what's going on. And I mean, you know how he is. He loves it.
My last question for you, Lutano. Tell us and everyone at home your favorite fact about Quicksand.
Ooh.
Quicksand? Little known fact, Tyranitar, the sandstorm is actually an aerial quicksand, so it's actually even more threatening than a traditional quicksand, which is on the ground. So you really have to watch out for that when Tyranitar is in a Pokemon game.
Wow.
Okay.
I mean, that's huge. I mean,
that's an answer.
These are the answers that you couldn't get with another two people interviewing Lutano. I can assure you that. Lutano, congratulations, man. It's so exciting to see you back. I loved watching Unk this week. You guys are absolutely phenomenal. I can't wait to see what the rest of the season is like for you all. Thanks again to Lutano. We are going to send him away, and I believe we are bringing back Wonder Chef and Zoinks. Hey, I was right. Merry Christmas, Wonder Chef. What do you think of those grand finals?
They were a gift. It was a great set. Honestly, Unk looking pretty good. Also, I can't believe he actually had a quicksand, like a topical quicksand fact. That feels like you're qualifying for Worlds, when you got that ready.
I think you're right. Zoinks, what do you think, buddy?
It was great. I never thought about aerial quicksand. You were asking me what I thought of that question, right? It was very good.
Yeah, of course. I'm asking what you think of the quicksand question we asked Lutano.
I have
we
a
only
lot
got
of notes.
one.
I made a survival plan back over
Okay.
here with a lot of your advice is on there. Increase your surface area, of course, but I have never thought about aerial quicksand. That's unreal. In terms of the teams and the tournament and everything, so fantastic. Absolutely loved it. I feel like those final 3 teams that we had in today's tournament is a bit of a foretelling of a competition between some of these teams for World Championship spots very, very soon. These squads definitely seem to be leading the pack here in North America, and I'm excited.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Wonder Chef, some overall thoughts of our last online qualifier here.
The meta is really fun. It's been fun for a few months, and hopefully it just continues to open up, throughout the next few months, I guess, that are leading up into Worlds. North America is going to be a really fun regional finals. I feel like there's going to be some really close competition for, especially I think the very last slot that we're going to have for Worlds, because LG's already qualified. So it's going to be a tough race, but I think this is a good way to lead into it. We get to see a lot of teams we don't usually get to see, and they were all super fun.
Yeah, they were. Let's take a look at this final bracket here before we get a couple more thoughts from the crew here in April. You watched You Need Coaching make their way through this tournament, get taken down by Revelation, head to the losers bracket, get their revenge against Revelation, and then come up to face Nemesis, who made their way through winners. They beat them in their first grand finals bracket and then went 1-2 to win the entire thing. Some amazing teams here in North America, and if you've been watching UCS for a long time, I'm sure you're wondering, where were the Juicers? Where were Luminosity? Orange Juicers fell early outside of our top 8 bracket here, and LG not competing, but because of that, we got to see some of the other best teams in North America put on quite a show for you. Nemesis looked incredible. Revelation looked, just really every team we watched here today looked fantastic, and with multiple slots up for grabs very soon, you could see any one of these teams get that spot heading to Worlds. Dubsnacks, I would love to hear some final thoughts from you.
Hey, 10 out of 10 for our last online tournament here, and it's hard to believe that there's still 3 major tournaments, right? We have the regional finals, we have NAIC, of course, the final stretch at NAIC, and then the World Championship at the home of the world's largest marble in Anaheim. So crazy to think that this might be the last online event, but we still have plenty of great events coming up. And that in and of itself is exciting, especially after what we watched today.
And Mr. Zoinks, I didn't give you an opportunity in case there was anything else you wanted to say.
I think the most exciting thing coming up is that we just have a group stage open qualifier tournament. regional finals really brings it all. That's going to be fantastic. And I know we talked about some teams that were absent. I feel like one we didn't talk about too much, Standing on Business, a very similar situation to Orange Juicers in this tournament. They got second place in the last tournament, absent from our top 8. So yet another team to have your eyes on when it comes to the regional finals coming up very soon. A lot to look forward to.
Yeah, North America was absolutely insane today. I was so happy to be back from Japan, which was an incredible trip, but to be back here, casting our home region, seeing some of the best and the best go at it was incredible. I'm a little crestfallen to find out that this is our last online tournament to find out on broadcast. And when I did find that, I gotta say, I want to give a huge, I'm sure there was an email. I want to give a huge shout out to Battle Hub and everyone behind the scenes for helping put on such such a fun and amazing show throughout the entire season, and they laugh every time we do a dumb bit, which I really, really appreciate as well. Thank you everybody for watching, for listening. There's more Pokemon Unite Championship Series coming at you, and it's going to get even more intense with the regional finals, the last chance qualifier at the final stretch, and then finally the World Championships. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for listening. This has been the Pokemon Unite Championship Series Unite Cup April Finals in North America. I'm done. Goodbye.
Happy
We'll be
Easter.
right back.
Happy Easter. Bye.
everybody.
Merry Easter.